Okay, good morning everybody. And we are here for the fifth and sadly final day of the IEEE CIS Summer School on Games Development. We are here at Thompson Rivers University inside of beautiful Tk'emlúps-te-Secwépemc region, but our area extends over other tribes within the region here. It's an absolutely beautiful day here in Kamloops. We had some thunder last night, but this morning it's just starting to kind of cool down a little bit, I hope. And luckily we're not getting much of the smoke from the forest fires up in the Wells Gray area. And if those hold off, then myself and Marco are going hiking this weekend inside of that area. So it's a beautiful place that we're coming to you from, and if you're online joining us, come down in person the next time that we have one of these and see the areas that we're in. So, I'm going to kind of change tack off of yesterday. Yesterday was very much more of kind of a design from the perspective of mechanical design, a design from the perspective of creating assets for a game. And today what I want to do is talk more about how do we engage the user. So this is going to be more kind of human-computer interaction or human-game interaction, and how do we do this? This is another very important aspect inside of games, is we want to engage our user and make things as easy for the user as possible of our game, as easy for the player to understand the rule systems inside of our games and to be able to play them effectively. And I think everybody in this room has probably at some point gone and purchased a board game and it ends up dead on the shelf because you don't want to go through the huge giant rule book, right? I think the big one for this is maybe Twilight Imperium, right? Everybody's like, hey, you should play Twilight Imperium. And I'm like, I don't have 24 hours to read a rule book followed by, you know, the 24 hours needed to like play a game. And I think the other thing is we've all played games and we really don't understand all the rules. And then somebody gets really upset because it's like, no, it should be done this way, and no, it should be done that way. And you go onto the online forum and you start looking for all these erratas and pieces inside of that. And yesterday, with our great presentation that we had, we talked about the issues involved with creating new cards for games. And the big thing that came out of that again and again and again was playtest, playtest, playtest. And I'm going to again say to you those three words, playtest, 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 as how you get around this. But it's nice to also have sort of an overarching idea of what is the process by which we kind of think and engage with games. A lot of this is coming out of actually a book that I've co-authored with my former PhD student and now PhD holder, Hamna Islam, talking about the concepts of playtesting. It's available here. You know, I don't make that much off of it. My royalties were not great. I'm not trying to make a profit off of this, but this is a collection of all of those pieces inside of it. So the objectives with this today is I want to give an idea of Norman and Gibson's idea of affordances. And there's kind of a difference between how Norman and Gibson see affordances inside of an object. And we're going to talk mostly about games objects, but this also works for other design principles. I'm going to give an understanding of the Islam-Brown synthesis, which is kind of taking into account both of these views of affordances and then trying to kind of merge them together, because I think both have value. I'm going to give you some example of the applications in the domain of games, primarily inside of game rules and inside of dice fairness. So there's a lot of these companies that are now making different D&D sided dice, and hey, how do people perceive the object in the game? And I'm also going to show you a use of this really interested conversational model that can better drive your playtesting and your conversations with gamers of your system in order to actually extract more detailed approaches and views inside of a game. So it's one thing to go in and say, how did you like my game? It's okay, great. What feedback did you really get? Is there a better way that we could question a user of a game, that we could talk to them in order to try to extract information to get things that will help us change the game for the better? How do we structure those conversations? And there's a system known as the focused conversation model that was originally designed actually in order to deal with art and art appreciation that works really well for extracting from users what's happening inside of that. I've utilized this inside of games development. I've also used it inside of actually software engineering when it comes to extracting requirements engineering. This is a very big problem inside of software engineering, is getting, well, what do you actually want your software to do? And I think we've probably dealt with this of the user goes, I want something that does this, and then you build it. And then you go back to the user and say, well, I didn't want it to do that. I wanted them to do this, right? We've all had those types of miscommunications. This is a system to prevent miscommunications with users. Okay, to start out with, I would like everybody to think about a teapot. Marco, you're knocked out of this. You already know where I'm going with this. Huh? You're out. You're gone. Don't think about a teapot. Everybody else, I want you to just call out things that a teapot has. Like, what does it look like? What is it made out of? Ceramic or glass? Okay. A spout? A spout that goes upwards. Cool. Has a handle. Has a handle and a lid. Okay.
Sometimes they have nice diffusers inside.
Sometimes they have nice diffusers inside. Okay. Anything else? Nobody else wants to add in what a teapot looks like, how it is? Okay. Marco, what am I looking for? What did they miss? Huh? I said, what did they all miss? You know where I'm going with this. Okay? Maybe you say a large area to hold tea, a lid on top, a handle with the lid to open it, handle to allow for pouring, a spout. We had a lot of these, right? Made of a non-porous, heat-resistant material. You said, you know, ceramic or glass. Okay, there you go. There's your teapot. Okay? That's exactly what you all just described to me as people who use a teapot, have seen teapots, know what a teapot is, and I designed this. Okay. In fact, this isn't even a teapot, this is actually a coffee pot, but they call it in some places the masochist teapot. This is the Cafeteria per Masochisti, so you see there, that is a coffee pot or a teapot for masochists. Because it burns you, yeah, exactly, right? And this is out of a book having to do with impossible objects, or objects that kind of meet with a certain definition but fail, okay? And again, this is really this type of artistic idea, but sometimes this is what we're giving to our users. This is what we're giving to that. With what you told me, what were the requirements on this teapot, I could build this and say I met with your requirements. Because you didn't say, the spout has to go on the other side of the handle. Right? It's a simple assumption that I, as a developer of this system, did not take into account. So this meets with your specification. Okay? Now, if you're in an engineering context and I built you this, I would say, well, that requires a change order and more money. Okay? When you're developing a game, though, you know what's going to happen if I give you that? You're going to get bad reviews on your game. People are not going to want to play it. Play testing helps catch this, right? You build this thing and you say, here's your teapot. You're going to go, why is the spout on the same side as the handle? Well, your specification didn't say otherwise. Okay. If you're a masochist, this is perfectly fine. Yes, again, the specifications define the behavior. Then if I give you a normal teapot, you're like, this isn't cool, right? I got to pour it on my other arm. I like burning this arm.
Arguably, the masochist could just like hold the sides of the teapot instead of using the handle.
It's like Kwai Jane King, right? In that he just puts his arms on either side of the hot pot and burns the okay. Yeah, maybe that. Okay. So what went wrong? What went wrong in this scenario? And really this is talking to a user as a developer 101. Because this is the common issue. You go to a user, you say, what do you want? But they don't have the vocabulary to sometimes to tell you what they want, right? You're thinking in terms of this kind of higher level, okay, well, I need to use this method to do this, to do that, to do that. A user's thinking about I want a computer to work, right? They just want it to work. Bless you. So they don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so I made something that met with the specification. I really did. I made something I tried as hard as possible to meet with your specifications. Everything you told me was beautifully factually correct, right? They all were correct. I agree with everything that you just said. Everything that you told me was in the final model. It's all there. As per your instructions. But conceptually, I missed the point. I didn't factor in what the purpose of that object was. I didn't think about that, right? I didn't think how it would be utilized. I only thought about it from the standpoint of you gave me a specification, I built it to the specification. I only thought about the form of the object. My realization is not looking at your use. I didn't look at your use case. I didn't look at why were we building this thing to begin with. I didn't look at how is it going to be utilized. I didn't look at the space that it was in. And you see this all the time in design. You see this all the time. If you go outside, you will see these trails, right, beaten into dirt all over the place, at large shopping complexes, at universities. Shoot, where I went at University of Guelph, there was one that went right across the middle of this big area known as Johnston's Green. In fact, that walking pathway is so driven into the ground that Google Maps thinks it's a road. Okay? These are known as ant paths. And why are they there? Because an architect didn't think about how would people use this space. They thought this looks pretty. Right? If you have this big meandering path to get between two buildings and you're an architect, that's beautiful, it's wonderful, it's glorious. You walk through all these trees, right? You can have this nice meandering pathway. It's beautiful, it's glorious. If you're a student and you've got a class, or a professor, and you've got a class on the other side of campus, what route are you taking? Tiptoe through the tulips, over top of them, I ignore the sign that says don't walk on the grass because I gotta get to class. Okay, that's what you're doing. You're gonna just run right through. You're not gonna care about the landscaping and all of these pieces of it. That's gonna be the one that's gonna be the emoji now. That's gonna be the meme, is me singing that. That's gonna get shot. That's a short. That's a YouTube short. Okay? I didn't look into your actions. I didn't at all look into your actions. This gets back to understanding your user. Now, I come from the Toyota production process, and there's a big, long, giant Japanese word that basically amounts to, and it sounds actually like this in English, go get your boots on. When we were engineers in the automotive plant, one of the biggest things and the biggest pieces of value was going and getting your boots on and going down to the line and seeing how that machine worked. And the difference between solving a problem and not solving a problem oftentimes was this. I'll give you an example of this. When I was working in automotive, one of the parts that I was working on had this big frontal horn area. And it had a pin that pushes into the front of the car. It had two cutouts for the lights, and that came up on a horn in the middle where it had the logo of the company. And you would push that into the car, and there was two plastic pins. If either of those plastic pins broke, it's a scrap part. We would have to make it again because it doesn't push, and then your hood line's not flush. that is a scrap part. If it happens when we mold the part, we chop back up the plastic, put it through the thing again. If we paint that part, we can't easily reclaim it, because now you've got paint on top of that surface. If it goes back through the plastic thing, it's going to mess things up. Okay? So a part that is chop it back up versus workable part, and if it gets to assembly and they start putting headlights in it, we have to rip all of that out once we realize this mistake. Okay, so the farther it goes in the process, if this thing's broken, it's a scrap part. It's going to waste us money, it's going to waste us time, it's going to waste us effort. And at the time, this was also a certain car manufacturer and program, which I'm not going to release, that was having some problems inside of our plant. Okay. So I was asked, and part of that team that went through trying to figure out where is this thing breaking. And we had a defect system where you would scan the part and you would put the defect into it, and then it would print it out in the morning. And so we kept on seeing them in molding. In the first stage of the process, there was tons of them in molding. And there was very few in paint, and there was very few in assembly. But we would get calls from assembly going, we've got broken pieces here, right? So we couldn't figure out where this problem was happening and what was going on with it. And so I put my boots on, and I went down to all of these defect stations. And there is a guy, and there's this whole piece of defect parts. He bleeps the QR code on it. We all know what those are now. Back when I used to say, he bleeped the QR code, people would go, what's a QR code? We all know what they are now. He would bleep the QR code, up would come the part, he would put in the defect into the system. That was his entire job, all day. Sounds fun, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. He got paid well. That's the one thing about automotive work. You usually get paid well to do those types of things. So I go down and I say hello to him. We've chatted like before in the lunchroom, or I've gone through the thing. And I say, how are you doing today? Oh, well. I said, have you been seeing this defect? And I had a sample hood line and saying this. Oh yeah, we see them all the time. I said, well, the data isn't showing it. What's going on? Oh, the team leader was by, and he said that that defect is being caused by molding. That there's an error over in molding, so I've been putting it in as molding error. So it was crediting the error to a different area of the line and station than the paint area. I said, thank you so much. Walk off. Walk back to the afternoon shift, and I say, hey, have you been seeing this error? Oh yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that error. I said, what have you been putting in the system in as? Hood line defect. Oh, okay. Because it was a defect that happened around the hood line. Okay, fair enough. So I get back and I issue what's known as basically we had standardized work instructions, so I issued a change order, right? Notice to all defect operators, this defect is to be put in the system as the following until time of whatever, enter, bam. Out comes a one sheet, goes to every single operator. I go down there, I say, hey, we've got this, please put it in as this. I go to the operator and I say, hey, we got this, put it in as this. The next day, the data spikes in paint. Molding goes down a bit, paint spikes back up. The engineers are looking at each other and going, what just happened? So I go back, and then we start narrowing down where the problem happens. We eventually trace it down to how they're putting we had these big paint bucks, and how they're putting the part on it. The method that they were using would slap that horn off the top of the buck and shear the pin, breaking it. And so we knew where that was, and then we figured out a way to do a load that wouldn't cause that break to happen. We would load it from the other way. And that would put the force in a different part of the part, and it wouldn't break the pins. So we put out another change order, and this problem drastically went away. The big reason why I tell you this story is the only way I was able to solve this was two reasons. One, I went and I talked to the actual operators on the floor and asked them what they were seeing and what they were doing and how they were putting stuff into the system. I went and I got my boots on and went to the actual user of the product and said, how do you deal with this? And the second thing with it was, sometimes the data that you're getting in your system does not match what's actually happening because other things got in the way. All of these operators were doing exactly what they were told, trained to do, and doing it. But it wasn't what we expected out of the data. It wasn't what we wanted out of it. So the communication wasn't there. So this was a problem that extended weeks. And nobody other than myself went down and just said, hey guys, what's going on? And as soon as that happened, I went to the weekly report out. We said we solved the problem, and everybody's giving me the praise for solving this huge, giant problem. And really, you know what I said? I said, no, it was the operators on the line that I talked to that solved this problem, because when they communicated with me what the issues were and how they were happening, that's how we knew where to send the engineering team to do a solution. It's targeting. So, rely on your play testers. Get good ones. Get ones that are going to tell you, I don't like it and here's why. And be willing to accept that criticism too. You know, games, it's a very much a system in which we're artists as well, right? We have passion projects for what we do. We're doing this because we want to release our vision upon the world. And it's so hard sometimes to divorce yourself as the creator with also the player wanting that experience. So at the end of the day, sometimes you also, in this field, you're building it for someone else and for someone else's enjoyment as well, not just your own thoughts and that. And you can keep your artistic vision and your idea of what's supposed to happen and how this thing works while still responding to your player's needs in terms of activation of that, okay? Now, you see this all the time in communication inside of lean development, agile, scrum techniques. They're all having to do with, hey, let's talk to our user more. Okay? And it's sad because gone are the days in which you can be the computer scientist introvert sitting in a dark room and never talking to everyone. And I know a lot of people like to do that. That's fine. But you also have to sometimes have that public face and be willing to accept feedback and criticism. In fact, I hope that you get to a point too where you're not only wanting to hear that criticism, but you're actively seeking it out and valuing the people that give it to you. Because at the end of the day, your play testers, they want a glorious game to play. They want you to succeed. Right? A lot of the times with, especially for indie development or for groups like that, it's people that are doing this of their own free will and generosity to help you with it. Okay? Don't disrespect their time. Don't disrespect their actions to help you genuinely build something cool. Okay? Now again, when we're kind of looking at affordance theory and when we're looking at how do objects work within the universe or how do we talk to users, and I think I got into a little bit of this in terms of development, you know, and talking to users and taking feedback appropriately and taking feedback also from the standpoint of divorced from the creation that you're making. Sometimes you have to kind of act like an alien. And I really, really, really love Strange Planet. This is one of my favorite webcomics. It's so good. It has these little kind of, you know, blue happy aliens, and they are trying to kind of understand the world in which they live. But they use different terminology than us for things. So like cookies, for example, right, are baked sugar discs, right? Things like that. Or, hello, it's me from the front of the flying machine. We are going to be flying very, very high. If you look out your windows, you can see how high we're flying. If we have a good flight with no shaking, then my friends will come around and give you tiny snacks. But if we have some shaking in the flight, there will be no snacks. And then the other alien's like, hoping for snacks. You know, that's really like, okay, they're flying on an aircraft and like, you know, yeah, the stewardess or stewards will come by and give them some you know, snacks, as we all are used to, except for if you're on Air Canada. Sorry, Marco. You know, then you got to pay too. They want those currency discs as well. And so here is a couple of these aliens going through and understanding this, you know, board game called Contrived, which is kind of interesting. And the one says, well, what's the purpose of this? And then the one says, for the group, entertainment. And the other one goes, friends. And he says, but individually, domination. Inferiors. Are you confident that you understand? For me, ignorance is confidence. Then you will use valiantly. It will be bittersweet. Right? I think that's pretty much how board games work, right? For the group, we're going to be entertained, but individually, we're trying to win the game, right? And this is putting this into this kind of very, you know, outsider view of this. They're just learning about their environment. Another great way to maybe take this is act like a child who's never seen this thing before. Okay, so they're trying to understand that. Common objects to them are astonishing. So, for example, they call sunburn star damage. I have star damage. Look at my glorious star damage. Coffee is jitter liquid. So, we had some nice jitter liquid created earlier today. Okay. And when we act like an alien, we're kind of then going back to this initialization of what is this thing? Okay, what is this object? A pen. Yeah, no, this isn't a trick question. What is this object? Huh? A scribbler. Okay, you're starting to get in the right direction, but a pen, yes. Now, if you were an alien, this would be a scribbler. But what if you really didn't understand this at all? What could this be? A cylinder. A stabber. Yeah. A coffee stirrer. I have before. A button presser. Right? Could be a doorstop. Could be a fidgety thing, right? Lots of people fidget with their pen. What else could it be? A toothpick. Okay, you're going to be a bit blue in the mouth, but maybe you get that thing out. Yeah? Anything else? A clicker. Right? A signal. Listen. This one doesn't have a clicker, but if your pen had a clicker, yeah, maybe it's a signal. Okay, a nose picker. Okay. So we can see this with a lot of objects. You know, what is this thing, right? If I handed you an unknown object, how would you go about learning what it does? Test it in some ways, yeah? You'd ask somebody, okay, so we'd have shared knowledges against this. Now you come upon this when you're traveling all the time, right? Right? How many, you know, goofy videos have you seen of people using bidets in weird ways, right? Okay. No, but there's things that we take for granted that we know how to use that other people would not know easily how to use. My wife and I are right now putting in a couch the other day, and I handed her a pocket knife to open up the box for the couch. She got it open. Huzzah. Then she's like, how do I close this thing? And I'm like, it's a liner lock. She's like, what do you mean, a liner lock? The thing interior, you push it this way, and then you close the blade. Huh? You push it this way, then close the blade. What? So she finally handed it to me. I showed her, you push it this way and then you close the blade. She's like, that's dumb. I'm like, no, it's super safe. It's a great way for them to do it. But if you've never been handed a liner lock knife, if you've only had like, you know, just a normal, you know, non-locking blade, and this is your first time touching it, it's confusing. In fact, a lot of art is confusing you about this, right? It's taking some sort of nominal common day object and then making it hard to use to kind of trick you, right? That's what a lot of puzzles do, that, puzzle boxes, okay? They're kind of subversions of this. Now, my question with you is, when you're building a game, are you utilizing the tropes that are inherent within it? Have you ever seen someone, for example, use an inverted keyboard? Or if you're used to inversion, right? You know, if you push forward, then the thing goes down. If you push up, pull up, it goes up. And then some people invert their controls the other way. I know, it's weird to some people, right? Like pulling down on the stick makes the thing go down. Okay? In some games, that's perfectly normal and fine. But if you flip between these, it becomes very confusing very quickly, yes? Okay? If I tried to hand you like a left-handed screwdriver and you're right-handed, or for those of you that are left-handed, your world is already kind of dealing with this sort of problem. Okay. So James J. Gibson is the first kind of name of our two names that we're going to go through. He sees the affordances as anything that can be attempted with this object. So anything that this pen can do, Gibson says this pen affords. Okay? So this pen affords writing, but it also affords nose picking. It also affords, you know, coffee stirring, hopefully not after the nose picking. It affords, you know, pressing a button. All of that would be considered something that it affords. It wouldn't afford, say, being a chair. This would be a very poor chair. Okay, maybe for an ant, it's a perfect sized chair. But for human beings, not a great sized chair. If the object allows it, it is a function of the object. Okay, so we can kind of see this as the universal set of actions that I can make with this object is what Gibson says is affordances. And it focuses on the ability to perceive things that the object can allow you to do, what it affords you to do. Hence the term affordances. It's something that the object affords you to do. Like if you're paying with the object to make an action. Okay? We're so used to that in games, right? You pay with objects to make an action in the game. You pay with energy. You pay with card placements. You have this many buys. Norman says, no, that's wrong, Gibson. And they have a big, huge fight. Both of them, you know, Gibson I think passed, but at the time they had this big, huge fight with that. He says, no, affordances are the things that make sense for the object to do, that you're driven to by the object. The thing that this is afforded by is this is a pen, because it's meant to be a pen, and everything that it utilizes inside of this makes this a pen. That's the object that is afforded by it. And he writes this book, originally known as The Psychology of Everyday Things, which is later changed to and retitled The Design of Everyday Things. And I really think in a way it is more of a psychology book than it is a design book, because he's mostly looking at designs and saying, this is wrong, stop designing this way, from a psychological argument. You might have heard of the term Norman doors. Okay? And a Norman door is any door where you don't know if you should push or pull it. Okay? And Norman says, you're not dumb. You've dealt with doors all your life. How come you come up to doors and you go, I'm going to push this door, and it doesn't work? Everybody's had that experience, right? Everybody's gone up to a door and pushed it or pulled it, and you go, oh no, this is a pull door or a push door, right? Norman goes, you're not stupid. The designer's stupid because they did something that signaled you to do the wrong thing. Right? If I put a crash bar on a door, right? You know what a crash bar is? Especially on emergency doors. There's one right over there on that door, the alarm door, emergency exit one. That's a crash bar. Which way should I be able to, what, is that a push or a pull door from this perspective? Push door, right? Why? Okay. Yeah, you don't, but have we ever seen doors with a bar like across that's actually a pull door? I have. I've seen lots of doors that do that, where it's a big bar in a bar formation that you have to pull open. Okay? Conversely, maybe you're not happy with the crash door. Maybe you've not hit that. There's a handle on that other door. What does a handle signal? Pull or push? Should be pull, right? We would assume. It's a handle for pulling. How many handled doors like that have you seen that are actually push doors? How many doors have you seen with handles on both sides? Right? Bar means push, pull via handle. Makes sense. How many times do we see that violated all the time? A lot, a lot. Those are Norman doors. And then they have a little sign that says push or pull in the various languages. Okay? If you're an alien and you don't speak English, how will you know? You're doomed. Yeah. What happens? You have to push your pull and then it works and then you look and then you feel and you look stupid, right? You're not given the appropriate signals. Norman says it's not you who is stupid, it's the designer. And if we look at this door here, which way do those doors open or exit, and how do you know? Just in the back. These ones are not too bad. The thing on the top, yeah, it's going to probably push out. But how many times do you see like a glass door and the hinges are really hidden and etc. and you don't have a signal? How many times have you tried to pull a door that has a handle that really goes the other way? Right? And you get annoyed because you're like, I keep pulling this door, it has a handle, and you're being blocked this way, but if you just pushed it and it goes this way in. Okay? These are Norman doors. And so because there's such a prevalence of these everywhere, and there's just like, I think he probably could just make an entire book on, This Is Why I Hate Doors by Norman. There's almost a full chapter on that. But he goes into other stuff, and he goes into why this is super, super dangerous. And one of the examples that he gives is a nuclear plant in the United States in which they had 3 or 4 different handles, all the same handle type, all right beside each other that do different functions. Hey guys, we got a critical meltdown. Quick, pull the handle. Which one? The handle. Okay. No, not that handle. There's an example in Rick and Morty with the Phoenix protocol, right? Okay, Morty, did you just flip the wrong light switch and then quickly flip back the right light switch? Okay, Rick really set Morty up for failure there. He did. It's there because he put 2 light switches, the one that actually just controls the garage lights and the other one that controls his secretive, cloning experiment in the basement, the power to it, right beside each other with the same switch. Okay? Don't be like Rick. Don't be like these nuclear power plants. And in fact, one of the ways that they got away from this in terms of the nuclear power plant is they put 2 different handles that were different beers on the top. Okay? It works inside of beer gardens, right? They have different handles, so that way by feel you can tell I'm grabbing the right one. How many times have you put your car into reverse when you meant to put it in drive? Right? It's easy enough to do. There's all sorts of errors that are there because They're designed in terms of this, okay? And so what Norman says is design so that those errors are minimized by locking things out. Make it impossible to do. Have keyed locks. If something has to go a certain way, if you're I bought a chair, and this has got to be the most confusing set of instructions on this chair. It's absolutely terrible. I do not know which way my footrest at the bottom of this gaming chair is supposed to go. Because all it does is it has an arrow that says front, but the thing flips upside down. So is it front this way or front that way? Again, it's completely correct. It is not helpful. Okay, so part of this is you design around errors. So his principles that he comes up with is that an object, for it to afford something, the principle is it should be visible to the user. You should know immediately by looking at it what it does. When you look at this, you should know it's for writing. You should know at least where your hand is supposed to go. And there's some things inside of this that if I look at it, I think, well, this is kind of like the black tip and it's got nothing on it. This like kind of has something in it, right? It's visible that I have to hold this way. You are also having to deal with the fact that your user is creating a conceptual model in their head of how this object works, right? So if you're used to clicker pens and you look at this pen and you think it's a clicker pen, you go to click, okay, nothing happens, right? That is feedback that's happening. That's changing my conceptual model. The feedback changes my conceptual model. And there should be a mapping here. A user should be able to determine a relationship between an action and outcome, and these also should be consistent. If I do the same thing again and again and again, I should see a perceivably same result. Okay? And these probably should also be consistent not only in your own model and your own game, but they should maybe be consistent between games. Have you ever picked up a game like a first-person shooter and then you play a different first-person shooter and you're like, yeah, but my reload's now over here?
I've heard her yelling about the mapping.
Right, like different mappings between games. In a lot of genres, you could just kind of have a consistent mapping between games, or inversion inside of a flight simulator, right? There should be something that kind of like glues those things together, especially when they're games even inside of the same genre, right? Especially by the same developer, especially in the same series. We want to see those continual mappings between them. Because if I pick up Gears of War 1 and I pick up Gears of War 3, maybe there's a few different changes, but at least I know that my reload button is in the same place and my crouch button's in the same place and my, Lancer active reload's in the same place as much as possible. Okay? Now, that doesn't mean don't be creative and don't play around, but it means that just realize you're going to have to untrain your user to train back up if you're making something that is drastically different from your genre. Okay? Blinking red, right? If I'm playing a game and I see blinking red, what does that signify? Damage, right? Okay? If I make it blinking purple, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what it could be. It could be shield damage, maybe. Okay? But it's all about giving feedback and allowing for a conceptual model to be built and having consistent mapping between conceptual models. Okay? I really like to see Gibson and Norman in the same sort of debate that has been through philosophy since the beginning of time. Recorded, and that is between Plato and Aristotle. And this is The School of Athens by Raphael, and I think if you want to understand Plato and Aristotle, you can really see them as in this painting. Plato says everything is like up here, right? There's this beautiful model that everything works, and this is how it is. And Aristotle says, no, everything's down here. It's bottom up, not top down. Okay? And Plato points up to the ideal. He's pointing up to heaven. He sees this as the essence or the id. And we see these things in like Platonic forms, Platonic solids. Aristotle is realism, covering the world. He says this is an empirical-based analysis. And I see Norman and Gibson in this same bloody fight that every single philosophy goes with. Because Gibson is saying, no, affordances is everything that you could possibly do with the object. Whereas Norman is saying, no, it's only what the object was conceivably and directing you to do, okay? Here's the thing, they're both not right and they're both not wrong. Sometimes you have to see things from a top-down approach and understand them in that way. And sometimes, especially when you're doing something very small and tactical, you have to see it from an empirical point of view. So this debate moves through it. And so at the end, what we come to is a synthesis, a conjoinment of these two ideas. It's important to take into account what Gibson says, where everything that is possible is the affordance of the object. But it's also important to understand what Norman says, which is how do you direct people into these things? And so really what you can see is that Norman is giving you the what I would like my game to do, but Gibson is giving you here's all the other possibilities that somebody could think of, the error states that are possible, how they could misconstrue your actions, how they could change that. And so what happens is via a choice of signifiers and systems inside of the game that you create, you can force them out of the idea of this Gibsonian world of everything that's possible can happen. And I talked about that even yesterday when I talked about the formation of D&D, right? D&D is very Gibson. It's beautifully Gibson because everything that can be attempted, we'll just make up a rule, right? At the end of the day, it's up to the dungeon master to do that. Inside of your game is very Norman-esque. It's very, I want you to play it in this way. It's very rules-based. And so there's a transformation between this. And so anything outside of the Norman set, we can really see as being the error state or a different use case inside of this. So understanding these two visualizations of when I look at this pen, this is a pen because it holds this way, it does this thing, it turns this way, it has ink inside of it, so this is a pen. But someone else could pick this up and think that it's for picking their nose, right? How do I prevent people then from picking the nose with this pen? Well, I could do it in a few ways. I could put something that says, do not use this pen as a nose picker. And this is how it's solved legalistically, yes? This is how it's solved via a rule. And you see this in rule books. It says, do not do this thing. You see this on toasters, right? Don't throw your toaster in the bath, right? That's because somebody's done that and they got sued in the United States, and now, you know, like McDonald's, and I don't, the McDonald's hot coffee case, there's other bits of it, right? But, you know, you get a coffee, it says caution hot, okay? That is written in blood, okay? That is written in blood and third-degree burns. And yeah, they were making their coffee too hot. There's other things with that case. I think that's really, yeah, she had to get skin grafts. Like that really was, and yeah. But warning labels are written in blood. Warning labels are written in blood. And really what that is, in many senses, is it's somebody that goes, hey, I'm gonna pick my teeth with my lawnmower. And then, you know, don't use this as a toothpick has to appear on a lawnmower, okay? That's because they were busy working inside of the Gibson set. And all of us, designers and creators and etc., are like, but the Norman set says that's a silly, bloody idea. Yeah, but they're not a Norman person, they're a Gibson person, and, you know, they've got the dental records to prove it. Yes, Marco? Yeah. 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 Have you guys ever watched The Spiffing Brit or The Spiffy Brit? Yeah, he's great. I love that guy. It's like, I'm going to show you how to make millions of dollars in this game, right? And then he finds all of the exploits. Or it's the Steam Summer Sale, and let me show you how to, like, you know, make thousands of dollars off of like, you know, buying and selling things on the Steam marketplace. Yeah. Really, like, look at the people that exploit games. Look at the speedrunners. Look at all of that. That's what they're finding out. They are looking for these differences of how would you play the game. And everybody goes, nobody would play the game that way. But they do, and that's why they find all of these errors and bugs, and that's why you have play testers. What we have to get away from, too, is this idea of monolithic final design, and that everything, when you create it, is in its final, perfect, platonic form, right? Even this water bottle probably went through hundreds of thousands of different, you know, iterations to get to this shape with these ridges in this manner, such that it's both, you know, low amounts of plastic to save the environment. How's that working for us? Low amounts of plastic in order to save the environment, easily crushable, but again, strong enough that if I drop one, it's not going to shatter and spill all over the floor. Okay? Or I can pack crates of them on top of each other. Okay? So with that, there's evolution inside of design. We have to not see this as monolithic. A great book, and especially as someone that comes out of evolutionary computation, this is how I kind of see design already, but a lot of people don't. They see it as, oh, I have to be at the final form right away. In the evolution of useful things, there's a wonderful example of forks. And I never knew how much I wanted to understand about the creation and derivation of modern day cutlery until I read this book. It was so fascinating. And he goes through the idea of, if you look at medieval imagery and that, people would eat with two knives, right? One would hold the thing and the other one cut the thing, and then you'd pick it up and you'd eat it off of a knife, right? Perfect, great, good. There's an issue with this though, right? Yeah, I like my mouth. So they started also looking at it as, well, if I cut something with a knife and I'm holding it with a knife, it can sometimes rotate, right? How am I going to cut beef? Well, we have something like this, and if you've ever seen modern day carving sets and carving forks, right, it's not just one spike, it's two prongs, a big spike, right? And then the two prongs, because you're grabbing it here and here, keeps it stable, you now have a cutting surface. Well, you know what? I have this like thing that creates cutting surfaces. Maybe I now start looking at it as the two tines inside of it. And then from there, wow, I can put another couple of tines in here and make it smaller. Now I have a very small version of this, and I can cut my one slice. And then you have the modern day fork that also begins to have more of a spoon-like appearance too, because now I use it for shoveling things as well, whereas before you would use a spoon for that, right? Who eats mashed potatoes with a spoon? Anyone? Okay, sometimes? Holds the gravy better, right? Okay, but people eat them with forks, and then the fork grew in that way. So you can see this kind of evolution in design between two knives to a prong to two-pronged forks to finally the modern day IKEA fork that you can get. Okay. Another example of this in gaming. What does this square do in the rules of Monopoly? Nothing. Okay, you've read the rule book. Yeah. Okay? But what? We all think that it gives us money. Yeah, that's how I played for years. You would put the taxes in the middle and etc., right? Hasbro actually did a study on this. The rules say that nothing happens, but 68% of respondents to Hasbro said that they had never actually read the game's rules when playing Monopoly. Okay? That's your player base. Your player base is 68% of them are not going to look at your rule book. 30% of players made up rules as they went, basically as they go. And some of these house rules have now been officialized. All taxes and fines to the center of the board, whomever gets on free parking. Now, I have read multiple academic papers that talk and bemoan the fact that Monopoly is a shitty board game.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay? Ruins families. You know, but that's all board games. What are you talking about? Go back to our little alien creatures at the start. They're already starting to have a bit of a tiff. There are so many academic papers that say that Monopoly is a horrible board game, that it lasts too long, that, you know, all this. And the big issue is nobody's reading the rule book. There's so many rules inside of a Monopoly that are intended to speed up play. Like if a player is bankrupted by your hotel, you get all of their mortgaged properties as the reward for taking them out. How many people play with that rule? How many people play, okay, you've read the rule book, thank you. You read the rule book, yeah, thank you. You're the one person, okay, out of the, so we're not even up to the point right now where 68% of respondents say that they've never read, so that means that what, 32%? So you're one, how many people have read the rule book to Monopoly, cover to cover? Okay, so we're not even meeting with Hasbro right now in terms of this. Let's start with this. How many people play Monopoly? Maybe let's do that. How many people have played Monopoly? Okay, yeah, so there's enough here to say that we're not even up to the 30-some-odd%. So people probably lied to Hasbro and said, yeah, I read the rules. Okay, I think this is a weak number. I think this is actually probably higher. Many of the rules intended to speed up play are rarely utilized. You bid on properties. If you land on a property and the person can't purchase it, it's supposed to go up for an auction. How many people do that? Yeah. Do you play it online so it's easy to do that, or do you just, you know, you read the rule book and are like, and you're gonna really like harp on people. Good. He's the guy to not play Monopoly with, it seems, because he's read the rule book and he's not gonna do anything cool. So all of these rules are designed, and the original reason why Monopoly was designed, it was to show that capitalism sucks. It was communist propaganda in order to show that capitalism sucks. That was the original design of it, and then turned into that. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-10 minute break. What do you think? 10 minutes? Let's take 10 minutes. Everybody grab a coffee, everybody caffeine back up, and when we come back, I'm going to talk about an anecdotal study at MIT and bridge off from there.
Monopoly's not supposed to be a good game.
Monopoly's not supposed to be a good game. Okay, so welcome back. So we're coming back into the idea of affordances, and this is based off of an anecdotal study by a board game creator, Rob Davinow. He wrote a chapter of the Kobold's Guide to Board Game Design. He's a games developer. You might know him from a lot of like the Risk Legacy games and a lot of other legacy games. And he says that rulebooks should be minimized and rules should be embedded into the game objects. That makes perfect sense to me. And at one point in this chapter that he has in this game design book, he says that he went to MIT and he presented various board games to groups. And the big thing that he did was take out the rule books. And he said, please tell me how this game works without the rule book. And he said they did an amazing job, and that's a problem for me because it's very anecdotal. What does it mean by amazing? I don't think Marco and I, if we were like reviewing this as an academic paper, would, have accepted it. If it's just, he did an amazing job. We would prefer tables of statistics and graphs and etc. Now, Rob Davinow has multiple award-winning games developed, so I'm not taking it away from him as a developer or that this is a great idea to do, because that's there. But the problem with that to me is I'm a scientist at the end of the day, and just saying, hey, this thing is amazing is not enough really to highlight what happened, and it's not really a repeatable study because I have no way of measuring amazing. Okay, so stand back everyone, I'm going to try science with this. Okay. And so we did basically the exact same process, but what we did was we scienced it up. This is me committing science. And so all of these people are right now looking at various board games without the rules, and we gave them all big giant sheets of paper and said, please write the rules to this game. And the results were amazing, but I can tell you more about the observational process. So I observed what happened, how were they going about it, what things came out of it, how they went through the board games, how they broke down the cards. This is Carcassonne they're playing with. I think that's the exact same pen I just used today. And then we had them actually write out and put what they thought the rules were in terms of this. So this, in one of the games, okay, so there's a limit here, there's phases of the term, there's maybe 2 phases, there's building something, and on from there. So these were the presented various games. Carcassonne.
I was just saying Love Letter.
Yeah, Love Letter is great. I got it both in the English and Russian copies. So.
Flux games are okay.
The Flux games are okay, yeah. So this is the set of games that I had in my office that we went with.
I bet the professor you're talking about where he talks about how the rules should be on the cards loves Flux.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's one of the things that we said for this. To determine, we kind of also gave them an idea of what they should look for. And so we said the following aspects. Okay, what was the number of players in your game? Was a big thing that kind of came up again and again. How was the overall rules of the games? And could you find an identification of the win condition, the goals, the strategy? And so in our analysis, you can see that for a lot of them, the number of players were correctly predicted in those that kind of had different colors. So for example, Carcassonne, the different colors was a signifier. In Hive Pocket, the different colors of the pieces was a signifier. In Pirate Flux, they were able to get that. And the big issue here was we gave them the boxes. And in later studies, I would probably remove the boxes because some of them had 2 to 4 players, so kind of gave it away. Flip City, not so much. Condottieri, yes, they were able to do that. Again, this is something with colors. Then we looked through, were the rules really correctly predicted? The big one was Love Letter, is where the rules were well predicted. And again, this is a simpler game that has the rules right on the cards. Pirate Flux, not so much. There were some issues in there. Even though you would think that they would. Cthulhu Dice, no idea. Condottieri, no idea. Was a winning strategy correctly predicted? Well, in Pirate Flux, you have these things that say goal, that say, if you do this, you win the game on the card. Yeah, okay, so that became a lot easier. Carcassonne, they had a very good idea of the scoring, and that you had that track through, and the Cthulhu dice also.
Get love letter considering there's a numerical value on each card.
So the issue was kind of the winning strategy. They didn't realize how to get the. One would think, but yeah. So the parts really are just the beginning of this issue. So the results show the particular assemblage of parts is not just enough to give an insight to the rules. For example, Flip City, the number of players was actually written on the box, and we had given them the box, yet participants were unable to find that information over the time period that we gave them. Hive Pocket has nothing on the bag. There's nothing there to signify it, but still participants were able to identify the number of players because there's two colors. It's very close to chess or checkers. Okay. The best defined Pirate Flux and Carcassonne are easiest to kind of figure out some of the rules. One, Pirate Flux really had the rules embedded on the cards, and Carcassonne has colors, images, and the tiles that push in the right direction. Least well defined was Condottieri, and I love this game. It's about Renaissance, Cesare Borgia era Italy with various nation states fighting against each other with the Pope intervening every once in a while and stopping it. Okay? Now, I was before a whole bunch of Russian students when I was doing this. Now, I'm a huge fan of like the Borgias and the television series and all this sort of stuff. Not really there. The biggest reason is there's no text on those cards. So there's this thing that just looks like a scarecrow. What does that card do? I don't know. There's one that looks like a pope. What does that one do? I don't know. The player has to understand not only from color, but image and number, and the theming through it. So the big thing there is the scarecrow, when you play it, actually allows you to pick up one of the numbered cards back into your hand because it was a false army that was there. The Pope ends the battle immediately because he intervenes and says, no, for the sake of Christianity, don't do this thing. You know, so if you're familiar with Renaissance Italy, with Cesare Borgia and all of this, then you maybe have like a contextual position to this. If you don't, you're kind of out of luck in terms of it. Okay. So we did another one having to do with age and education and how does this affect outcomes. We looked at two different groups. We had, of course, the big thing is whenever you're doing these studies in an academic setting, you go to the people around you in order to like steal them. So we had two groups here. We had professors, all 16 participants, all of them had about 10 years of study or work in the computing field. Diverse international group, average age of 40, statistically less likely to play games, and only one had played more than a single hour over the previous month. Now, I cannot be in my own study for, interesting ethical reasons like, not trying to bias the data. So that wasn't me. Okay. Students, we had 37 participants, average age of 22, no more than 4 years of study within an IT field, and had an average of about 3 hours playing non-digital and 21 hours playing digital games over a month-long period. Okay. Rookie numbers. Fair enough. Okay, does age mean wisdom? Now, there's lots of arguments that age reduces the speed of learning, your actions. Arguments that it reduces logical capacity, executive function, and tilsonality. But there's also arguments that say education affords critical thinking. We would hope. Depends on who's in your class. Yet students are also more exposed to the domain as well, right? Like this is a lot of people that were not really doing a lot of games, so potentially have better conceptual model for creation like domains and are able to draw upon this. And so we looked at Hive Pocket, and out of the previous limited study, it was shown that it has some intuitive factors. The number of players, the linkages of roles between the creatures. Each creature is able to move in a way related to their type. So there's like grasshoppers, well, he bounces around and does stuff. There's spiders that are able to walk over other creatures. And so the goal is at the end to surround your opponent's queen bee with your own creatures to win. So it's analogous to chess with checkmate. So this is a comment by one of the professors in the study. I think the player wins when he can place the yellow bee piece surrounded by its soldiers. There should be a rule about one piece it can't connect to. Spider cannot connect to any other insect since it can use its web. I choose the bee to be the queen because there's 3 insects and only one piece among them. The mosquito looks like an evil soldier. The ladybug is not important enough to be queen. Ladybugs can attack ants, I guess. Okay, so they're utilizing the themology of this game in order to try to suss out the rules in terms of it. And one of the things that we see here is this whole thing of, well, there's only one queen bee and that seems to be an important piece. Maybe that's the important piece. So you can see that the professors in this case were using a very large conceptual model in order to not just grasp the point of the game, but they're utilizing the framing of the game, what the game has inside of it, what pieces are available, what their knowledge of those insects and the actions that they do, and how that informs upon it, not just the mechanical features of it. So what we did was a bit of quantitative analysis. We began to categorize, or what's also known as code, responses. So we got this all out in kind of interviews with the participants, and we found some various things, like various peoples have strengths. So this could be statements like, stones have different powers, the spider can hop over ants. And so we would code that as various pieces have different strengths. Then what we did was we utilized some statistics, yay! Because not only should we do this, professors were more likely to say that stones should be placed one at a time, more often than students. And so we have that as an actual effect size. They were less likely, however, to declare that white stones play first, but they were more likely to declare that each piece has a strength. And so we looked at their statements, we coded them against these, and if a professor made this statement or if a student made that statement, that's 1 point for that side, and then we used a statistical measure in order to see the differences. Yes? These were Russian students.
So they're Russian students, but very diverse.
Yes.
And so if it's
That may indeed be the case. Okay, but I think that the issue, anytime that you're running a study, you're trying to compare as much as you can, keep things the same, right? So probably our hope here would have been if we had, I mean, we did have a bit of a diverse team of students there too, because there was foreign students inside of that. Definitely not to the same level as the professorial staff. You're always, especially trying to kind of balance with any sort of study, trying to keep things the same as much as you can, but you're never going to really reach that point. So yes, that is a definite limitation of the study, is that maybe I'm also coding for cultural differences too, or it's hard to maybe separate educational and age differences with cultural differences. So thanks for bringing that up. Okay, anybody played this? Hanabi. I love this game. Marco's played this game. I think we've played with you, Marco, at some point. Yes. This game subverts one of the big, huge traditional rules of every single card game I've ever played. You are the only person not allowed to see your own hand of cards. You play your hand, but you're not allowed to see them. And so this is partially a team game in which you're passing information to other players. Oh, now it makes sense, right? Cool. Yeah? So what you can do as a player is you can spend a point of time to tell the player, this is the color of these cards. So I could say, this card, and this card are blue. So I could take all cards in your hand and say, these are the blue cards, or these are the red cards, etc. Or I can tell you, this and this is a 1. Has 1 firework on it. This and this have 2 fireworks on it. That could be another point of information. And your goal is to play from 1 to 5 all of the cards in sequence for a color. So what you do is you start passing information around to other people at the table in the hopes that they'll play the right card. So on the first turn, I may say, this and this are a 1. Moves to your turn. Well, now you know you're safe to play either of those, right? So you play a 1. Then it goes to the next player. So what would the next player want to know? Maybe you see that there's a 1 and it's a red 1 that's been played, and they have a red 2 and there's no other 2s in their hand. And you say, this is a this is a 2. Or you say, this is a red card. Right? So you're trying to kind of give additional signals, but sometimes they can get mixed up because maybe there's 2 red cards. Well, you have to show them what all the red cards in their hand is. So is that a signal that you want them to play or not? And you're not allowed to pass any other information or talk at the table except to pass the information that's allowed. The other thing is, every time that you pass a piece of information, you're running down this clock, and if it ever hits the end of it, or if somebody misplays a card, you start taking off your chances. And if you get to the end of these chances, then the game ends with whatever score you have. So there are also some ways via discarding cards, like if you discard one of the cards from your hand, that you can then also gain back some of those chances to pass information. Now the problem is if you discard the wrong card, like you discard the 1 existing 5, you've limited the score for the entire team. So if, for example, all of red is removed, I could spend a piece of information to tell you, here's all the red cards, these cards in your hand are red. Well, now you know it's safe to discard them. Okay. So it's a cooperative game. It's about passing information to others at the table. And so it's violating 2 of what we would see as kind of normal ways of playing this game. 1, you're the only player that doesn't see your own cards. And 2, this looks like a trick-taking game, doesn't it? It looks like something along the lines of like, oh, I have to like create all of those colored sequences in my hand. It's not cooperative, it's competitive. Those things were very hard to figure out. It's a violation of that intuitiveness. It's a subversion of the expectation. It's moving into the Gibson space and out of the Norman space. Because I would think from a Norman perspective that this is a trick-taking game, like Uno or euchre or something like that, where I'm trying to put together sequences myself, and screw you for trying to do that with your cards. In this case, it's doing that. Secondly, you're showing everyone else your cards. What game do you want to show people your cards in? Yeah, cooperative ones, right? But that's a very rare thing. So the majority of the participants, greatly confused by the rules in this game, unable to declare the game objects. Many allusions were made to poker or Uno in terms of like colored cards with sequences and numbers, and they saw it as a game of competition. Once we told them the rules, everybody wanted this game though. They're like, wow, that's cool. In fact, one professor went so far as requesting that when I next went over to Denmark, that I bring him back like 3 copies or 5 copies for Christmas gifts for people that he knew. So I'm like, anything to declare? Yes, 5 copies of Hanabi. Okay. Very confused Russian border guards. But this is a really neat subversion of that. And it's taking away from what we would see as a normal intuitive design. So even while I'm up here and I'm talking about this idea of you should show the affordances and make it so it's without rules, sometimes a subversion of it leads to a really cool game that works. So the general findings were that professors' outcomes were more likely to be very in-depth than students and generally were more correct. Students would very quickly give up on the problem, so they would actually we didn't set the interview time for a set amount. It was just kind of like spill everything that you have. And because of that, students would very quickly like say, okay, we're done. They were less likely to engage in kind of reflective thought. Nobody, however, was good at figuring out the rules of Hanabi. Hanabi, because of this, it completely opposes our normal conceptual models. It violates so many things of what we perceive a game to be. And that's really hard to it. Okay. Dice. I love dice. Okay. I spend way too much money and time and effort on dice that I never end up using, but they're pretty. I think that this is some of us are kind of dragons when it comes to this sort of stuff, right? We like to just have all the, I found this one channel on YouTube where it's a guy and he actually takes like precious stones and like grinds them into dice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have a father who's a gemologist, and I'm like, you have to see this. And he's like, oh, he's just doing it with some like amethyst. It's cool though. Of him grinding this thing away. The research work that I want to talk about now, it really, it delves into an object that these, again, I talked about it being engraved goods. I talked about the Roman soldiers having it. They are some of the oldest tools of play and of gaming, okay? And what we're going to get into in this bit of the talk is the idea of the deadly dragons of dice desires that we're going to be dealing with, if I was to title this as a system here in that. There's a lot of fun dice on the market, and especially now that there's these things called Kickstarters, and there's groups. Everybody's like, hey, I'm making dice in my backyard, right? You can go on AliExpress and just like get like dice molds and resin things and oh, nice.
I have all the supplies to start dice making at the house right now, as well as a percussion pot.
Okay, so we're going over to Gavin's place this weekend, and we're all going to make dice. That's the plan. I have a friend who actually has a company, and that's what she does. Is she makes dice as well as runs a board game store.
Canada?
Yeah.
They want my stuff.
I doubt it. Not your stuff specifically. Okay. But here's some examples here. This is a rogue set. This is all like recast dice by this Polyhero company. And so this is all of the items that a rogue would have on their person. So you can see you've got one and it's shaped like an arrow. You got another one shaped like a dagger. You got one shaped like a gem. They do that. There's the wizard set. So if you play a wizard, you can have your fireball. You can have your various like potion bottles on from there. Okay. There's of course beautiful, color ones. Hey, they're shipping everywhere and different ones funded there. Ooh, we can have kind of like, I guess, Cthulhu-esque ones with like various symbols upon them. This is my friend. So they run Little Dragon Corp, and so they do all these kind of like fun and crazy colors and metal dice sets. Some more there. Like there's just a lot of this. It's the next kind of really homegrown industry. I saw one that I was trying to get, and they were super expensive though, and they were based off of the Arizona iced tea can. Yeah. They were so beautiful. Okay, again, Monster Dice Silver. Again, a recast set. Yeah, another one. Okay. I've seen duck dice, yeah, where they got little ducks in them. Okay, so yeah, we can talk all day about dice are cool. Dice are cool. Now, a lot of these are also smaller operations. They're kind of mom and pop shops. They're sole proprietorships. They're family businesses. They're Kickstarter dreams. It's a lot of people that are doing this because they love, doing creation stuff, and they put it up on Kickstarter. And we got to remember, and as I talked about yesterday, and that this is where the big companies also started, right? The TSRs, the Games Workshop, all of them started with this sort of thing. So we have no idea as to what's going to happen out of these companies. And because of this, I really like helping out indie developers. And if there's one thing that they do not have money for, it's research. And, they can't hire a consultant to say what color to make and et cetera. And so I went to a few of these like smaller creators, and I said to them, like, if you wanted to know something about your products, what would it be? And a big one that they said is, what colors should I make? What colors? And if people say, this is my preferred color, should I make the dice in those colors, right? Like, how do I survey my audience? So it was more like marketing and like what product placements and that sort of stuff. Another big thing was fairness. So you see a lot of these dice here, some of them like the wizard set and the rogue set and those, they're not normal shapes. How would people engage with those? Do they see them as fair? If you were to bring them in front of your GM and say, this is my dice set, would they think that they are willing to play with you? Is this kind of like outside of is this kind of like, hey, you brought the wrong type of clubs to your golf, right? and we see this like performance enhancing dice. Like, is that the next thing, right? Are we going to start, drug testing D&D players or something? I don't know. And I know it's not very competitive and stuff, but you do see this every once in a while, like Warhammer tournaments and stuff. Like, these are not official, like, GW products that you're using, and there's proprietary reasons for that. But I assume that if there would probably be some, there was one with, like, dice rolling. They had a big scandal that they were rolling in behind terrain or something.
There are people who deliberately, like, hide the dice roll so they can just, like,
yeah,
flub the number.
flub the number and that sort of thing, right? Okay. But what happens if we have loaded dice? Now, casinos have dealt with this. Casinos have really, like, pushed that because of, like, craps tables and things like that, and making them clear and showing the interior so you know that they're not loaded, and yeah, exactly, right? But every time that I go to a Warhammer tournament, sorry guys. Yeah. Every time that I go to a Warhammer tournament, I don't want to have to burn my dice afterwards, unless I really lose badly, and then they go in the dice pit of shame. Dice jail, yeah. Okay, so we wanted to investigate views on fairness. How do people perceive dice when it's different than the one that they're used to using? If I'm a company, if I'm Polyhero or one of these other Kickstarter-y companies, how do people perceive the fairness of our dice? In other words, what's fairness of a die in someone's opinion rather than just whether it's weighted or proper? Okay, so interesting fact, there's 30 Euclidean shapes, symmetric by both faces and edges. So these are the things that if you wanted to create a fair mathematical die using a shape, that's what you got.
Is that a weird D12? It's like a caltrop that's also D12?
Probably, yeah.
Wild.
Okay, so these are, so the idea here is that a die, to be fair, must probably be symmetrical by both faces and edges, and that a reflection or rotation, any face can be transformed into another one. And there's 30 shapes that are discovered by Euclid that have these characteristics.
You can make a set of dice. 5 out.
Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to create, so yeah, so for all of you that are interested in creating metal monstrosities for hurting people's feet, this is your set that you could throw out and they're going to land in a way. There's also some really weird ones that are not Euclidean but are still able to have similar properties, like that one, like the D1, where no matter which way that you put the object down, it always flips up to the 1. They actually engineered this. So there is a there is a D1 that literally is a die that you can roll.
Like an Ouroboros loop.
Yeah.
And there's obviously just the one number, so no matter what you do, it's all
Yeah.
the same number,
Yeah.
all the same face.
Well, because a D2 is also very interesting to create because it's called a coin. You know, if you ever flip a coin, you're really, rolling a D2 in that sort of parlance. Okay, so we had some experimental setups. So here's our various dice that we utilized. First, we had a normal pair of dice. Okay, these are what you would get out of any Monopoly kit anywhere in the world. You will get those normal dice. Okay, keeping color and stuff constant as much as possible. These are skewed dice. And you can see that this is basically just giving them a skew. It's the same amount of the face, the edges are all the same, they follow all those things, but they're slightly skewed and tilted. This pair of unusual dice here, you'll notice that this one goes 1, 2, 3, and you see that this one has like 2 6s, a 5, a 1.
This is balanced.
So this actually is a balanced set that rolls 2d6 to the same distribution as 2d6, but this one only has 3 numbers on it, and this has the rest of the distribution. Yeah. Okay. So this is that. So the question follows. All of these we know to be within engineering tolerances to be mathematically equivalent. Okay, what I mean by that is, if I was to roll this set of dice, this set of dice, and this set of dice, excuse me, hundreds of thousands of times, they would all give the same distribution to within an engineering tolerance of one another. Okay, and what I mean by engineering tolerance, maybe there's a little tiny bit of extra weight on that one side.
I mean, even the normal dice would have
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So within what we can reasonably go forward, if we consider those to be fair dice, those would also fall under that same definition of fair dice, and that would also fall under that same definition of fair dice. Mathematically, that's what we mean. Okay, so again, as you said, pip hollowing, right? You know, there's perturbations in the room, all of those things. But as far as we're concerned, we're going to say that these dice are equivalent to within an engineering tolerance of one another. Okay. Now, that's what we know to be the case. Our ground truth are these are 3 sets of fair dice. Okay? And if you're a computer scientist or a mathematician or et cetera, and we sit here and I convince you of this, right? Great, wonderful. But what about our average user? Yeah, this one maybe makes sense. This one, questionable. This one, if you saw it at a table, you'd have to go, what is going on? Yeah. Okay. And so we basically had them play a game of snakes and ladders with these dice, or a modified game of this. And it was mostly modified to reduce the play time and etc. But just to have them, everyone roll with these dice. And we asked them, okay, how was your perception? First we said at the start of this, we said, do you believe these to be fair? Yes or no? Okay. Here's this set of dice. Do you believe them to be fair? Here's the next set of dice. Do you believe them to be fair? Here's the next set of dice. Do you believe them to be fair? And then we went through and said, okay, now play a game for a little while. And after we played the game for a while, we came back and we said, do you believe these to be fair? Do you believe these to be fair? Do you believe these to be fair? So basically, post-testing, are they fair? After playing with them for a while, are they fair? Same person. Who are our participants? We had 65 participants, 48 males, 17 females aged between 18 and 57 years old. In terms of gameplay, participants had spent approximately 5 hours on average playing board games and 13 hours on average playing video games. I'd have to go back to the study, my apologies. Probably per week. More rookie numbers, so many rookie numbers. Okay, now, we went through this and we said what the majority of our participants considered a die to be fair if there's an equal probability of occurrences on all sides of the die. I agree. Some participants measured that they never thought that an unfair dice could exist and declared all of the dice to be fair.
That doesn't make sense.
Didn't know that that was a possibility. Yep. Some participants rolled the dice and to inquire. Okay, so at the start of this, and we did our thing, so most of the people said, you know, within a, again, tolerance, that the normal dice were fair. Skewed, not so much, and unusual, the other thing, not so much. So it's meeting with Gavin's expectations here. Okay, so the reason for considering this, all participants were familiar with it. The decision about the usual dice was most likely because of the related numbers on the die. For both of these, majority of the participants declared them unfair because their shape did not seem to be symmetric. Yes, Marco? Yeah. So all of them weren't used all 3 sets, and if I can remember, we randomized when we, so we didn't just do it, here's the normal set, here's the other set. I think we randomized how we presented the sets, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. No, we did this individually, so but that would probably be a really good follow-up study, is have one player with the odd dice and see if that changes perceptions. Yeah, I agree, and I think that, you know, hey, if somebody is looking for a cool project to do, that, you know, this might be a cool extension on this project if you really, really are interested in dice design.
What class can I take to play board games for?
Huh?
What class can I take where I just get people to play board games?
Well, there's my procedural content generation thing coming up. Yeah, no, you really, that's why do you think I do this job? Like, this is exactly why I do this job. This is like, my work is coming in and like having people play board games. So participants' perception of fairness after went up. So majority of them after playing with them went up, but the unusual not so much. Still very hard to convince people that, you know, maybe it was easier to convince them that the skewed was okay, but after playing, not so much with the unusual dice. Okay? So it really kind of confirmed our assumptions. And so with that, the major issue is the numbers that came up with the result of this, right? Because when we think of 2d6, right, what is the average roll on 2d6? 7. Yeah, it follows a normal distribution. So you can see with those two other dice, if you write down the numbers that appear, it follows the exact same mathematical derivation. But again, people are used to rolling 2d6s that look like this. The skewed ones, well, it's still coming up with the same number, all the faces seem symmetrical, cool. But when they were given that other one with the other distribution, they went, this doesn't make sense. I have to do math. So it's not readily available to see. Okay? Uninteresting is that they were considered not fair because it appeared funny to them, but they were actually curious to try these things out, and they wanted to confirm if they were fair or not. So one of the things is, even though there is this, I don't think these dice are fair, it actually encourages them to have that ludic experience of wanting to play with it. So with that, we looked at the dice usage. Other people, curious and informed, never thought about fairness in dice. Okay, let's go through that. Okay, I'm going to pause here for lunch, I think. Are we good to go, Gavin, or do you want me to go for a bit more?
Keep going on.
Okay, I'll keep going then. Okay. So originally, we have to remember that D&D dice were developed for teaching probability to high school students. That was the original thing for that. D6s have a much, much longer history than that, and I'm going to get into that in depth. Here is the canonical set, right? If you went and got a ChessX set, that's what you get. That's the dice that you get within it. You got a D12, you got a D6, you got a couple of D10s with different numbers on it, you got a D20, right? You got a D4, and you got a D8. Okay. Cool? We've all seen these. So we broke our study into two groups based on their experience with 7-die systems. So experienced players, unexperienced players. And then we looked at two different sets used that are aesthetically different, but they're the same ones. So on this side, we have a normal ChessX model here. So that's the call code on it. If you wanted to go and purchase this model, you would get this set of dice from ChessX, which is one of the big, huge dice companies. On the other side, we have this. This is the Wizard set by that Polyhero company. And we wanted to keep the numbering and the coloring as consistent as possible. So I actually went out after getting this set of dice and looked through all of ChessX to try to find the one that I thought was as close as possible. Okay? Again, we're going back into how do we effectively do an experiment that's looking only at the thing we want to look at. Well, I want to make sure that the color of the numbers is the same and that the color of the die is the same. These are as close as I could get between these two different companies in terms of the coloring and the numbering and etc. Okay? So I'm hoping that that doesn't influence the study outcome, that the only thing that I'm testing against is shape. So we had the Polyhero Wizard set in parchment and black ink, and I had the ivory and black marble polyhedrals from ChessX. That's a closer look at the two of them. So I tried, again, as hard as possible to keep this consistent. In fact, you can even see that they're just not even consistent because the numbers don't appear in the same, they appear in the general same positioning, but they're not engraved in the same thing. This is,
That was just rotated.
yeah, but again, I am trying as close as possible to find a matching set to this set, even though the shapes are completely different and two different, completely different companies. Yeah, okay. So this is as close as I got. I can't get any closer without like making my own dice, so we're going to hold off on that, and hopefully we can say that anything that happens in the study is probably due to and engages in fairness, has to do with the shape and not some other factor. Okay, so based on the previous studies of fineness, the recast die is often in doubt. Playing the game, however, seemed to change perceptions in the players, so we wanted to see this. Polyhero themselves has made statements that they aim for fairness in the outcome of their dice. They test for it during the design and the manufacturing, and this gets back into Gavin's statement about the drilling of the pips. They take into account the weight of the ink on each side to try to balance out their dice. And the statement by Dan May, who's one of the developers on this and then the Kickstarter, said, "We do design them to be used, not just something to look at." Again, for this study, we are going to assume that they are fair to within a reasonable surety of engineering tolerance. I'm going to take Polyhero at its word, and I'm going to take ChessX at its word that these are fair dice to start. So I'm hoping that this is only due to the perception. But I just want to go through this because, again, this sets out limitations in the study. I do not have the ability to, correct for every single engineering difference between them. Okay, so we had, in this case, players go through and play a modified D&D-like encounter. In the encounter that we used, we recast this as a TA and a student fighting over a grade on an assignment, just to have a different form of thing, and in order to take people that were not necessarily imbued in D&D culture to go through this. You can see basically the paper for the rules, and they played with both of the games. And the games and the actions were also to encourage them to use all different sizes and types of dice inside of the encounter that they had with the TA. So we tried to build this encounter as much as possible to have them roll the dice and roll different dice. So we purposely made certain things work on a D20, work on a D4, work on a D8, so that you would get an experience that was long enough and also an experience that forced you to roll different dice and feel them. Okay. And first, what we asked was basically kind of the preference of the aesthetics. We said, which one would you rather play with and use for this game? And here is the breakdown here. And what we found is experienced players preferred the recast dice. They saw this as kind of a novelty. New players wanted to use the normal set of dice. And so for this, we saw the preference rather hold the same, though, between them. So one play session was not enough to really change it. Okay. In understanding fairness, nobody said that the normal ChessX type of dice were unfair. Okay? So we only look at the fairness of the wizard set in this case. And nobody who played with the dice would move from thinking that the dice were fair to being unfair. So after a game, you didn't go, oh, I think they're now unfair. But what we did see is that 19 considered that they were unfair, but 8 changed their minds throughout the course of changing the game. So by merely playing with the dice, that was enough to have people change their mindset about whether these dice were fair or unfair in terms of this. This is for all participants, from both those that were experienced in D&D and those that weren't. Now, when we break that down across groups, we found a greater effect in the group that was inexperienced in believing that these dice were fair. Okay? To a statistically significant amount, whereas those that were experienced still had an effect, but not to the point where it's p less than 0.5. I think with this, I think that if we were to have a larger amount of experience, we would begin to see an effect. But there's a greater effect in those that are inexperienced.
It also seems like most of the experienced people also just thought they were kind of fair to begin with.
Yeah, that's part of it too. So yeah.
They analyzed it and they're like, yeah, that's
Yeah, so I think that there still is the effect of playing leads to that. With the sample size and the study that we did, we were not able to, that's still a pretty good p-value. That means that, so if you're ever reading one of these and you see it under 0.05, what that means is 1 in 20 times I've said that there is an effect when there isn't. This is more like 1 in 10 times. So it's kind of what you expect to have, right? If I had a p-value of 1, then I'm probably pretty, you know, I'm always making an error of that type. But in this case, I have a p-value of 0.12, so that's kind of looking at it as an alpha value of, what, 90 or 80, 88? Okay, so 88% of the time this effect is seen. Okay. Again, not enough that I can convince fellow scientists because they want that p-value. Take a statistics course and you'll understand more of why this is such a funny thing. But I mean, even there, like 0.05 is it's a meaningful but meaningless line. Looking at the p-value, basically smaller p-value, more effect has been seen. Okay, so what does this now say to our Kickstarter dice makers? Well, the recast dice are probably best suited for experienced players right off the bat. They're going to be the ones that are going to buy them. They're more likely to be found to be aesthetically pleasing, and they're more likely to be found fair without any difficulty. This confirms the findings in the previous study that we did in terms of the recasting, that playing with the object increases the perceptions of fairness, and perhaps companies should start looking at examples for use in their marketing. So don't just go through and say, hey, I've got these cool recast dice. Show them being played with. Show that it's fair inside of the game. Demonstrate it a bit, right? Seeing is believing in this case. It changes people's perceptions about them. So next up, we really only looked at one type of dice recast for D&D. In fact, Polyhero put out another set of these types of dice, and I have just basically what amounts to, I bought the Kickstarter out. Like, give me all the dice that you are making. What? I want all the dice you're making, right? It was Ron Swanson with bacon, or like, you know, during Leon the Professional, right? Like, what dice do you want? Everything! That was me with their next Kickstarter. So I have a whole bunch of dice sets from them that I would love to redo the study, and we could look at color and theme and a whole bunch of other stuff and see which ones are fair or not fair. Shape, theme, color. And color I'm going to talk a little bit more about. But do you want me to take the break now, or do you?
They said that'd be between 8 and...
Okay, then I'm going to keep going. So as promised, I was going to show you about cool old D6s. And one of the fun things about my life has been that I like to go to museums, and I like traveling the world to, you know, museums and seeing things when I'm in different places for conferences. And so these are actually my pictures taken inside of these museums of various dice sets from the Byzantine Rome period. This is inside of the Istanbul Archaeology Museum. And look at it. Probably if you made them out of white plastic, they'd work today. You know, if I brought those out to play Monopoly, you'd go, well, that's weird, but okay. And here again, this is inside of the State Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, another set of these types of dice that are there. Originally, dice were used for divination. They were bones cut out of animals, and you would roll them. You know, you can see that in like old, you know, various movies. Let me roll the bones. What did the bones say, right? And there was a term for this, clairvoyancy, which was dice being used for divination purposes, right? Fully formed examples with pips, as we know them, date to the Romans. And there's evidence of them being carried by soldiers. Again, is this divination? Is this a pastime? Is this gambling? There's even ones with multiple different symbols in the shape of a D20 in some of these museums. I will have to go and find that one and show you it if you wish. But there's some pictures of six-sided ones. Color psychology. Okay. There's huge psychological impacts that we see from color. Let's use red as an example. There was a whole study about how fighters that wear red actually are more likely to win in various like kickboxing and taekwondo events. It's matched with, and this was even when they were matched with a randomly assigned uniform. Red's also associated with hunger and companies using that to sell their products. You might have remembered McDonald's and before they went into the McCafe phase, where everything was red. That was in an effort via color psychology to make you buy more food, right? And if we look at the logos of various companies, what theme do we see? A lot of red, a lot of yellow. Okay? Yeah, red ones go faster. No, red, yeah. Well, the orcs definitely have color psychology. That's like part of their species. It's actually a real psionic effect that happens because of the law, right? If enough orcs believe it. Did you ever hear about the one about the orcs and they were outside fixing the ship? And another orc ship went by and said, "Hey guys, what you doing without spacesuits?" And they said, "What?" And he says, "What you guys doing without spacesuits? What do you mean? Didn't you know orcs can't breathe if you're not wearing a spacesuit?" And they immediately died. Yeah. Okay. Can anyone see the 5? Can anyone not see the 5? Okay, if you cannot see the 5, and you didn't know you're colorblind, now you know, go get tested, because you probably are colorblind. This is part of the Ishikawa color plate test. It's a 38 color plate test for color blindness. There's longer versions of this in order to figure out different things. And what we did was we kind of had to pre-check everyone before they were in this next study because it's based on color. So everybody passed, and I mean that in the nicest way to those of you that are colorblind, but we needed to, ensure that everybody was that. In the end, we had 68 subjects who progressed on to give data in the study. Okay, so first stage, we had everyone sort their papers, these colored pieces of paper, into their preference of colors. We said, what's your favorite colors? And then we also had them take these dice, and you'll notice that these dice are correlated with a color. And we said, please rank these dice by preference. What would we expect to see? I would expect to see the exact same thing, right? If you said, hey, I really like green, I want the green die. Okay, color preferences we would expect should map well to color preferences and dice. The distribution should be heavily weighted with little changes in the ordering. That didn't happen. In fact, there was no real trend that we could get out of this data. So this now poses a bit of a weird question for dice designers. If you go and you say to people, what's your favorite color? And everybody says, green. And then you make green dice, maybe it's not going to signify what your customer wants. Okay? We hoped, of course, that if I could, show you that this works. But there was no real trend, and we tried it with different Levenstein distances between, this is a fancy statistical measure that allows you to do that, and say how many perturbations and how many times did you flip dice inside of the ordering. Okay, well maybe it's not necessarily about maybe it's just the top dice, right? Maybe they just forgot and there was a lot of swaps near the tail end, right? Of what I don't care about or I don't like this die. Maybe it's just the front, right? Maybe it's just the top 3 dice are always the same. Well, that would still be good for dice manufacturers, okay? This is what we did, and there's another one coming up where we'll talk a little bit more about like different setups for the things. But I mean, like here, for example, maybe it was that this clear die should have had black pips to make it more contrast. We get into the contrast issues of it. Yes, sir. Yes. So we had them put, because what we wanted to do was get what is your preference on color ordering, and then did that match with your dice preference. So this is more of a, if I was to go to you and say, hey, what's your color preferences, could I then use that to specify what your dice preferences are? I'm trying to see, is this a surrogate for the other? If I showed you the dice and then said, what are your color preferences, I would then have to, like, you know, want to sell you pieces of colored paper based off of what your dice preferences are. Yeah.
Did you get a grant for this just so you could buy dice?
Hmm?
Did you get a grant for this whole thing just so you could build a...
No, this was a student project that just kind of came out of, like, people had to do bachelor's theses. The previous one with Broshi, he was actually a transfer student in from Spain. So no, this was just all like my normal operating funds. So no, there wasn't any grant, sadly. Yes. That might be the case. Again, you know.
Because that's like a hot pink, but that's like a pale sort of peachy pink.
Yeah.
At least what it's looking like.
Yeah, yeah. Again, this is the issue with colors, right? I'm not really going and getting Pantone dice and ensuring that they're, like, you know, exactly the same. So again, this is a limitation of the study, and this is as close as we could get at the time. But yeah. But again, I was trying, even here, just kind of getting the general preferences of color. I think it should still, if you really like purple, you would think that the purple dye would be high up, even if it's slightly different shade of purple. You would hope.
Sometimes shades can be so...
Yeah, could be.
Like, I love green, but there are certain shades.
Yep. Okay. I definitely would take that on, especially because we looked at, does the order of the string. Maybe it's the entire string. But only 37 of our 68 participants maintained their first choice of color as being their first choice of dye. Players were most likely to replace green out of their top 3 choices. Again, maybe this green is not this green. Maybe that could be the problem that we're having with this. Players were also more likely to add red in their choice of top 3 dice. Now, we saw that color preference is maybe a poor measure of what color players prefer to use. Maybe it's also the readability is what we took into account here, right? Because if you look, maybe this dye, maybe it's a color that I like, but the dye is hard to read. Maybe there's other factors here. Maybe this green dye is better to read, or this yellow dye is worse to read because it's white pips on yellow. And so what we did is we looked then at usability of various dice. So we looked at the speed at which a player could sort 5 sets of the transparent dice and 2 sets of the opaque dice, and we took 30 participants for these dice. And so we just had them, again, sort the dice based on the color as an idea of how quickly could they recognize and place this, okay? So we ran them through this. But what we found was no significant differences in the time to completions based on color. So we couldn't find a significant effect on the dice that we had used in the previous study for perception-based sorting. Then we looked at another set of dice here. These we looked at kind of unusual contrast dice. So we have like orange with white pips. We have clear with white pips. We have black on gray. We have your normal, you know, die. We have, dear God, I hope you're not colorblind. This to me is the dear God, I hope you're not colorblind die, right? Because it's green on red.
It's very old school D&D dice that you get to be like, I'm different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stay weird. Here we have, again, high contrast white on black. We have red on black. We've got black on orange. Okay, so this was to kind of look at different ways that we could look at unusual color contrasts. So they're, again, selected for their various different contrasts. Black on white was used as our control die. Okay, so if we see issues with that, we're in real big trouble. Okay, so we created then a table of what we were calling errors and confusions in rolls. So what we had people do was roll the die and then say what number was rolled on the die as part of this game that they were playing. We tape recorded this, and then what happened was we looked at both the die and what they said. And we would mark down if they say rolled a 6 and they said 1, that would be considered an error. If they rolled the die and they paused for a long time looking at the die before saying anything and it was right, we would title that a confusion. Okay, what is a long time? Well, kind of a reasonable, again, it's up to us kind of viewing the tape and going, that seems like they're confused. So there's a little bit of subjectiveness. There's not like and of course it's also dependent upon what's their normal base time for doing a read. So we got a sense even from each participant over what their normal amount of time would be by using the control die. So here we see, thankfully, congratulations to all of those of you who like the black pips on the white die. It doesn't seem to cause problems. Neither does our edgelord die over here from the D&D, or the white pips on the black die, or the black on gray. Where we really begin to see the problems is, for example, the clear, white on clear die with high numbers of errors and large numbers of confusions. And even there in this picture, I'm even confused because this is the 6 side, but you're seeing the 1 through the back of it. A little bit hard to read, right? Our bright orange 1 caused an error at some point. Our bright orange white caused some confusions, and our red on black caused some issues. So really what you can see here is this is terrible, the clear dice. And maybe this impacts what happened in that previous study about color preference. If I had used opaque dice, not transparent dice, maybe that would have changed the color preference linking to it. Maybe there was something else that they looked at those dice and saw that there. So I would have to rerun that experiment with that to see if that's the reason why there's issues. But I think in general, we can see that contrast now becomes something that if I was to go to a dice company, I would say, avoid this. Avoid the clears with the same color, low contrast definitions. So again, this is, I think this one has also got some clarity to it, but that's the only one that's really super transparent. Okay. White on clear, clear loser in the reading. Control dice of black on white works well, thank goodness. But we could also select black on gray, white on transparent black, and bright on red. Now again, beware you're colorblind, because again, we used that task to knock out everybody who's colorblind. So we were looking at just the contrast of those with high color variance. So what we've discovered, simply asking for color preference is perhaps not the best way for merchants to see the demand and color of the dice will be. Other factors seem to control the aesthetic selection of dice that don't play into the mechanics of it. Contrast, readability, whether they're exotic and novel. The question of aesthetic preference of colors, it's nice, but it's not stemming from just one factor alone. So we have to go into deeper detail with our players to figure out why are these things happening. Okay, let's take a break. Right. And when we come back, rules, rules, rules. Okay, so we're back to the IEEE CIS Summer School on Game Development. So when we left before lunch, I was talking mostly about objects, about tools. What I want to kind of talk about this afternoon is more having to do with mechanics and how do we work with rule sets and understand them. And I'm really interested in how rules are developed, both from the standpoint of inside of a game and also from the standpoint of culturally. How do we come up with these ways of working with one another on problems? And you see this in terms of, as I said earlier in the day, that so many rules are written in blood, right? That there's some reason for them, right? Don't put your tongue near the toaster, various things like that. They're usually written in blood. And when I say rules, we can also sometimes equate that with laws or requirements. Often systems create many, many rules. And there's a big reason for this, is that we kind of put a rule in place and then we go, but the system's not doing what we want it to do, put a new rule on top of it. Yeah, but now the system isn't doing what we want it to do, put a new rule on top of that. But you very rarely see a rule being eliminated or edited. You usually see a new rule superseding or adding in a carve-out. And so I wanted to kind of demonstrate this with a class about how maybe you should create rules inside of games. And I created an activity to examine rule creation. So the idea was to demonstrate how adding rules over time leads to a breakdown finally in a rule set. So as you keep on adding more and more and more and more rules to a system, the rules become less consistent and things begin to kind of fall apart. And you guys even kind of had a bit of an experience with that last night with the adding of the adding of the cards to Sushi Go, right? Is that when you added more cards in, you then had to see, well, how does it interact with all of the pre-existing cards that are in the game? And it was only via playtesting that you kind of went, well, maybe we have to modify it in order to come up with this issue. And I mentioned also yesterday about how the rules of chess evolved and changed over time. About how putting in en passant was really a correction and a fix for the fact that they changed the rules to allow pawns to move 2 squares forward. But then made it unfair. You couldn't capture that piece because it moved through that square. You have to use en passant rules. So to start out, what we did is we came together and we basically put together a game of our own creation. So I provided a space and a number of balls. Class was split into teams with a facilitator. So the facilitator mostly was there in order to kind of just follow along, not necessarily engage with the game, not necessarily to provide here's how you should do it, but mostly from a standpoint of just keeping consistency within it of the activity. The game was generated as follows. A player states a rule. Okay, this could be a simple rule like you have a ball, you have to pass the ball to someone. When you receive the ball, you have to pass it to someone. That could be a rule of the game. Play progresses for about 2 to 3 minutes until everybody goes, okay, we understand the game. And then when the group decides that the rules are too hard to follow, they declare the round over. So we just do this iterative process of adding a rule. So for example, I might say, rule number 1, you have to pass the ball when you receive it. Then you play that and people pass the ball around. Rule number 2, you score a point if you pass it to someone and then they drop it. Okay, play progresses for 2 to 3 minutes. Rule number 3, when you're holding the ball, you have to hop on 1 foot. Okay, and you can see this begins to kind of move on each other and add things in. Anybody want to do a little demonstration of this? Or we get the concept? Do you have a ball? I don't have a ball. No, but we can do something. Yeah, we can do something else. We can use something else.
Where's my spreadsheet?
You can, there we go, we got a scrunchie. Does anybody want to play with a scrunchie? If we don't want to do this, if we're too embarrassed, if this is too much of a thing, I understand. I'm an introvert too, so I'm okay. If you guys get the concept, we can move forward. Okay, cool.
No one wants physical.
Nobody wants to do physical labor. Yeah, okay. If you're in my class this term, we'll go through this process, by the way. It's actually kind of fun. Okay. And the goal was basically to continue play with the most rules possible. How many rules before we just kind of got to this silliness? And sometimes we would have other, fun, silly rules, right? Like, or in some of them, anyways, I'll get deeper into it. At the end of this, we went through a process known as the focused conversation model. This was created by a United States Army chaplain and art professor who was really interested at kind of doing talk therapy with people coming back from the wars. And it's a method of art appreciation and reflection. So how do we kind of look at an artistic object in a structured manner and understand it? And the conversational approach eschews the idea of a central expert in the teaching model and instead relies on the assumption that there's no universal truth to the appreciative process. Okay? So when I bring people in to do a board game and understand it and to go through this process, their perceptions are what I'm trying to measure. How does this affect them? The affective domain, as Marco was talking about. How does this rely on their emotions? Some people are going to play through a board game and be very happy. Some people are going to be upset because their friends screwed them over in it. Some are going to be, frustrated because they don't understand the rules. So we want to kind of allow people to bring forth all of those emotional aspects of the game so that way we can get to this idea and this kind of ideal of fun, right? What does it mean for a game to be fun? It's a really, when you begin to kind of think deeper into it, it's a very hard concept. Because for some of you, I'm certain Dark Souls is fun. It's the most fun that you've ever had, is playing Dark Souls. For other people, it's frustrating and annoying, and why would you ever touch that thing, right? Okay. So with that kind of differentiation inside of it, we don't really have an expert as to all games should play this way. And I think it wouldn't be very great if we did. If I was just the expert of games who could say, games must be designed in this manner. Well, maybe that designs games that I want to play. Maybe that doesn't design games that people want to play. Yeah, because I'm not people. Okay. So truth is based on observing several different subjective opinions in this model, not the result of the existence of a necessarily objective truth. And this is also called the ORID, or ORID method, after the stages that are involved in the questioning. So what we did was we looked at the world of games. I'm going to avoid the common folly of stating analog or digital games. We realized the need for development of shared truths within the rule set. There is a kind of an objective truth inside of what we're building. It's called the rules. You're supposed to follow them. This gentleman over here actually read the rule book. I might hold you to them, right? We usually don't like that person. We call them the rules lawyer because they're fun. Right? That's fine. That's okay. Are you having fun? There you go. Great. Perfect. So being a set of rules which they abide by and what is out of bounds is normally also a collective experience at the table. And this is never so much highlighted as when you have a group under a games master. How many here are a games master inside of a D&D campaign? Raise your hand if you've ever been a games master. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. How many of you have played like D&D or some other tabletop role-playing game and been involved with a games master? Okay. Have you ever had an instance of a player death? Yeah. Okay. Did you always kill that player even though the rules said they die?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, no. Oh, they were just trying to kick you out. That's all that was. Roll up a new one, man.
I have this one character.
I was already like 7,000 hours in that. I want to make a new one.
I made one into an undead character. She really liked her character, so we made her. She got fully into this undead plot.
Right. And why did you do that? Because it was cool, right? The rule of cool.
Died so often.
And she died right. So if you make her an undead character, she won't die. You know, and this is the thing. We sometimes we do this all the time with children, right? Tic-tac-toe. Who's ever played tic-tac-toe with a child? Yeah? Who has won tic-tac-toe versus a child? Same hands go up. Yeah, no, really. But have you ever lost at tic-tac-toe on purpose? Yeah. Yeah, we've all done that. Especially if you have siblings, right? You've done stuff to kind of like let them win or, you know, keep it tighter than it actually is, or you'll be playing Mario Kart and you'll slow down. Because if you just demolish your sibling, now I had a sister, so maybe that's different too. Maybe if you had brothers, you were able to beat them up better. But I had a little sister. And you know what? Sometimes, you know, you just have to like hold off on your super abilities and let them win sometime, because then otherwise they don't want to continue playing with you or something like that, right? Yeah. Okay. So the rules are there for the most part, right? They set the bounds. They set we must do it this way. But then we're also dealing with the fact that we're working with humans, right? Who have emotions, that want certain things. And creating a character that's undead out of their character after they die in a D&D game satisfies the rule of cool, goes back to the idea of the GM is able to, you know, basically play God. I'm certain some people have even done campaigns where they've gone to try to like save a player character from peril by recovering them from the afterworld and doing that. That's always a neat, you know, campaign, right? Or maybe, you know, putting in some sort of contrived thing in order to have somebody like wriggle out of that. There's a few game systems that even encourage this. There's one known as Hillfolk. One of the core rules of Hillfolk, a player character may not die unless everyone at the table agrees.
I like that.
Yeah, that would, yeah. So you can't, now, the thing is with that, there's nothing that say we can't hideously like murderlate you, you know, and maim you and turn you into like, you know, as we saw here, some undead conglomeration that comes back to life, or like, you know, you're spending the rest of the game in your wheelchair playing, you know, a private detective from the sidelines or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, but inside of that system, it has a release valve for this one where everybody needs to agree that narratively this person must die. And the idea also of Hillfolk is it's kind of set up as an ongoing television series. So you could all just agree, you know what, narratively, my character has to die. This is the right time for it. This is Ned Stark in Game of Thrones. Hand goes up. Great, I roll up a new character, but we all told this story together and it was so wonderful. Or it could be, as you said, right? I don't want my character to die in this. Great, but we like do something. What could we do that would like, you know, get you out of this situation, but you're changed as a result, right? How would this narratively fit into it, right? Like you've put yourself, or you've been put in a situation that is so precarious. How do we get you out of it? We're the writers in this writer's room. Okay, how do we get this character out of this thing? Well, it was a clone, you know, and like, or you have a twin, or, you know, like, we see that on soap operas, right? Yeah. We don't want to murder George Clooney, but his character kind of has to die. I'm his twin brother, and George Clooney comes back with an eye patch. You know, it's like that sort of thing. We could do that. Are you okay with that? Yeah, okay.
When a new player's character dies and they just write down a 2 next to the name, saying it's the second, just like their child.
Well, there's actually a wonderful system known as Paranoia that has, inside of it, you have a 6-pack of clones. So if you die, you actually do come back as a character with the number 2 behind their name. Because your clone has been like released from the cloning vat when they die.
There's that mobile game too, right, where every time you die, you're playing another the child of that character. I think it's like Blade Infinity or something.
Yeah.
Like that dodgy mobile game.
Yeah. Okay, so again, we can see rules as being these kind of laws within our society, and sometimes we violate the rules within our society, right? We do this with laws all the time inside of, nation states and et cetera, right? There's this thing called the pardon process, right? We're willing to sometimes say, yeah, you broke the law, but yeah, right? You're okay. Or there's things like self-defense. Yeah, you broke the law, but you were doing it for a greater cause. There's things like necessity, or that, these are like all various defenses that you can make to a criminal act. Sometimes it's like, and sometimes you just go, you know what, I'm going to violate the law because I'm protesting the law. So when we start through this process, we usually begin with questions that deal with objective. So this is stuff that we can all see, taste, touch, hear, sort of things. So base questions that are not putting the objective facts without recourse to emotions, beliefs, or interpretations. That's later in the process. First, what I would say is we played this game. What happened? What occurred? What rules were created? How many rules were created? What were those rules? None of those should then pull into, well, how did you feel about those rules, or what rules did you like? No, just what happened. And even just getting an idea of what happened in a situation can be really, really hard. And you see this especially with, eyewitness testimony said that you were there. Eyewitnesses are tricked and lie and don't understand all the time. And there's a wonderful example of this. There was a study in which researchers brought people into a room and showed them a video. And it was people bouncing a basketball back and forth to each other. And they were asked, please count the number of times that the ball was thrown between each other. Well, they counted that, and they come to the end, and they ask the first question. And they say, how many times was the basketball passed? And people say, 47. Great. When did the gorilla enter the picture? Free Harambe. Okay. Okay. And so what actually happened, and what they were actually testing, is they were trying to see the veracity of eyewitness testimony. And they had them bouncing this ball, and in the middle, a big giant gorilla, a guy in one of those gorilla costumes, comes into the middle of the frame, waves at the camera, dances around a bit, and walks off. But because people were hyper-focused on how many times the ball was being bounced, they couldn't recall the gorilla even appearing. So now the police come to you, and they say, when did the gorilla get there, sir? What color was the gorilla? How tall was this gorilla? What ethnicity was this gorilla? Did he have any distinguishable marks on this gorilla? Right? You're going to think, yeah, that's kind of right. And then they do a lineup, and they show you these people, and you go, it's that guy. And they've maybe jiggered the lineup to make you pick, the guy that they've picked up on the street. Meanwhile, there's this, nice gorilla that was just walking home, coming back from his band recital, which is what I'm told via, sing that gorillas do. And he's picked up, and next thing you know, he's in jail, and then his son is on television, and he breaks out, and, that's how Sing worked, I think. That was the movie Sing. Okay, so eyewitness testimony, maybe not great. So we want to then have an idea of what happened, and a collective idea of what happened. Because people will fill in things that happened that other people have forgotten or didn't pay attention to. So we want to make sure that we have a common core as to what happened. This is the objective one. Now, this can lead to confusion, right, of what the object, and the idea of the facilitation, and what a facilitator is supposed to do is if somebody says, this happened, and I didn't like it. Okay, great. Hold off on the second part. We're going to get to that. What happened is the question. Because everybody wants to go into the future of this, right? Everybody wants to go, I saw this, this happened, I don't like it, we should do this right off the bat. But first we need to know exactly what happened, because maybe you don't have the full picture. So objective questions. What instructions were given by the facilitator? That's a great one, because sometimes people didn't listen to instructions. People didn't read the board game. What objects did you use? Well, I'm hoping to hear that they used the balls that I handed to them to a certain extent. Maybe they had other objects that they used. How many rules did you make? What were the rules that you produced? What rule caused you to end the game? Notice, I'm not going anywhere deeper than this. I just want to know what happened. Just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. We then get into the reflective level. So I do want the base feelings. Now I'm starting to get into something that's moving closer into, okay, you added that rule. What did you feel in that moment when that rule was created, right? Just that surface level, very simplistic surface level of this. And so this is immediately, quite often, a personal reaction to what happened in it. And so at this level, this is examining the surface relations between those objective facts that are occurring. So various reflexive questions. How did you feel in engaging in the activity? Were you embarrassed? Were you excited? Were you angry? Were you sad? Why did you choose these objects to use in your game? As the number of rules increase, what did you notice? Which usually, you might say that that's something where it's kind of closer to an objective level question, but often when people say, what did you notice? Well, I noticed this and it made me feel this is the next part of it. So it's maybe not fully objective in my mind. What feelings did you have about the rules being produced? Well, as time went on, I felt more and more frustrated because more rules were in place and I found it harder to remember things, right? And what did you feel as the game went on towards the end? Okay, so again, now we have this idea of just that surface level questioning. Now people, again, will want to move right to the end and go, and I think we should stop them. Stop them. No, no, don't tell me that yet. Because again, we're trying to see how people felt around there. And everybody needs to understand what other people felt. Because maybe I felt really excited when I did that thing and you felt angry that I did that. Maybe I felt that someone was sleeping and wasn't paying attention, but they felt, you know what, I'm really paying attention, but that's, you know, I'm kind of tired and I'm just trying to like get through my day, right? That's important to get that, because it might change what the decision-making process is later. Because if I feel that person's sleeping in my class, my decision might be, wake people up. But if they feel as if they were paying attention, and that they're just feeling tired, but they were paying attention, and I learned that, my decision changes. Maybe I'm better and okay with them doing that thing in my class. Okay? We had that kind of conversation at lunch even. Now we get into a deeper idea of this. Now we're kind of linking these things together. We've got the objective piece, we have the how did we feel piece. Now we're trying to understand why did we feel this way and why did these things happen? So we're looking at the meaning in terms of connections between these things. So again, we're looking at the values of the participants. What did they enjoy about the game? Now we can start to have the, well, this happened, you both felt this way. Why did that happen? What happened here? Questions in here. What rules were better for the game? What increased the enjoyment? What rules were contradictory and had problems with them? And how did you solve that problem inside of the game? What rule caused you to end the game and why? Why did that rule cause you to do it? So what rule ended the game is maybe objective, but why did you end the game on that rule is more of the interpretive. Why? Finally, we get to D, which is decision. And this is what we've been headed to this entire time. This is what we as game developers are interested in, right? What decision should we do? How should we change this game? This is the answer that you want, right? And so often we go to someone and we say, okay, you've played my game, what changes should I make? That's your first question. But then you get, change this. And you go, but I don't want to change that. It's because you didn't ask these other levels of questions beforehand. You went straight here. So now you don't understand what the process was to come to the decision. This is why a structured methodology of asking your playtesters questions leads to a better result in the end. Because now you've heard what happened, you've heard why they felt that way, you've heard what they felt, and you've heard why they feel that way. Now they're going to make a suggestion. They're going to make a decision with you and say, I think the game should be changed in this manner. Or, I don't think I would have had that problem if these changes were there. Or maybe, I think the game works really great. That could be an outcome of this too. Like, it changed my perspective of this in this manner. And maybe that's something also where you get some marketing ideas for it too. Like, maybe you thought that the value of your game was this feature. But then as you went through this, you saw a lot of people said, no, it's this feature. This is the new thing that's novel and cool about your game, right? Maybe I thought the novel and cool thing about Hanabi was the message passing interface. But they tell me it's because it subverts their ideas of flipping the cards towards other players. I don't know. Okay? So from that, this naturally leads itself to documentation of an action plan, this process at the end. This is where you finally begin to, you have, here's what happened, this is why it happened, this is what we think happened, this is how we can change the game. And now you have like a full idea of it. So decisional questions. What rules would you want to keep in future games? What rules would you want to avoid in future games? What did you learn about rule systems in particular? So this methodology can also be used in other formats. Do you like this art? Right? How many people said, do you like this art? Yeah, it's okay. Okay, again, you asked for a decisional question. Keep art, get rid of art. You didn't go through and say, well, what spoke to you about it? What art are we looking at, right? What art are we looking at? That should be the first question. What art are you referring to? Which pieces of the art? Is it the character models? Is it the background? Is it the full aesthetic feel of the thing? Why did it make you feel that way? Why did the art impress this upon you in that way? What other art assets might be useful to impress that sort of idea upon you? How did the art work with the mechanics? Did the art work with the mechanics? Did it inform you and give you accessibility to what this character is able to do? Right? Because if I'm making, for example, Darkest Dungeon, and I create a character that looks like a plague doctor, what am I going to expect his attacks to be? Poisons, or send rats at people, or heal the team, or something like that, right? Like, that makes sense. If all of a sudden he like brings out his big giant doctor stick and like ranks off, okay? Just as if you're playing D&D, if you're playing the barbarian character, right? Okay? We have a barbarian with high intelligence. Okay? That could be a really great subversion, right? It's the Sir Barrington of barbarians, right? He comes up, yes, the rest of my group is like that. However, I am more intellectual in terms of my pursuits.
You're just playing Professor Hulk.
Yeah, exactly.
I have a smart barbarian in my campaign.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
That's why they're so smart, because they
Yeah.
have a computer in their brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Professor Hulk smash. I mean, that's the whole like idea of the Hulk in a way, is that it's, you know, it's Bruce Banner who's like this great super scientist, and then he turns into the Hulk and is like, smash things, nerd rage, right? Okay. So in our play sessions here, and in this case they actually grabbed some other stuff, they grabbed some chairs and they were rolling the ball back and forth to each other. This team was bouncing the ball between each other there. Later rounds went longer, so it seemed that the more times that we went through this process, we could have more rules without having contradictions in these rule sets. We got better at making rules that didn't contradict and cause problems. We also saw the development of what I am terming anti-rules. That is, some rules were patched by later rules. So there might be a rule like, if you drop the ball, you're out, right? And somebody else said, you have to bounce the ball. Well, does that count as bouncing? Does bouncing count as being out? And so we had one of these situations where somebody said, oh, you know, dropping the ball means you're out, but you have to, the earlier rule was you bounce the ball to the other person. And so the one person just stood there with the ball. And everybody said, what is going on? They said, well, if I bounce the ball, I've dropped it, therefore I'm out. Right? And so then and then they went back to me, and this is the thing. They appealed to me as a facilitator, and they said, what are we supposed to do? And I said, continue with the process. Do you want to stop? Well, or could you come up with a rule? And what they did is came up with a rule that said, if the ball goes this far out, it does not count as dropping. And so they were able to patch the rule system to put this in by the introduction of a new rule. So we saw
all of the make up rules thing.
Yeah.
We were playing King's Cup, where if somebody got a king, you'd make up a rule. So there's always
Yeah.
a drinking game rules to do that on.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is very much, it's really, we're doing a camp game sort of thing, but I was doing it in an observational manner in order to kind of show a principle. And again, usually as a facilitator, all I was doing was saying, you can stop the round, or reminding them that they have the power to change the rules. That was enough to deal with a lot of these problem cases where they called me in as basically beyond my role as a facilitator, but more in my role as a referee inside of their own games. Okay, so we're going to take a bit of a break here. Any questions on rule systems, affordances? Yep. I'm sorry, I'm deaf.
Who coined the ORID method?
The ORID method. Okay, so the ORID method goes back to, it was a U.S. Army chaplain and art professor, Joseph Matthews.
Different Joseph.
Different Joseph. Yeah, the other day Marco had some stuff up. It was different Browns. Today it's a different Joseph. So, yeah. Not confusing at all. Okay, so let's take a short break while I flip out slides and we'll go.
You know how to work LDS.
Yeah.
All right, hello again, everybody. So I have a small thing for you. It's just going to be, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, something like that. But in the first class, or on Monday, you heard about how to use Git to kind of like keep track of your changes, share things with each other. And that's great. I'm 100% for Git. Git is amazing, whether you use GitHub or any other kind of repository. But there are some quirks with using Git and Unity that I wanted to tell you about, because you will find issues when you start working with multiple people. I kind of stole these slides from one of my classes, so maybe there's some things that doesn't make a lot of sense. For example, that I've been told that some of you have issues. I'm sure you don't have the issues yet, but you will get them. My students did. And especially that happens when you have to merge things. I don't know how much I don't remember how much you went into Git, but basically when you make two changes, when for example you make a change and someone else makes a change to the same file, then what Git needs to do is to merge these two changes so that you have one file that's coherent with everything that has been done by you and by your group mates. This process is called merging, and usually Git is very good at doing merging for text files, which is great. Unity also mostly saves things as text files, so that's also great. But the problem there comes up with scenes. Scenes have a special kind of hierarchy structure as a text file, and Git doesn't really know necessarily how to put those together. So if you're making changes in the same scene, and you try to put those changes together, chances are everything's gonna break. So that's the main problem that you're gonna face. So I have a couple of tips on how to set up your repository and your workflow to try to make these as smooth as possible. I would also recommend checking out a couple of videos. I have this one. You can look it up once we share the slides with everybody. And I'm going to show you a couple of screenshots on how to set things. I actually don't use GitHub itself. I use a different UI for Git called a source tree, which is my favorite one. So I have a couple of screenshots that are from that. It will look different in GitHub desktop, but more or less you should be able to find the same settings somewhere in there as well. I also found this extension for Unity, Git for Unity, that should do a lot of these things that I'm going to tell you automatically, or at least that's what they promise, but I haven't tested it properly, so I'm not completely sure. Give it a go, see if it works. But in any case, I'm going to tell you how you would do it manually. The recommended setup, I would say, is that you have Unity set to put all the assets as text. This is something that you can find in project settings. Since, I don't know, I think Unity 2020, this should be the default setting, so it should always be set to force text. But if you want to double check, just go there and see to make sure that it's set to that. Before, Unity used to make a mix between binary and text files. For the git ignore, did you cover git ignore? I don't remember. Oh, okay, so sorry. Going a little bit deeper into Git. Git allows you to share files, right? To upload changes and so on. There are some special files that you can have in your Git repository. For example, this file called .gitignore. That's just the name of the file. It should be in the root of your project. And it's just a text files when you can say, I want to ignore some specific files. I don't want to upload some of them. And this is absolutely crucial with Unity. I'm going to show you the one here for Unity. Because, for example, it tells Git to ignore everything in the library folder, in the temp folder, in the object folder, in the build folder. These are all folders that you have in your project on your computer, but it doesn't make sense to share them. It's more like temporary things to make things work on your machine, but it's not code that you would want to give to your class, to your group mate. It's just stuff that can be auto-generated by Unity, and it doesn't need to be saved. If you don't have this, you're going to end up sharing a ton of stuff that's completely pointless. It's going to make your repository really messy, because every time you want to push something, you're going to be like, oh, you change 150 files, while you just maybe change one script, like a tiny thing. So this is really crucial, having this gitignore file. And there is this one that's hosted on GitHub. There is a list of all kinds of different gitignores for whatever you're trying to code. And I definitely recommend using this. This is pretty good. It covers pretty much all the files that you don't want to upload to Git that are absolutely useless to do that. For example, also, Visual Studio caches, things that are related to the editor you're using, doesn't matter. It's not really code. It's not really objects or assets that you want to give people. Okay, thank you. So continuing on, there is another special file called Git attributes, which looks like this. Or at least this is the one I recommend you use. Git attributes is another file where we can tell Git to do special things for some type of files. If you don't have this, every file is treated as the same. They just get uploaded as text files, and that's it. If you have this, you can tell Git that there are special things you want to do for specific types of file. The main thing, we're going to see a little bit better about what this means, but you can see here that we have a lot of things about asset files, about images, about audio, which we might want to keep track of in a different way than just text, because they're not text, right? So what does this mean? What do all these weird lines mean? As I mentioned, it adds some attributes to either files or paths, so they can be treated differently. And the main things here, the interesting bits, are this diff field, which manage how changes should be treated. For example, here we assign all .cs file or your script file in C# to use as diff C#. So basically, we're just telling Git, this is the language we expect these files to be. So Git will know a bit better about how to treat differences between them. Merge allows you to change, or it allows you to specify if you want to use some specific procedure when you're trying to put together the files. And this is where things get tricky, because Unity has some special files that might not get merged really well by Git by default. EOL, you might have encountered this before, is end-of-line character. Usually Unity uses all these LF, but if you're a bit more familiar with how things differ between, for example, Windows, Mac, Linux, the different systems can have different lines or end-of-line characters. And finally, filters allow you to do specific things to the file before you upload it. So it's kind of like a pre-processing stuff. So what do we have here? If we try to take a look at one of them, for example, this for materials. we have this merge using Unity YAML merge. I don't know how, it's a bit of a mouthful. But basically, this is a tool that Unity wrote for us to do smart merging, because there are specific rules for some Unity files. So they just wrote a program that takes the two files, merges them for us, because otherwise Git might fuck things up, and then gives us the file to upload in Git. This works for scenes, prefabs, other Unity files, so that they don't break if you have more people making changes at the same time. The problem with this is that it doesn't work out of the box. You don't just have it working for you. It does work out of the box if you're using Unity's system, Unity Collab. If you use that, then you're fine. All of this stuff, more or less, is automated. It is still Git behind the scenes, but you have to pay for it. That's the tricky bit, the tricky part. So if you're fine and you have a license for Unity and you want to use Unity Collab, you're all good. Nothing else to do. But if you want to be outside of that system, if you just want to use Git on its own, then you have to set it up. You can still use the Unity YAML merge because it's just included with your Unity installation, but it doesn't work automatically. You need to set it up. And you need to set this field in Git attributes, and then it gets a little tricky. These, of course, are for Windows. If you're using Linux, it might be a little bit different. But you need to add this path to the path environment variable, which is how Windows knows where to find programs to just run using a name. So you just add this one using your Unity version in here instead. And then if you type in the command line Unity YAML merge, you should be able to run it directly like that without having to find where it actually is. So if you can test that and it works, it means at least that part is set up. And then the tricky bit is also you need to configure Git to use that. So just to give you an idea of how the workflow would look like, it would be something like this. So you have your Unity, you have your Git UI. Again, I use SourceTree. You would use GitHub Desktop, likely. Then when there is a merge conflict, Unity YAML merge is called. It takes care of pre-processing the files before they're actually put together, and then sends it to the merge manager. Merge managers are other programs. There could be a lot of them. I think there's a default one installed with GitHub Desktop, but I don't remember which one it is. Meld is an example. In the next slides, I'm going to show you an example using kdiff3, which is a very, very basic, common one, but I like it. It works fine for my use case. And then once that merge is done, then we can actually send things to our repository, to Git. So if you don't get it to work, just by adding this and getting everything in get a Unity YAML merge in the path so that you can access it, then you will need to go into your configuration for your GitHub Desktop or whatever Git UI you're using, and find these fields about external diffs and merge programs and customize them. No, what? So you would want these arguments. There's not really much to say here. It's more like you have to put them in. One thing to note is that if you do this, we're not actually using the special field here in the merge, but we're just saying by default just use Unity YAML merge for everything, which works fine, but maybe it's not the best thing. But I've had a lot of trouble to get my Git to actually pick up Unity YAML merge without this, so I think it might be necessary. Check the documentation, of course. The documentation always helps, but it's not super helpful. How do we deal with the conflict resolution? So this is the kind of error you're going to get when you have two changes in the same file and it doesn't know how to put it together. So it would give you something like this. The error again will look a little bit different in GitHub Desktop, but the concept is the same. And then you need to resolve the conflicts, which usually forces you to launch an external merge tool, which looks something like this. This is kdiff3, where you can see the one version of the file, the one with the change from someone, maybe the one with the change from your point of view, and then how do we put these together? When Git doesn't know how to do this, it just asks you, and you have to do it. Other tweaks. I've got an error when I was trying to set this up lately, where it would tell me I don't know how to open the file when Unity YAML merge would start trying to pre-process my files. And that's because UYM doesn't know which editor to use. And I found out that there is this file hidden inside the Unity folder called merge spec file, where basically it says which editor should be used, or should Unity YAML merge use when it finds there is a conflict, when it finds there is a merge to be done. And it didn't know my program because it's set up, it has some kind of like default settings for a lot of type of programs, but not for kdiff3. So I actually had to set it up manually. There is some documentation on this, but basically you just need to tell it for what kind of file, then what program do you want to use, and then you need to add the arguments yourself. That means that you need to know how to set up those arguments depending on the program you're using. Hopefully it works out of the box for you. If it doesn't, don't check this up, because this is where you can fix it. The other thing that you probably haven't seen, since I think you're pretty new to Git, is this keyword LFS. That stands for large file support. Git is very, very good with text. It's very, very bad with binary stuff, basically. So it's very nice to store small text files and combine them, but if you start uploading a lot of big files, it doesn't do so well with that, especially with changes. It's not designed for this. So there is let's say, a special version of Git called large file support, large file storage, my bad, which allows you to instead store these files in a separate repository, basically, and instead you have a pointer pointing to those. So it doesn't track as much the changes that could happen within the tiny file, within the large file. And basically, this is supported by pretty much every repository, most of them. So GitHub supports this. You just need to tell Git, or in this case GitHub, that you have to do that for some specific files. So in this case, we're saying if you have a JPG file, you need to treat it as a large file. It puts it somewhere else. You still can access it. It looks fine. But inside Git, it's treated in a different way. One of the things you might have to do is install Git LFS. You can find it at this link. I think it comes bundled in GitHub Desktop, so you might not have to. But if it gives you an error, then you need to go install it. So use it for everything that's not text. That's the main thing. So scripts, scenes, don't use it for scenes, scripts, Unity files, because those are seen as text, and you want to treat them as such. Again, is a link on how to work with large files in Unity, so you can read a bit more about it. So finally, very briefly, what is the workflow I would suggest you do? So Unity YAML merge does help, but merging scenes still can break things. So this is kind of like it's a patch solution. It can do something, but you're not 100% sure it's always gonna turn out all right. So I think that if you want to avoid this, the best thing to do is to try to avoid the problem as much as possible. So stay away from conflicts as much as possible. What does that mean? How can we achieve that? It sounds stupid because it's a simple solution, but the best thing is that you should always work in different scenes. Never two people working on the same scene. It sounds dumb, but it is actually the best solution possible. So if you keep track of who is working on what, then just make sure that you're not creating conflicts. There are other ways that you can get around this, especially if you have very large scenes. Maybe you don't want to, be stuck waiting for the other person to be done working on the scenes. So there's ways that you can combine scenes that are different into one bigger scene. Sadly, I don't have it set up on this computer. Otherwise, I would show you. I have a couple of examples on how you can do that. But maybe I'll just share just a Unity package that you can see a couple of ways that you can get around this. The other thing, I don't know if you got to that point, but Git supports branches, which means that you can say, now I'm making a new branch, I'm starting from this point of the code, just making my own thing, and then when I'm done, if I'm happy with it, I'll put it back in the main line of code. Use those. Those are great. It's so great that you can just say, I'm gonna start one new feature, see where it goes. If it goes well, great, let's put it in the main program. If it doesn't, I'll just ignore it. And I can just go back to the code I had before that I knew it worked and just continue from there. So use this and try to limit yourself to one branch, one feature. So whenever you want to work on something, make a new branch. See if it works. When it's all working fine, put it back in the main branch. Done. You want to do something else? Make a new branch again. This is a bit more controversial in some ways, the one person. Some people say that you should do one branch, one feature, one person to kind of limit the amount of issues as much as possible. I don't think this is always possible because sometimes a problem is just too large to be tackled by one person. But try to limit this as much as you can. So only the people that are working on a specific problem should work on the branch for that problem. And again, I would suggest taking a look at some of these links to see suggestions for how to structure your workflow. And as I was saying, this can be quite easy on small games with small scenes. But if you have very large games with huge scenes, this becomes more difficult. And a couple of things that I would suggest is use prefabs as much as possible. If you have, let's say you have a door in your game, you have multiple doors in your game, but all of those are a prefab, and you decide to change something about every door. If you change the prefab, you haven't changed the scene. You will see it in the scene because you made a change to the parent prefab, but you haven't actually touched the code scene, the code of the scene. Yeah. So use prefabs. Everything should be a prefab, and use those. Change those instead of changing the scene, unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Sometimes it is. Make multiple scenes and connect them in real time. This is a very cool feature that you can do. If you have a tiny scene, you can put together tiny scenes into a large scene in real time by using additive scenes. So take a look at that. It's super simple. Basically, you just say, you just ask from the code scene management.load scene mode additive, and you say basically plop in another scene into the existing scene. So you can just work on tiny scenes and put them together.
Is that like the scene manager that we use to make the pause?
Yeah, it's the scene manager that allows you to change between scenes.
Cool. You just have code or just add their scene from the full file just
exactly
onto a spot.
Exactly. So instead of saying I want to go from one scene to the other and the previous one gets scrapped, you're saying, hey, add another scene to the original one.
Just pick a location.
Yeah, you can pick a locations. Yeah. So you can just build and match. This could also be cool for procedural content generation as well. Imagine you have just like these tiny rooms, and you just bring them in, right? They're all scenes. You bring them in, and you build your level like that. Exactly. The other thing that you can do is kind of similar concept, but instead of having the scene like tiny scenes, you take your whole scene and maybe you have one area that is one prefab, another area that is another prefab. So you have all of these different prefabs that are very, let's say, sub-scenes or, yeah, like maybe a room, a building or something. And you just save those as prefabs. And again, if you change a prefab, it will show up in the scene, but you are not editing the scene itself. So that solves you a lot of problems. Basically, yeah, exactly. Basically, you can just see it as styling, right? I take one part of the scene, and this is like a big prefab. If I change that, good. And I know we haven't gotten this far, but you can check this out yourself. Scriptable objects is another way of storing data, and it basically allows you to take some of these things that we would have maybe as options inside one of our script. For example, imagine we have a player controller, and that player controller has information about how fast the player is, how much it can move, how much health it has. Usually that's connected to the script, so it's in the scene. You can use a scriptable object to basically extract this into an asset file and then just connect that to your player. So the information is not in the scene anymore, but it's outside. So it allows you to make changes, again, to the parameters of your objects without actually changing the scene itself. Yeah, so as an example, if you have an inventory, normally you would have that as a script attached to the player, but you could actually take that out and have it as an asset inside your asset folder and connect that. So it's taking out some information from the scene and putting it inside the assets. And yeah, sorry, I don't have the quick examples here. Sorry about that. So I think this is kind of where I stop. I don't have anything else. But I'll share with you the Unity package that I made for this kind of like mini talk. So you can play a little bit with that. I think I remember I had a decent README file connected to that, so you can see some of the examples on how to do these specific things. But again, remember, the main thing to take away is don't work on the same scene. Have everybody work on different scenes. Try to limit the amount of changes to scenes that only have one person do that. That's the job of one person. But yes, thank you very much. That's it. I know we covered a lot of things, and maybe some things didn't make a lot of sense. But take a look at the links and the references, and I'm sure it will help you along when you start working in groups. Thank you very much. Right. So. Well, let's see if there are any questions.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll also drink a little bit of water, just a sip.
Okay, we don't want to do dead air, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. Can we maybe move the camera to hit the, okay. Okay. So we got a little bit of time until the next presentation that's going to happen. And this is kind of the end of the road for Marco and I in terms of the thing. And I know that we've had a lot of time to talk with all of you throughout the experience. But maybe you guys still have some questions while we're here and we have this time. So is there any questions that you've been thinking up throughout the week that you're interested and want to hear about from a couple of professors that work in games?
Yeah.
Please, yes. What does IEEE stand for? It's the Institute of Electronical and Electrical Engineers. And so it's a old organization that was originally developed in order to deal with electrical engineering, but it's kind of bridged more into now computer science and other branches of electrical engineering in terms of that. So I'm a senior member, and Marco, you're not senior yet?
I'm not senior.
Okay, we got to promote you.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to bother
we'll do
me.
that at
You
some
got to
point.
bother me for senior member reference. Because
I'll do
it's
it.
not hard. You should be. You should be one.
Yes, true.
We'll get you. Okay, we're going to get Marco a senior membership in it. If you're interested, there are student memberships. They run about, like $30-ish? And it gives you an access to all of, a lot of the journals. And if you're going to any of the conferences, discounts on things like that. And also membership in IEEE Collab Tech, which is kind of a thing. If you're looking for jobs, co-op, etc., then that's a place that you can also use as a job board and hunting location. So he's trying to trick me.
Yeah.
I'm a senior member of it. He's trying to trick me with the name is. There you go. Okay, any other questions? Trying to, yeah. Yeah.
Have either of you ever worked on any big games or any games that have released? Because a lot of them.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about any stuff that you worked on.
So from an academic standpoint, I once worked on the development of automatic level generation for Hotline Miami. That was not with the game developers themselves, but they had a system, and we did a whole bunch of reverse engineering on how their level structure was, and we were able to do with that. And then there was the situation with Valve. So I haven't worked for a games company, but in terms of communicating with that, yes. And I've also done a lot of work with mostly independent and smaller producers. Marco, anything that you can share that you're not under an NDA for?
Sadly, I can't say that I have published any real games. I really wanted to, and I made a few small games when I was a master student, so on. But no, sadly, it's a bit difficult, as we already talked about the other day, to actually get into a company in a way that makes sense for all of us.
And it really is. Professor is 5 part-time jobs.
Yeah.
Which is equivalent to 1 full-time paycheck.
Yeah.
So kind of, it's one of those things where I love to, people are always saying, oh, did you develop any games? I'm like, I would love to in my copious spare time, but
But sometimes we get students to work on together with some game companies. I had a student that worked on. Oh, now I'm forgetting the game. Conquistador something. It was it's a medium large. Role-playing game, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong about the name. I'll look it up later just to make sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a lot easier to get some students to work on them if we can get some contacts with the game companies, because then they have someone that actually can stay there and work a bit more thoroughly on some specific things for them, rather than us being like, hey, maybe we'll get something for you in a few years.
I'm going to show up for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to have to go off and do whatever else I'm doing inside of this. But yeah, so good question though. And I mean, there's a few games academics who have had industry stints and then went into academia. Usually what happens is they do an industry stint, and then they're like, I don't like this. Kind of like what I did with the automotive industry, right? And then they go off and they're like, you know what, I much prefer this lifestyle of teaching. And sometimes it's the other way, right? They get into this and they go, well, I don't like teaching students. I'm going to go back into industry and do that. So it's kind of like a back and forth movement, but it's very rare to find somebody that's both working at a games company and has a job as a professor. They're kind of, one or the other, not both. But great question. Anyone else?
Ooh, that's a difficult question.
Marco, you go first.
Also, what makes you prefer one over the other?
Oh my God, that is a difficult question. I'm not sure I can say that I really prefer. I mean, if I look at my favorite games, I guess most of them are 3D, but there's a lot of 2D games that are amazing. I think what's more important than 2D or 3D is the art direction. That really gets me going, right? So if a game is 3D but it's beautiful, or if it's 2D and it's beautiful, I'm fine. I don't have any big issues with that. And we know that there's plenty of amazing games both in 2D and 3D, and 2.5D as well.
Yeah, 2.5D.
2.5D is a good favorite.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think it's boils down to the aesthetics and what fits the genre of the game. If you look at kind of like a lot of board games, you know, I prefer them more kind of flat and board-like. I know.
Do you get bored otherwise?
I would, yes. I would say I used to prefer more 2D games, mostly because 3D to me, it's the biggest issue that I see with a lot of like 3D, and now kind of it's getting to that 2.5 thing, right? Like Dwarf Romantic is like a 2D board game that has all these 3D elements and blocks to it. But the biggest thing I find with it is it compelling to me? And I find myself, if I just want to kind of like chill and relax, I'm probably going to be more of like a first-person shooter and just get my rage out. Like I want to do Gears of War and just like chop people in half with a chainsaw sword or something like that. Or, you know, if I'm playing with my wife, we do like Deep Rock Galactic, because I can do the first-person shooter thing and she can do the I'm drilling through the land, yay, and achieving things. It's about the only game I get her to play with me on stuff sometimes on the digital domain. But then if I really am deep and I just need to kind of like, you know, think through something, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to play strategy games, and there's very few that are, you know, that three-dimensional strategy game. It's mostly two dimensions. So I think it's kind of more what I'm in the mood for in terms of the game. But yeah, there's a lot of jank 3D out there, and there's a lot of jank 2D. So yeah.
Do you have a game that you've played that stands out to you, whether like recently or like a while ago that you may not have thought about?
Okay, I played, I think about a year ago, a game that's very weird, but I liked it a lot. It's called Umurangi Generation. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly. It's a photography game with amazing art style. It's an indie game, so it's not, you know, super high quality and all that, but absolutely interesting. It's kind of like, if you guys are familiar with Neon Genesis Evangelion, it's kind of that, but you are one of the random people that are caught into this mess of a situation. And it's, you just go around, take pictures, and discover the world. It's like kind of cyberpunk, very weird stuff. Janky as hell, but really charming. Absolutely great.
I'm sorry, so what was your question again? Just so I'm very clear.
Is there a game that you've played that stands out, whether recently or maybe?
Okay, that stands out. Two. The one not so recently and the one recently. I finally got around to playing Super Hot, and I love the way that uses that mechanic, and even like that kind of, you know, cyberpunky sort of thing. There's three. Because the other one I played recently that was really compelling was Orwell. And it's not a normal gaming experience. I can't really get too deep into it without ruining the storyline, but it's really a narrative game. It's very narrative based, it's very narrative driven. And you're basically acting as kind of this 1984 guy that runs the computer that is telling people what's happening. And you're kind of like saying, okay, yeah, maybe it's this, and then you're trying to kind of solve a crime. So it's murder mystery meets dystopian future, so Orwell. And again, this is kind of like, it's kind of that 2.5 sort of thing to it. And The only problem I see with it is you get to play it once, and then the next time I don't think it's going to be the same. I haven't played it a second time. I'm trying to kind of forget what happened before I go back and play it, because I think if I was to play it again right now, it's kind of got that old, that JRPG, not JRPG, what do they call them? Visual novel. It's kind of visual novel-ish. Yeah, sorry.
It's,
Yeah. And the third of my list of standouts, Frostpunk.
Frostpunk, yeah.
It has that beautiful. It's amazing because it's got that beautiful kind of like Soviet future wave aesthetic to it, meets the television version of Snowpiercer.
Yeah.
So it's the kind of Snowpiercer universe, but then it has this really kind of grim Soviet aesthetic. And the score inside of it, they got this one, I think he's either Russian or Ukrainian or somewhere in that like Slavic composer. And it's like that sweeping kind of Tchaikovsky-esque, tells a story with it. Like if you listen to Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture, you can hear the battle happening, it's the French coming, it's the Russians, the whole thing. You listen to I could put on the Frostpunk soundtrack, and you'll immediately know what's happening in the game. It's like, it follows totally with your aesthetic music. I deal with it, because it has these kind of sweeping violins, and it's really quiet and calm, and then it pumps up. And at the end, when you're at this point where like the city, it's getting down into negative 150 degrees centigrade, and like the city's freezing and you're like fighting, and it's just like everything, the whole orchestra is in on this, and you're just kind of like, no, I have to have them survive, because that's the whole thing. The tagline, city must survive, and all this, and you're doing these terrible things. You're putting children to work in order to save the city. You're throwing away, there's questions as to whether you should do amputations on people that get frostbite and give them these things. There's giant mecha-like robots that are steampunky in the whole thing, and at the end, it's this whole big thing of the weather's changing, and there's going to be this big thing, and then the violins come in. It's like da 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 da. Da 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 da. It's the latest music that I've had in my head from a game since Mario, where it just takes over my brain every once in a while. I just kind of have that, and you're just kind of sitting there like, wow, like I'm engaged in this. And at the end, after this whole thing, and you have the end of it, and it's like, oh, the city survived or whatever. And then what it does is it goes back at you. And it shows you the development of your city over time. From the beginning, it saved everything. Like the whole image of it growing and that. And it's slowly showing it. And it says, these are the horrible things you had to do. And it brings them back at the end. This is the victory. The victory is, here's the horrible things you had to do to make this city survive. And it's putting them all up one by one. Like you had child labor, and you had to do amputations, you had to do this. But in the end, you saved these people. After that score, it's one of those really compelling, and there's different scenarios too, and each one of them has this kind of different storyline. But that first one, that founding of New Hope, you will sit there and you will go, it's one of those experiences. It falls apart when you play it longer out of the story mode. If you go endless mode, then you can just kind of defeat everything. But when you're playing the scenarios, there really is that kind of okay, do I send the children, or do I activate child labor and send the children to pick coal out of the cold, cold ground so that the city gets a few more days of warmth with the potential that a child is going to die? Or do I work with what I have here, and then I have everybody sick tomorrow? And you're going to make that decision. That's compelling game.
Yeah.
That's compelling story. That's compelling narrative. That's really what you want to see out of a book, a novel, but you're in charge. You're interacting with it. You are making those decisions, and then it's kind of testing your own moral fortitude and ethics and whatever, and then there's achievements like try to make everybody turn into cannibals, and there's tutorials on how to do that. Yeah, so you can just go completely immoral. Yeah. Please.
Kind of has to. You mentioned scores, and the other day we were talking about our favorite video game bands. Out of all of
Oh man, that is hard.
It is not hard for me. It's Ocarina of Time. Every time.
Okay, fair enough.
Every time. I mean, second place would be really difficult, but first place, it's easy.
Other than Frostpunk, can I give you two? I'm really bad at this. What is your? Because I have different ones.
Yeah.
I really love Simon Volkan's work on Payday 2. If you've ever played, and if you've ever watched The Internet Historian, and he does the whole thing of I think it's the Cost of Concordia. One of those tracks is from Payday 2, and it's just. It totally gets the aesthetic of what's happening with the heist and the whole thing. It's like something out. It's obvious that he loves that music. It's obvious that he's watched a lot of these movies, and it's obvious that he's like got kind of the beats down. Because every single one of them, it's like watching. If you've ever seen the movie Drive, or if you've seen Heat, those tracks work perfectly in either of those movies. And in fact, there's the one, at the start of Drive where he's like driving through the thing, and it's like the time, the ticking clock, that beat, right? That's in Simon Volkan's stuff inside of like Payday 2. I think I'm pronouncing his voice right. I love his soundtracks for that game. And then there was a point where they did some crossover with Hotline Miami, and there's some Miami levels, and he does 1980s new wave. And it's so good. It is so good. I love that music to begin with, and then Night Call out of Drive and the whole thing, like that whole opening. It's like that in the doo 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 doo. It's got the synth in everything. Yeah. Beautiful. It matches the aesthetic of the game so well. The other one is I love, and this is a really interesting one, the Deep Rock Galactic soundtrack. I still have a lot of those ones in my head. Probably because I've been playing it so often with my wife. But the other thing is, if you've ever watched the movie The Thing, John Carpenter, that kind of, bump, bump.
I don't think I was allowed to watch this.
Okay, yeah. Watch it now. It's a great movie. John Carpenter, wonderful movie. Don't watch it. Don't watch the new one. Watch the old proper one though. But it's. I listened to some of that, and I mean, you're on this planet, you're this underground mining team of dwarfs. Again, it has that kind of adaptive soundtrack where it's like, a horde's coming, and the music cranks up. But the ambient one of those tracks is almost The Thing. It has that kind of heartbeaty bump, 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 bump.
Now let's just bring you back to Waitress.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
it's that kind of heartbeat sort of thing. And then you're kind of like wandering around, and it's kind of ambient and nice. And all of a sudden, watch out, miners, here comes a dreadnought. And it cranks up, and then you're jumping around as the scout, running around, and it has all these hi-hats and all this sort of stuff going off. And then even there, you call for the drop pod, and again, it kind of has this marching theme to it, like let's get out of here, guys. Game over, man. Game over. Go for the drop ship, and it has that kind of marching tune and theme to it. So it really does. Mario and all of those definitely have a place in my heart and in my mind, and every once in a while I'm just do 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 do, or Ocarina of Time, all those beautiful music. But in terms of now with the new playstyles and things like that, those three soundtracks fit with their game so well, and push you in those things, right? It's kind of like driving. You're driving down the street, and a certain "Don't Stop Believing" comes on or something like that, right? And you're just in the car, and you got to sing it, right? You got to sing along to it, and maybe you'd speed a little bit faster.
kind of like the radios in the Fallout franchise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, the radio in the Fallout franchise does that very well, to putting you into the aesthetic. GTA, every GTA puts that, to me, Kino and that whole thing, it's GTA music. Or if you, all of those Vice City.
Yeah,
like
you
I
just-
learned
it's-
so much good music out of GTA Vice City. That was like my knowledge of the 1980s like new wave comes out of GTA.
I think another game that's amazing, and actually I think it doesn't do the thing I like about adaptive music that much, but the soundtrack is just so good that it just carries it all, is Nier Automata. If you haven't played it, the soundtrack is amazing. I don't think it's that adaptive, but it just fits with the theme and the ambience. It just builds it up so well, and you can just listen to it. It's just beautiful.
Play as 2D in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because it used to be that film was kind of the big thing where it had soundtrack.
Yeah.
Right, where it was really linked into it. And now games is really the place that you're seeing a lot more soundtrack.
Yeah, like I don't think you find so many soundtracks for movies anymore. Like if you think about just what you see in stores, right? I think it was pretty common at some point in the early 2000s.
Well, I mean Tarantino, right?
Yeah.
If you wanted good music and good songs mixed in, he was putting like mixtapes in every one of his movies and things like that.
All the Guardians ones are literally.
Yeah,
exactly.
the guy. I mean, that's the tapes from his mother are really a character in and of themselves to that movie. It's like that's part of the main narrative. In Tarantino films, the music is a character.
Yeah.
My favorite Tarantino film, Jackie Brown, it bookends it with that Street Life song.
Yeah.
It bookends it perfectly.
Yeah.
And again, that's even what really good game music does, is it kind of bookends the whole thing. And there's various thematics that you see inside of this. Williams is really good with that, like the Star Wars series, right? If I play a piece of music and I said, who is on the screen right now? You can tell me it's Princess Leia, it's Luke, it's Darth Vader. You know who's there. Is this an Empire scene or because he puts, all of his characters have a theme against them.
Yeah, exactly.
And that you can see even inside of games with how the adaptive music generation works.
Nice.
Yeah. Please.
So in games, I think we're seeing a wave of 3D open world, computer generated with like kind of dotted with clusters of things to do. And I was wondering, what's your opinion on that as far as narrative? Because you've talked a lot about narrative, and I think that you can make an argument that it's all, like, as much as the technology is impressive, it's also kind of lazy. So I was wondering about your opinions on that.
I think it's a tricky question. I see your point, and even games that I love dearly, like Breath of the Wild or now Tears of the Kingdom, they are amazing, but they are lacking in the narrative side. I think they're trying, but they don't reach the level of the solid storyline in a lot of cases. Other examples that come to mind is No Man's Sky. Like amazing technical achievement, huge world. Actually, it's a good game now compared with when it came out. But
It's had some in-goodening, I think was the...
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they did well. I think they did really good in trying to...
I haven't played it since like it first kind of came out, and then I kind of put it away.
I only took a look at what people did.
Here's my thing. I pre-ordered Fallout 76.
Oh no.
I know.
No.
That's one of my, of all the regrets in my life, that's one of the large ones, is pre-ordering
That's
Fallout
sad.
76. I've heard it's also gotten better, but go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, nothing. I just wanted to say that you have this incredibly huge universe, literally, but the story. Where is the story? Like creating the pacing for that is still very difficult, and I think within research we've also seen some efforts in trying to generate storylines, and maybe now there could be some new developments with large language models and so on. But I think there's still a lot of work to be done. I think that would be like the next step to bring it together because now we can create large spaces, but they don't have a lot of function. I think it's also something we see a lot when we create, the mirror generation thing. the fact that we don't just want to create things, but we want to create things that have some kind of purpose, whether that's a narrative purpose or fun purpose, a gameplay purpose, and that's quite difficult. It's something to say, hey, let's put together some noise and get like this infinite terrain, but like, is that a fun terrain to look at?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think an example, also companies seem to have a really bad habit of just releasing games halfway.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah.
so with Breath of the Wild being like an amazing envelope pushing piece of gameplay, more recently, Pokemon, Scarlet and Violet came out.
Yeah.
And they came out not finished, and they had this kind of similar issues for a while in terms of they had so much freedom.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of talks.
Yeah.
That kind of goes towards what you were talking about earlier today, where if you have too many rules, it can kind of obfuscate the point, and it can become it can ruin the game from too many restrictions.
Yeah. And I mean, even as I was talking about this yesterday inside of the content generation, it's not necessarily just that we can create content. I can make lots of content.
Yeah.
That's not hard. Good content is the question.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing that you've seen is, on the one hand, the fact that we now have the ability to patch games and put content in. Like, it used to be that you would have a cartridge. And I definitely remember those days blowing into them to try to get them to work.
Yep.
You were explicitly not supposed to do it, it said on
Exactly.
do not blow in it.
Yep.
Shut up.
It
we all did that, and it worked all the time, and it was the greatest thing ever. Yeah. Yeah, we would hit the TV, and we would, we would screw in the things in the wrong thing. We'd put pennies into, we risked our lives with knowledge of the joy that would come out of that box turning on. You don't understand that. You're one of these young whippersnappers in your 30s.
You're sounding so old.
I know, I
So
totally am.
old.
Totally am. Yeah. But yeah, we were explicitly not supposed to do that. We did it. But that was because we would also, you had a cartridge, and a cartridge would cost like $70 back then. And that was like real $70, not today where it's like fake $70, because inflation, thank you so much.
Yeah, but it's done, right? You can't get any update on that.
And it's done. That's it.
That's
If the game was bugged, if the game had an error in it, there were ways that you could totally lock a game, like completely lose your save and mess up. Today, you have the ability to do patching. Today, you have the ability to go in and edit the file in the background.
Yeah.
And we had this thing called a Game Genie. There was ads for this. Superpower yourself via the Game Genie. And the Game Genie basically sat in between the console and your cartridge, and it would bit twiddle inside of it to give you like power-ups and things. Yeah? Today, it's called the developer console.
That's how we learned how to mess with memory. That's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah,
That
yeah.
was
We
good.
did. We played around with codes in the Game Genie and made our things break.
Yeah.
So we had those types of things, but the cartridge, that was it. And so you have to convince kids to go out and purchase this cartridge. And here's the thing, the rich kids are going to get it first because their parents buy them everything, right? and then they're going to say, don't buy that one, it sucks. And man, you would usually have 6 months before your next birthday or your next, event that would give you like whatever that is. So you would talk to all the neighborhood kids, and if the neighborhood kids said, no, don't get that one, it's no good. Hey, you can try it on mine. You wouldn't buy it for yourself. And your parents didn't have enough money. You'd get one game. And so what were the big games that you would get? It would be the ones that you knew were going to be super fun. Or you go to the rental store and you pick it up on the weekend and go, this one sucks. And you wouldn't buy it. You would only buy the cartridges of the ones you really, really loved. Today, you go on Steam, you do a Humble Bumble, and you know that about 90% of what's in there is complete and utter garbage. Or it's going to be patched, or it's going to be this, or it's going to be that. And here's the thing, games developers know it too. And they rely on people, such as myself, that are so, in on, like, Fallout is such a great game, I got to pre-order it. Yeah. They rely on idiots like me to pre-order it, and then they don't give me what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
So you pre-order Starfield yet?
No, I'm not. I'm done. No, seriously, I learned my lesson, and I advise people. Listen to the rich kid down. I'm now the rich kid, right? And I'm telling you, Fallout 76 was not worth the pre-order, right?
Fallout 3, on the other hand, is worth the pre-order.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, nothing is worth the pre-order. Doesn't matter what they give you. Doesn't matter how much in-game currency. Doesn't matter whatever. I am a bargain bin slob now. I love the bargain bin, and I love waiting for Steam sales, and I get stuff where I know I'm going to enjoy that experience.
At some point.
At some point. Yeah, that's the other thing is I got a big pile of stuff that I haven't played. But again, we should stop giving developers money that do not give us the games that do that. Don't give them money. Don't give them money. And so Pokemon, right? Pokemon, long history of great game after great game after great game because they produce the same game.
Yeah.
Right? This time they stopped. You know what? Don't pre-order the next Pokemon. Wait until it comes out. Wait until make sure it works. Show them that you're not going to do that.
Sadly, even after it came out, it's still like the biggest grossing Pokemon
Yeah,
game.
and that's because every
That's the problem.
right?
Yeah.
It's the same with like the Call of Duty series, right? Every year. The same with EA and the sports games. Every year they they're putting out the same game. Don't give them your money. It will like the reason why there's loot boxes in games is because they make money off of them. If you don't want loot boxes, don't buy games that have loot boxes. And this is a sad bit of also the distribution today is there's no longer used game stores or rental places.
Yeah.
Man, I love that. I love being able to go out and, rent a game and try it out or whatever, and then go out and purchase it if it was a good
There's
one.
a ton of discussion actually going on right now in the games industry about bringing video games into libraries and having the ability to access it remotely as well.
That would be
Yeah.
very nice.
Well,
For the library version
the-
of Steam game.
the-
Downtown Library here has a lot of Switch games too.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's all the same. It's all copyright. There is distribution for it. And
Yeah.
a bunch of finagling.
Yeah. Well, ITU Copenhagen had a whole
Yeah, we
games
had
library. Yeah.
But the problem is that a lot of games are just digital now.
Yeah,
And
that-
if you're just digital, then there is no way of, unless you set up something, like with a library or
Yeah.
something like that, then
Well-
it's just done.
And digital games has made it much better for a lot of smaller producers in order to share their product, which is a great thing. The other problem is that digital distribution has made it possible for a lot of games developers to share their product.
Yeah.
That suck.
Yeah.
So, and this is the issue with, for example, Steam Greenlight and what happened there, right? Is just junk got onto the system to the point where it floods out. We see this in app stores. We see this in, how many bloody, calculator apps are there?
Insane amount.
Yeah.
It's also the first app that you may get as a student.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
How do you prevent cheating in multiplayer games?
How do I prevent it? I don't cheat personally. How would you go about preventing it? Well,
I
Go ahead.
can maybe I do teach also how to do multiplayer online. So there's a lot of different ways you can do that. So there isn't really a clear answer to this, but usually the problem is that you want to give as much responsibility to the server because the server is out of the control of the user, so that you can try to avoid the cheating. The problem is that you can't give everything to the server, otherwise it's going to get overwhelmed. So you need to find that kind of fine balance between what can you trust the players to do, or the client, the thing you're actually running on your computer, and how much can you just give to the server without having it crash. There isn't really a clear solution to that, because there's also ways that you can try to get around that. So it depends from case to case. But in general, it's this fine balance of how much can you give the server without making it too overwhelmed.
I think even there you can see now, and this gets back into the whole digital play thing, you're also starting to see like Microsoft doing things where you have basically a thin client on the end.
Exactly.
Where it's really just what we would call in the old days a dummy terminal.
Well, there was the Google Strada, or
Right.
I don't remember how. Stadia.
Yeah,
right.
Stadia. Okay.
Subscription from Stadia from the day it released
Yeah.
to the day it died.
Yeah.
Good for you.
So that was a cool thing, right? The idea that I have just a client, but instead the game is running somewhere else, and I just get the stream of data. That would basically make it impossible to cheat, because
Yeah.
your thing is just input.
Well, because all that you're seeing is the input. You're getting the output to the screen.
Exactly.
You're sending output, and you're sending the input in. Everything is then on server side.
So in that case, like the entire game would run on the server, so it would be pretty much impossible for the user to tamper with that. But most of the times you can't really do that, or at least in MMOs or big multiplayer games, that's just impossible. Because if you have, like imagine you have 1,000, even just 1,000 people, which is not a lot, playing on the same server. You can't just imagine that the server does everything for everybody at the same time. You need to give something back to, like you need to give some.
And you can also do like monitoring telemetry of the actions of a player and make sure that it's within human capacity.
Yeah.
So I can't. There's no way that I can just immediately turn my character.
Yeah. Or like teleport from here to just down there.
And so what you do is you begin to kind of look for like weird actions inside of the thing.
Yeah.
Now that could be somebody that's just like lagging really hard, right, for the teleportation one, where there's a disconnect between the two servers. But if you see that repeatedly and consistently, then either they are extremely laggy or they're cheating.
Yeah.
Or if you're looking at it and they're always doing 100% precision headshots in CSGO.
Yeah.
Right? You can start to put kind of like artificial intelligence detectors where you monitor human gameplay for a long period of time, and then you're kind of doing it as a detector of in service, out of service. And I think that's how Valve anti-cheat.
They do.
Don't install software on the person's computer that they can't boot up the game unless it's active. And only turn it on during.
Oh, now we're getting into more like digital rights management.
That's just the worst.
Yeah.
You have to reset your computer if you close it.
Yeah. There's a lot of other interesting systems to prevent cheating in games. Like if you're save scumming inside of Animal Crossing, this little creature. This little creature show up and basically be like, "Please don't do that." Yeah, he yells at you for turning off the system.
Don't do it. You turn it off without saving.
Yeah, exactly. So save scumming is a lot harder in those types of games. I mean, I think the biggest issue too is when you have it more. Again, it's when you're in multiplayer. Then these things kind of like are highlighted as problematic.
They make sense.
If you're in single player and you're save scumming or doing stuff, oh well, it's ruining your own experience.
I'm a big fan of cheating.
Yeah.
To be honest, in single player games, I'm a big fan of cheating. Sometimes I don't want to grind for 5 hours to like get 100 gold. It's just like I just want it. I just want to play.
And I mean, as long as you're not sending in your scores to some
website
for like Donkey Kong or something along those lines. I'm not saying that anyone's actually ever done this. I don't want to get sued.
No, absolutely
but,
never.
Allegedly someone has done this, and I will not name names.
Yeah.
How's that?
There's documentaries about this.
Yeah, which are easily available.
Exactly.
But I'm not going to tell you what they are, who the person is,
fine.
and I'm just going to say it allegedly happened.
Yeah, you can catch us later off cam if you want to know more.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Not at
This
all.
is purely my opinion and
speculative.
Speculative, yes. Thank you. Yeah. So with that legal ease out of the way.
Sorry.
Yeah. Any questions? None? We're tired from the end of the week. Please.
Based off of everything we went over this week, what would be the next course of action for people to go research on their own? Like what would be the thing that we didn't cover that you think somebody should go and learn?
I think you guys just need to sit down and start making something. Get a minimal viable product together. I don't think there's anything really that we can show you. I think it's that we now need to do the part that's really experiential. And I think if you can go to one of these game jams and put in the time for it over the next week, please go do that. Try some of this stuff out. Play around with it yourselves. Don't just think, I can't teach game development, I can't teach development, I can't teach software engineering by lecture alone.
Yeah.
It's going to be some. No,
Exactly.
but even there, even with the seminars, there's not enough time inside of it. You need time on keyboard. Time on keyboard is the #1 thing. Tons of studies, right? 10,000 hours,
Yeah.
right? This is not practice. These hours don't even count here.
This is theory.
This is theory. This is
Seeing interesting perspective.
yeah.
I think that's really like the best way to see it is seeing the perspective from different
Yeah.
people that have worked on this kind of domain or around this domain for a while. But then of course you have to, like figure out what's important for you. Like I care about this kind of music and stuff, but maybe for your game it doesn't really matter. It's not something that's so important there. So do you need it? I don't know, maybe not. But at least now you know that there is a thing that you can think about in the back of your head, if that makes
Yeah.
sense or not.
And I think a lot of what's done in this week, I think for the week of what we're showing you here, I heard a lot of people go, you know what, I never really saw it that way, or I never really experienced that way, or I never really saw that perspective, or I was worried about, this thing. Get on a keyboard, play around with it. You're going to make mistakes, you're going to get things wrong. You maybe heard some stuff this week that, you take back and that you're going to go and say, you know what, that's going to prevent my pitfalls in the future.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe for a week of this, we saved you a month of playing around. Even that 10 minutes there on Git,
look at that Git stuff.
Even
That's
that-
going to
10
save
minutes
you
on
for
Git.
so much time.
maybe saves you a bad merge
Yeah,
and the undoing of a bad merge
It's
and all of that.
practical stuff, but it's, like that kind of tips that you don't find out until you crash.
Yeah.
And then it's too late.
Yeah, and so Marco and I we've crashed a lot. We've had more failed projects than we had successful ones, and we only showed you maybe the successful ones.
Because
And
that's nice, right?
Yeah, and
you
it's
don't want to
nice.
see like, oh, this thing
Yeah.
didn't go anywhere.
But there's so many stories, and there's some that I told up here about why playtesting was important, why talking to the user was important. And I hope that you take that back especially too, and even when you're making the cards there. That one experience, if it makes you spend another hour on playtesting with someone that finds an error in your game, could save you that game having a bad review when it comes out.
Yeah.
Right? Could save a project. So really, that's the biggest thing. And the other thing is, I hope that this week here has also let you gain some connections to people that are going to be useful in the future to you. And maybe that's me, myself, and Marco.
Yeah.
Maybe that's amongst all of you, right?
Definitely.
Like you guys have been kind of working together on this. You now have a team of people around you that you know are loving video games as much as you do and want to design it and were willing to spend an hour of their summer, some people taking off work, some people taking off other responsibilities, to take the time to be here for this period and sit with us, and even those online that are catching this later, right, taking that time and doing that. So with that, like hopefully going forward from here, this is also allowing you to meet some people that are going to be assisted. These are the people here that maybe are your future play testers, or your future design partners, or your future, job prospects, or whatever in terms of this. So, that was long-winded, but I think that's next steps. Next steps is go make a game, try it out.
Nice. And unless there's any other questions, I guess.
Yeah, we can do that.
I think there's another question.
Oh yeah, one more.
Okay, so PC, console, mobile.
He likes to give like the different, Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
PC, mobile, console, or handheld. Could you pick one, a game you like each, and if so, why?
See, I'm a little bit of a PC master race guy on some of this sort of stuff. Like if I was on a desert island, I think I would prefer the PC out of all those platforms. But I love my Xbox. Okay, Gears of War for the Xbox, that is very much my, like, you know, I am really having a bad day. Handheld, I would say, what's the one with the windfish? Zelda, the
Wind Waker.
Link's Awakening. Yeah, Link's
Oh,
Awakening.
Link's Awakening. Yeah.
For the Game Boy.
Oh, so the original.
The original
one,
one.
not the remake.
I haven't played the remake. I bought my wife the remake. She's going to play
it's
it.
cute.
The remake's good?
It's cute.
Okay, is it worth it? Is
It's
it worth
the same
me playing?
game.
Okay, no, I'm
It's the
okay.
same game.
Okay, this
So
is
it's
the same game.
absolutely
Okay,
one-to-one.
Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. I've played that game through so many times. Amazing story. You know, getting the Master
Yeah.
Sword and doing all that when you don't have a guide. As
Yeah,
a kid,
so
that was
difficult.
such a great.
So difficult.
No, it was
But
so
that's
difficult, and I did it,
very
and I felt
rewarding,
so good about it. I felt so like I was like, oh, I got the Master Sword. I think that save is still on my. I gotta go find my old. I got the old gray, you know, Game
Yeah,
Boy.
the original
Oh
one.
yeah.
I have that too. It's
yeah.
great.
I'm sorry. What was the other one? Mobile
Yeah, I said mobile, PC.
on the phone. I played probably too much Candy Crush, but I really like keeping things off. I like not touching my phone. So I'll say Candy Crush just because I have to. It also has a kind of a nice. I like the music. Do, do, do. No, not until they pay me enough money. Not until they pay me enough
They
money.
haven't sponsored this thing, so we
no,
cannot.
do not
we
never
cannot
play
say.
until you give me money. Raid Shadow Legends. I'm just not gonna happen. Pay me money. That's the only reason I will ever talk about your game. Okay. Hey, they pay everyone else. I think half the people in this room are sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raise your hand if you're sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Okay, two guys.
Two people.
Two people have
Wow.
Raid Shadow Legends contracts. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. PC, probably right now, just because of my wife, and we have a great time with it. We actually use this to keep in touch with friends that are halfway across the country, and even when we're in Russia, like, you know, all that. Deep Rock Galactic. That's my 4.
Right. I would say I can't say anything for mobile because I don't game on my mobile. I always found it a bit annoying to do that, so nothing for that. PC, I think I have to say Half-Life 2.
Ooh.
Because that was kind of like the game that before I was only playing on consoles, and that was the first game that really got me hooked on the PC because it was amazing. And if you haven't played it, I know it's a bit old now, but it's still very much worth playing it.
This is what a 3 is. 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
What were we saying? Console?
Yeah, console.
Console, I would say Soul Reaver for the PlayStation 1. If you haven't played it, amazing story, great 3D platformer-ish, not super platformer, but action platformer, let's say. Amazing. One of my favorite games of all time. And then we're missing handheld. Ooh. That's a bit more difficult without going again into a Zelda game. That's the main problem.
They didn't say you're not allowed to use Zelda.
It says all the games, to be honest.
Yeah, like I could just say like Zelda.
Zelda.
Yeah, like-
Is there a mobile Zelda game?
No,
Okay.
there is no mobile.
Okay, not yet.
You can play. I have it on an emulator on my phone though.
Oh, okay, there we go.
That's,
So that's your phone pick.
That's my phone pick. Oh God, handheld. Okay, to see something different that's not Zelda, I have on my Switch Unnamed Goose Game, which is it's also on a computer to be fair, but I have played Untitled Goose Game, yes.
Yeah.
But on the Switch it's just such a pleasure to play. It's so much fun. Love that. Best game of
See,
I
now
don't know, 2 years ago.
I want to change my pick on PC to Farming Simulator 2012.
That's also a good game.
Right. Octodad.
Yeah.
Octodad.
Oh, Octodad.
That's great.
Surgeon Simulator. What was it? Angry Frog? What was the Upset Frog? No, what was the frog one where you're the Amazing Frog? Amazing Frog.
yeah.
Swindon. Yeah. Okay. We're
Alright,
gonna take a coffee break.
Yeah, I think with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Marco, for
George.
being here.
No, thank you for inviting me and everything. So I guess we'll be back after the break. Well,
Yeah.
not us exactly.
Not
but,
us exactly.
but kind of.
Someone will be.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. Sorry to interrupt your gaming. Sorry, but not sorry. Welcome to the most exciting presentation you'll get this whole week. Apologies for doing this last day of conference. We'll say conference. Good enough. After you've learned how to make a game all week, I'm going to tell you how you can make money off the game, which is great. It's the most exciting part, right? Except not really. I'm Jonathan Strebchuk. I'll just go through and introduce myself. I've been gaming since the 80s, since before I could walk. To date myself a little bit, that's putting it about like the NES era, give or take. I used to think I was the smartest kid in the house and grab the Duck Hunt zapper and just hold it to the TV. Yeah, didn't work out so well. I'm a Final Fantasy nerd. I already made a joke about it. Prepare for more. I'm actually currently actively collecting every physical version that's ever been released. It's a lot. I'm about a third of the way through. That's including both all North American and Japanese releases. And it's quite the undertaking. You'd be surprised. My current day-to-day, how I pay the bills, I'm a manager of data services at BCLC, or BC Lotteries. Manage a team of about 30 people, and we handle the entire data stack within the company. That's roughly $3 billion in gross revenue every year, and about 1.8, I think, return back to the province. Good times. I was going to go to the next slide, but I didn't get there. I have been involved in game publishing and development with a number of indie titles. I've signed some NDAs, so I can't really go into specifics within it. But one that I can speak to is a game that came out a few years ago called Slimeson. It's from a company called Fabraz, and one of the things with indie development is I could say anything, and you guys have no idea who it actually is, so it's great. I'm a mildly successful content creator. I have YouTube and Twitch in the lower thousands, I would say, which by content creation standard is still a success because most people don't get anything. So very good. Now I'll touch on content creation here a little bit later. I'm a father as well. I have a 4-year-old kid. When he learned to crawl, I took controllers from all the different consoles, and I laid them out and made him choose one. I said, you pick one, child that doesn't understand what I'm saying. Fun fact, he chose the Nintendo Switch. So I'm also currently attending BCIT for technology management. It's part of their Bachelor of Technology program, but it is more business focused. This is more at the C level within an organization. It helps you to do things like this, business planning, financing, and so forth. So about 2/3 of the way through that right now, and my plan is to continue on to an MBA from SFU later on. Continuing on, click in the right spot. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of what we're speaking about today. So this doesn't cover everything in there, but I needed to make it legible. So we're going to talk about business planning and what that means in terms of video games, how you can actually sell your game, what it actually looks like to sell a video game, how do you get it in front of people, and it's not just traditional advertising or spending money with YouTube or Google. We're going to talk about money, because that's ultimately the reason to do it, and I'll talk about why that's important later. The players, or your audience or customers, people that are buying your games, and then what's next? Once you finish a project, cool, what does day 2 look like? What does day 100 look like? Moving on. The most exciting topic in the most exciting presentation is business planning. One of the things you need to understand with the video game industry is the market. There are some terms to remember. Is, there's a market size. This encompasses the other 3. So your total market size or total video game industry, it really varies. There's a lot of private organizations that don't release numbers. It's in the probably hundreds of billions of dollars a year. So it's easily the largest entertainment industry on the market. It surpasses television, movies, music combined. It's huge. That's your total addressable market, or your TAM. So your total addressable market will change month over month, year over year. That's if everybody that was spending money on video games collectively put it in a pot, what would it be? Your serviceable available market, or your SAM, And apologies on the text, it's smaller than I'd hoped it would be. But this is the portion of the market that you can actually capture. So realistically, if you're making a game for, say, the Switch, like I just mentioned, you can only sell it to people that actually have a Switch. So that means that you're not going to hit the entire total addressable market. This is the same across any business, any industry, doesn't matter. If you're into photography, if you're into grocery, video games, doesn't matter. It's all the same. You have to find out what your serviceable available market is. This can be things not only just tied to hardware, but also to genre. So if you were to look at, say, releasing a RPG, just for sake of argument, there's only a certain amount of people that will actually buy an RPG. That becomes your serviceable available market. From within that, you have an obtainable market. You're not going to get everybody that likes RPGs or that has a Switch to buy your game. So that is called the SOM. That is the most important number. This is what you can realistically capture from your SAM. Target less than 1%, especially initially. The reason for that, unless you're GTA 5, you're not going to get the entire SOM. GTA 5 is a powerhouse in the industry. Fun fact, GTA 5 has sold more copies, first Final Fantasy note, than the entire series of Final Fantasy combined. The entire main title. It's an absolute, people don't realize how large that market actually is. So a serviceable, obtainable market for something like GTA 5 is wildly different than an indie game. And the indie is a genre as well. And then there's subgenres of, you can do like a roguelite, you could do a puzzle game, you could do free to play and so forth, which we'll talk about. Moving on to the pricing model, and I forgot I put animations on here. I know, right? So there's a few different pricing models. This doesn't encompass them all, but I just wanted to touch on some of the big ones that are available. You have your traditional one-time, which is you buy the game. This was more in the era right around here with Atari. You would basically go to a Zellers or a Woolworths. I'm trying to remember what was around at the Atari age. Now, of course, it's like, GameStop or Best Buy. And you go and you pick up the disc or the cartridge, you have it, nothing changes with it, there might be a patch, whatever. Doesn't matter, it doesn't change. Final Fantasy 16, another node, is a mention of that. They intentionally, you get the game. You don't get the game and have to piecemeal it later to find the game. You also have your free-to-play models, which have really accelerated in the last few years. And Fortnite's just one example, but if you look at Candy Crush from a few years ago or Angry Birds, it's an absolutely massive market within the free-to-play. It also comes with ethical concerns as well, but basically the whole concept is get the game in front of someone for free and bleed them to death with microtransactions. You want to keep them on your screen as long as possible. You want to make it so that they have to pay or play to unlock additional features. And that can be gameplay features, content features, it can be avatars, it can be emotes, whatever it is. Anything costs money. The more time they spend on it, the more money you're going to make. The last one is DLC and content. More so on the content than the DLC, but there are some games that do continual DLC. So this is similar to the one-time, except for the fact that there's a breadth of content available for a game, and you can kind of get into it more, and it kind of goes above the core. Sims 4 is an example of it. The Sim series does this quite well. They'll have like the night party packs or college packs and so forth. That's a kind of other model that does exist. It can be very lucrative. I saw a screenshot of, I think it was The Sims 3 from Steam, where if you wanted to buy the entire content pack, it was like $12,000 or something like that. And of course, the intent with that is not that anybody would ever buy all the content, but you make it so that if you go back a slide and you talk about the serviceable, obtainable market, you're trying to grow that as much as possible. So you're trying to target people that might be interested in the Jurassic Park content, even though, it doesn't matter. There's other games that do that model. They do it somewhat well, but The Sims 4 is by far, and the Sims series in general, does that one better than pretty much anybody on the market, for better or for worse.
One of the things you need to be mindful of, though, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So for DLC,
It really depends on your project. What I would recommend with that is make a decision up front prior to that initial release and stick to it. Games, and this kind of goes the same for really software development in general, that kind of change their working model or their business model halfway through, can really struggle with it. And the reason is, like, if you have like a major DLC, say Red Dead Redemption as an example, they did their Undead, I can't remember the exact one, it was a zombie DLC that they did. Hugely popular, and people kind of treat it as its own game. If they would then go above and beyond that and just release content pack after content pack, it can be difficult. But a game like GTA 5 switched from a one-time to a content, and then they started doing GTA Online, which kind of fits into that content aspect. So it can happen. There's not one model that's better than the other. It's just a matter of making that decision. The advantage of doing, I'll go back to it really quick. The advantage of doing like a one-time is that you can move on. You can get to the next project. You can continue. With a DLC or content, you might be looking at a financial plan of like 10 years. And if you're really interested in shiny and new or anything along those lines, you're not going to get to do it in a content pack. That's really the reason why GTA 5 is coming on the PS3, the PS4, and the PS5, because they have to, because that's their model. And like if going back a slide, I'm not going to go back, but if now all of a sudden their SOM is only people with PS5s, and they no longer support, PS4s, and people are buying PS5s or the new Xbox, and now the other ones are no longer available, now they're starting to, that SOM is getting smaller and smaller. The content is all about growing or maintaining that SOM. Whereas with a one-time, you know what it is up front, you know what you can roughly expect or anticipate based on market analysis or whatever you want to do, or even just talking to people or giving it away, see what people think about it. And you can target that, and you know that you're going to get a bulk of your sales up front, and it's going to dwindle over time. So you can target and go, okay, so our break-even point is 6 months out or 3 months out or whatever it is, great. And then 3 months from now, we can take anything from that and invest later. And I talk on it a little bit on the future part later on. Does that answer your question? Yes. Perfect. The other thing that you need to be aware of, regardless of what you develop, if it's free, if it's not free, if it's content, doesn't matter, you're going to have competition. Somebody is going to want to play, you want somebody to play your game rather than somebody else's. That happens in every industry, no matter what happens. What you want to do before actually hitting any market is figure out who they are. Document any and all you can think of, within the industry or without. So if, say, the Barbie movie is coming out, that might be something that somebody might choose to spend $50, $60 going to watch it, like myself, rather than buying a new game. So there's lots of competition. The important thing to do with that, though, is realize that not everybody is going to do that, so it's important to know who your competition is, but also realize what the risk of that competition is. Some will be higher than others. There's a reason why, speaking of the Barbie movie, and it's funny how all the industries relate, but Oppenheimer and Barbie are kind of targeting the same marketing because they realize that actually we can benefit together rather than being competitive. So you kind of become a synergistic competitor at that point because they have theoretically different SOMs, but they can probably grow them both by kind of having tongue-in-cheek humor through their advertising. It's very clever. When somebody buys somebody else's game, they're less likely to buy yours. Doesn't matter the genre, doesn't matter anything else. If somebody is spending money on Final Fantasy XIV, they're not going to buy your game, potentially. So it's important to know. The other thing to do with this, you guys are probably talking about this now, I would imagine, or would hope so, is there's real people behind any project that happens. You're not always going to agree. What you want to do, I'll move out of the way for a second. If you're working in a multi-person project, if there's 3 to 5 or 10 or 50, it doesn't matter. You need to define what your clear vision and what your profit sharing actually looks like. It's absolutely fundamental. You need to define your expectations prior to that first dollar you make, regardless. You need to have everybody assign and agree. If you don't, you're going to run into some problems. And my point on the bottom there is friends become enemies over money. So does family. So does everybody, whether or not they're friends or not. The best project you can do is with people you don't like. And it's going to sound stupid, because then it's all about the business. It's all about this side. This is the one that people don't like to hear. Because at the end of a project, you might start as friends, and you might only talk through lawyers. That's the reality. It's like a business divorce at that point. Nobody likes it. The other thing is your passion's not going to sell. Your great idea, what you think, just wait until the world sees my idea. I'm going to be blown away. I'm going to be the next Edmund McMillan. You're not. I hate to tell you. Your passion probably won't sell. It's not as great as you think it is, because you made it. It's your little baby. I have a 4-year-old kid. He's literally walked into the wall because he's a moron sometimes. But I love him, and I will never not love him. The same goes with a passion project. Don't sell a passion, because you'll grow to resent it. And that's just the reality. You'll be 3 months into your release on Steam, and you'll get a negative review, or you might be mixed, or you might be negative, and you'll go, yeah, but that's not what the game is. This has happened. What's the Bastion, I think, the game that came out about 10, 12 years ago. It was a little puzzle platform where you could reverse time. Not Bastion. Braid. Apologies. Basically, it was like a 2D platform where you could turn back time, and it was a puzzle platformer. Wonderful game, absolutely brilliant. But there were YouTube videos of people kind of mocking it. That creator actually had a mental breakdown because people weren't enjoying his game in the way he wanted them to. That is a problem, because he went in with the it was still a successful game, but he ended up resenting it, and that's why you haven't seen a sequel. It's the reality. So don't sell your passion, at least not initially. And really why it's all about, why you want to get into this, fundamentally, you don't want to be working. You want to be doing game development. You want to make money off of making and selling games. That's why you do it. You want to buy a mortgage, or get a mortgage, buy a house, buy a car. That's ultimately the goal. It's just how you get there. The whole concept of, enjoy what you do and you never work a day in your life, this is it. And you need money to do it. Every company and project is unique, but you need to outline what your expenditures are. These are your one-time costs. So if you need software licensing, if you need computers, if you need something along those lines, it's a one-time cost. You can go, okay, utilize the university here as much as possible if you can, because even things like Microsoft, that's expensive. When you get into the real world and you don't have a student email and you need to get M365, it can be hundreds of dollars a year. And if you have 5 people working on your project, it can be really expensive, which ties into the working capital. This is your ongoing cost per month. So this is things like if you have software licensing, if you have Adobe subscriptions, your own personal salaries, things like that. It's all important to jot down. You're not going to get it all by any means, but it's important to write it down. And then you also want to look at what your gross margin on each sale is. If I sell a game for $5, how many do I need to sell to make money? Probably just not one, probably more than 10. So it's important. Money is the most important. I know it sounds like capitalistic and so forth, but the reality is without the money, you can't do the next things. You can't continue being a game developer. You can't live for free with your parents and be a game developer, although if you published Dwarf Fortress, I suppose you could, but again, unlikely. Those two guys, they're brothers and they live in their shed or something. And that's a weird story, but. So, with all that said, before I move on to the next subject, any question on business planning? You can find templates online. I didn't want to put them in the slides. I'm sure you'll give out my email and stuff. You reach out, I can give you some templates as well later on. Just for a rough estimate, for any sort of project or company, if you look at it later on, you probably want to target about 30 to 60 pages on a business plan, give or take, and that's just straight text. That's not including the appendix. It's detailed. The more detailed you get, the better. So for publishing, you guys know what a publisher is? I assume, right? Okay. For those that don't, just out of curiosity, a publisher will help you get your game to market. Depending on the publisher, they will have more involvement than others. Some are very hands-on and will take over the entire project. Some will just give you money and just get some stuff back. So with a publisher, they'll help you market. Sometimes they will actually contractually take over your marketing. You're not allowed to market. They'll help fund it. They'll also do other things though, so there's some benefits. They'll also do localization. So again, going back to the first slide, and you'll realize there's a reason I put it first, looking at your serviceable, to your SOM, obtainable market, localization is a big part of that, because I didn't include it there because I knew I'd talk about it here. But if you wanted to have an English-only game, guess what? It's not really marketable in Asia. Might not be marketable in big parts of the country. There's a lot of different countries out there that probably want to play your game. Korea's huge in the gaming industry. China as well. China's a little harder, but there's tons. There's like 2,000 languages on across all the countries. I don't know what the number is, but either way, publisher can help with that, and they can basically get your game to as many people as possible. They can also be involved in QA and playtesting. Sometimes, again, they take it over completely. It depends on whether or not you want to do that. But QA and playtesting can be very pricey, QA especially. They can also help with distribution. So they can actually take over selling on Steam, selling on PlayStation, Nintendo, physical versions. They might coordinate with limited run games. That has its advantages. Has its disadvantages too, where maybe you don't want a physical copy, or maybe you do, and the publisher doesn't. Then you start getting into conflicts. Nothing wrong with it. Just finding a publisher that suits your need is important. It may not be the first one that you get. You might go to some and you realize that the contract isn't what you're looking for. Say no, be selfish. There's also independent releases, or indie. This is probably more likely for the first releases as you start to build capital, experience, exposure, and so forth. It's a much smaller market because you don't have market connections. A publisher may have the phone number of, I was going to say Reggie Watts, but he's not at Nintendo anymore. Upper echelon of a lot of different companies. You're not going to have that. I don't have that. I wish I had it. The advantage is you're not giving up revenue. You can typically continue and get 100% of the revenue of what makes available, depending on your distribution channels. But it's a lot harder to do. It takes a lot more work, it takes more time, it takes more oversight. You need to know and run everything. If you only care about coding a video game, you're probably not interested in this. If you only care about the art or music of video games, you probably don't care, but you need to know it. And if you guys are here, the business part of it, regardless of where you are in an independent, you don't have the ability to go to somebody else. You don't have to go to a publisher and say, I need QA, I need that report, where is it? You are your QA, you are your playtesting. You're hitting up your family and friends to go, hey, can you download this build and check it out and let me know what you think? And they love you. They're gonna say it's great. You don't want that. Or you can do a hybrid. You can use a publisher for what they're good at. You can use yourself for what you're good at. But it's not always contractually possible. So it's kind of a weird mix. It's less common because a publisher is ultimately looking to make money off of you, more specifically. You might think your game, but at that point, you're closer to a employee relationship with a publisher than you are anything else. They'll give you deadlines. They'll say, I need a 1.0 build before September, and you go, yeah, but I haven't even started. It can be, just be wary of it. There are some publishers out there. I put some on the screen. You've probably seen them before or seen them as you load up a game and never paid a lick of attention to it. Some of them are better than others. I have met with Head Up and Devolver, and they're great people. They also will help set up things like PAX West is coming up in Seattle in a couple months, I think. So Devolver has a big presence there, and they showcase most of their upcoming games within it. Some are better than others. Everyone has a different contract. Some have different ways of starting to work with them. Team 17 might have a form or an input form that you can go to on their website. Some may not. You might have to have contacts. You might have to have emails. You might have to have video calls. You have to have something to show them, though. That's the key thing. If you go to a tiny build and you say, I have a game for you. You guys should publish it for me. Great, what is it? And you pull up a slideshow or code, they're probably not gonna like it. They wanna see something. They wanna see at least like an early alpha, the reality, especially if you don't have that relationship with them. As you start getting more and more projects within it, they'll start to trust you more and they'll start signing you up for those future projects before you even get started. Makes it easier. Going back to the independent, why would I pay anybody? I can just do it myself. There's a few ways that you can do this, though. You can use a site like itch.io. If you guys haven't seen it, absolutely recommend it. Huge website, wonderful website. It's low moderation, it's low cost. It's also low audience. Not everybody knows about it, but you can check it out. There's genres for almost anything on there. It's a good platform that you can use to move on to some of the other ones. So games will sometimes release on itch.io first as like an early access or beta for free, and move to Steam or the big three later. And some of the advantages by being a consumer on itch.io is sometimes you get a Steam key for free because hey, you supported us early on, great. You can charge if you wanted it. You can also do a pay if you want model, so you can have your game available for free and people can donate. Or you can do it's a version back. You can do, 0.2 is only available if you pay, but 0.1, go for it. It's an old build, who cares? On Steam, you can do it as well. You can self-publish on Steam, go for it. It does cost money. Every game you upload to Steam, I think, is $100, so it's not cheap. In the grand scheme of things, it's kind of cheap, but still, it's not cheap. But Steam has a huge audience. Every computer here has Steam installed, I would imagine, even though probably shouldn't, but whatever. It's one of the largest platforms on the market. There's also the big three: PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. The big thing with these ones, though, is that they actually have their own QA process separate to yours. So what they'll end up doing, just pick on Nintendo for now, they have a interface. You upload your game before it actually hits their store. They don't trust you. They want to make sure it doesn't brick the console, allow people to homebrew it or jailbreak it. They want to make sure it falls within their content guidelines, but also some visual guidelines, like you can't have the font too small. There's a whole process to getting your game on those three. That being said, though, they also have a large audience. It doesn't cost anything to actually upload to any of them, but it's those other costs. They'll send a build back and they'll say, no, we're not publishing it, fix all these issues, and then we'll get back to it. Steam happens less. It will still happen, and Steam may come in and pull the game. They also operate on a revenue sharing model. So both Steam and the big three will take about 30% right off the top. So if you sell your game for $20, they're taking $4 off. That's not right. $12 off. I don't math. You can also do it yourself. You have your own website. Websites are cheap. You get a domain for $10 a month. You can host it for less than that. Or through here, you'd probably get that for free. You can do it that way. Set up a PayPal. Get people to buy your game. Nothing wrong with that. And it doesn't have to be, you can do them all. You don't have to just do one. You can do them all. For your first titles, you're probably going to want to do it yourself. You're probably going to use Edge. And as you get more comfortable and understand and start getting reviews from people you don't know, then you can start moving on to the bigger stuff. And by the way, that's pretty standard for getting into game development. I'm sure some of you have probably already done it. I'm just regurgitating. Again, going back to the hybrid model, why not both? You can find a publisher that finds autonomy, probably not your first project. They're going to make sure that it's always going to be a success. They don't get into their business to not make money. And you're expensive, regardless what you think. Your first projects, they may also take a higher revenue of your project than you might be willing to. They might take 60%. They might take 80%. As you start gaining those relationships, gaining the experience, you can start negotiating. Any questions about that at all for publishing? By the way, feel free to interrupt. It's all good. So let's talk financing. Dollars and cents. All right, no, it's okay. I thought I went back, not forward. There's options to financing. Game development is expensive. You can use a publisher. You can use your own money. You can use angels, and I'll explain that. Or you can use love money. Not that kind. Basically, a publisher can help or fund entirely a game development. They can bring in their own developers. They can bring in their own QA. They can bring in their marketing. They can basically take you off the project and just do it for you. Whether or not you want that, it's your own question. They also might have their own staff and forecasting. They have legal teams. They have finance teams. They have all that stuff. And they're going to make sure that they integrate with you. You might need to change your game. That's the other thing too. Based on, and I know it's under finance, but based on what their financial models are, they might actually change your pricing model. So instead of doing a one-time content or one-time pricing model, they might want to make it free to play. Would that be good? Don't know. Depends on the project. You could try to do it yourself. Savings, loans, sell your truck, sell your car, sell your Final Fantasy game collection. Kevin Smith, just as an example, he sold a comic book collection to fund his movie Clerks, and now he's massively popular and multi-millionaire. He's trying to, yeah, he's gone back and rebought his actual original comics, which is funny that he somehow kept track of it. Just one example. You can do it yourself. You can also minimize your costs. You don't have to use Adobe. Photoshop's expensive. You can use GIMP. You could find other ways on the internet of finding products that I won't name on camera that are free through other means. You can always do that. Not condoning it, but I'm just saying you could. Angels, I know it's not the anime, the neon invalid. What's it? Oh, I can never say it. Evangelion? That's the one. It's not them. Angels are investors. They're called angels because they come in like an angel. They typically, versus a traditional business where venture capital will come in, I'm sure you've seen the Shark's Tank or Dragon's Den. Those are venture capitals. They're very strict. An angel can come in and they don't necessarily want the returns that a publisher or a venture capitalist will want. There's a number of reasons for that. I'll touch base on it in a second. And the big thing with it, there's very few that exist. They're not as common as you might think. The last one, love money. You have parents, you have friends, you have family you haven't talked to in 20 years, maybe just reach out. My note on this is the riskiest option. Out of all these ones, sell your car before you take money from your parents. I know that seems crazy, but they love you. They want their money back. They're the most aggressive investor you'll ever have. They want their money back fast. They want their money back tomorrow. And they want more and more than you would think.
There's no bankruptcy with that.
There's no, yeah, exactly. Plus, you don't want to like put your mom out, right? Oh, thanks for selling. Yeah, Christmas, Easter, video calls. You might have to move cities. Thanks for investing $100,000. I've made 6. It's great. So just to kind of go into each of the different options a little bit more. So for publisher funding, they have very deep pockets, at least some of them, most of them. You don't become a publisher without having a lot of seed money, and they typically can invest larger sums. They can also help, I didn't mention this on the one before, but they can also help with things that are important now, like voice actors or motion capture, things like that, that they may already have relationships with those companies or actors already. The thing is that people don't realize, publishers want a massive return. They want 10 times their money within a year or two. 10 times. That means if they give you $100,000, they want at least $1 million back. That's a lot. This is one that I learned, and I was like, that's really surprising. It's the same for venture capitalists. In fact, they're probably more aggressive. They're probably in the 10 to 20. Like, they're not investing because they're passionate about your project. They want money. They have money. They want to make more money. That's the capitalism part of game development, realistically. They're not your friend. They're your boss. You do not ignore emails or phone calls from a publisher. You will have a contract manager or a program manager from the publisher. If you start ignoring their calls, there could be legal consequences. It's a reality. So publisher is a risky one, but it's also potentially the largest payoff. For self-raising, you don't have to worry about any of that. You got your own money. You can do it yourself, right? You're not going to have the money a publisher will, though, unless you happen to have a windfall of a few $1 million. This can cause issues. You're not going to get the voice actor. You might have to do voice acting yourself. You might have to use free assets off the Unity store. You might have to use Fiverr to get something done. Whatever it is, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not just trying to say that there's anything wrong with that. Use anything that's free that you possibly can. Because the reality is, nobody gives a shit if your tree is the same in your game as it is in somebody else's game. They're not even going to notice. So why not do it? There's also other options to continually get funding. You don't have to be a full-time game developer. You can still work, part-time, full-time, whatever. Give up sleep. You don't need sleep. Work on your game. The thing is with self-raising, you're invested in yourself. The time investment is the biggest thing on this one. You can get those free assets. You can pirate all the software. You can go to Steam and put it up yourself. But there's only so many hours in a day, and you still got bills to pay. You still got schoolwork to do. All these things that will eat away at those hours. And what makes a successful game developer when they're doing it themselves completely independent are the ones that are willing to sacrifice their free time to actually get it done. That's the reality. If you don't do that, you're going to be 10 years down the line. Unity will be on maybe bankrupt by then, and now you have a project that's no good, and you'll start to resent the project. You won't want to load your project. I'm sure you guys talked about that earlier in the week. You can ask your players as well. This is another option. You don't have to necessarily just give up everything in your life. You do crowdfunding. There's some advantages and disadvantages. Kickstarter, Indiegogo, so forth. Itch.io is another one. Have them pay you for the project. Sell them on the game. You get that funding up front. As soon as you, there's a few different models of crowdfunding, and I didn't want to get too much into it, but I'm assuming most of you probably backed like a board game or something on Kickstarter. Pretty common. There's basically two different models. There's one where they take the money from you right away, or there's one where they have like a set goal. So we need to make 100 grand, and if we reach that goal, cool. Then we take your money. It depends on your project, how you want to approach that. It's also easy in community engagement. People, as soon as they put money into something, they care, and it doesn't matter how much. You could put $2 into a thing on Kickstarter, and you will want to know 3 months from now, where is that project? And somebody might demand more to know from you that somebody gave you $2 grand. Some of the other advantages to this is it might force you to forecast where you want your game to go. What does that 1.0 launch look like? Do I want to do different playable characters? Do I want to do programmable music? Do I want to randomize anything? Things like that. The advantage of doing that is you get to sell your game through those incentives, those goals, but it also helps you write them down. It's high risk though. You may not get that funding. Probably 95 or higher % of things on Kickstarter fail. You also may overreach or overpromise. That's a huge one. Mighty Number 9 is the perfect example of that. I backed that day one because I was like, hells yeah. I have a Mega Man tattoo. I'm not going to show you where. It's inappropriate. But when it came out, I was like, oh my God, the guy that made Mega Man is making a totally different game, and it looks like Mega Man X, and it's going to be modern. This will not fail. Sign me up. Overpromised. Underdelivered. It was awful. And I have it on there. But the thing with that one, though, and the reason this one is important, is the backlash. You may kill your career before you even get started on this model. So just be realistic. If you look at Kickstarter, if you look at Indiegogo, realize that whatever you put on paper might actually be like contractually, you might legally be required to deliver it. So as soon as somebody buys it, especially in a prepay, yeah, becomes a problem. As a total side note on crowdfunding, you guys will be legal experts as soon as you start getting into game development. Never, under any circumstance, offer percentages of your company in equity in crowdfunding. It is illegal, and you will get the CRA after you and potentially go to jail. Just a note. Yeah. And I'm not going to get into the details as to why, but you can look it up. With angels. By the way, I think I'm funny. In case you're wondering, like the things at the top, I think I'm funny, but I'm not. You don't have to laugh. It's all good. Angels, I know I kind of mentioned it before. They will potentially invest in smaller projects like yours. They want smaller returns, or may want smaller returns. They also tend to care about what the project is. If you watch, like, again, Shark Tank, Dragon's Den, you see them invest in everything. Because at the end of the day, all they care about is money. That's it. Give me my 10x, give me my 20x, don't care. You could be selling shoes, you could be selling hats, you could be selling software. None of it matters. They just care about the money. Angels might actually be like gamers that happen to be interested in up-and-coming whatever. Doesn't matter. Sometimes it's actually better for them to give you money than it is for them to pay taxes. This is one that people don't realize with investments. In some cases, the government is going to take that money regardless if they invest in you or not. And this is kind of a fun little business thing anyway. So they're actually more likely to invest in you because there's no return on taxes, not directly anyway. And they want to make money. Go ahead. There are businesses, just in general, game industry or not, that actually make money based on their failures. Insurance is a thing, financial planning is a thing, things like this are a thing. Yeah, it is possible. I would not bank on it, literally bank. You want to make money in a proper way. Because especially on your first projects. I think it's a rule of the internet at this point where if it exists, there's a game of it. Like at this point, like there's everything.
The rule goes a little different, but I think I got it.
Yeah, I got you. I'm not going to say the rule number. I just put a couple things on there. You can reach out to NACO Canada or the Canadian International Angel Investors. Those are a couple places. They tend to be more broad, just as a note. They will be for any kind of business, but typically they'll also do potential webinars or meet and greets. Sometimes they'll do, again, in the more broad business perspective, They'll actually do Dragon's Den style pitches where you have 20 seconds to pitch your game. Fun time. Family money, love money, they love you. I know I keep saying that, but they do. They want you all to succeed. They don't want like their kids or their cousins or their best friend that they went to high school with to fail. Nobody wants that. But that comes at a risk. I put a note on there, mom thinks you'll make her millions. Your mom loves you. Everybody's mom loves them. Everybody's parent loves them. They think that in the same way that you think about your passion project, that's how they think of you. The analogy of my 4-year-old walking into a wall, I believe that he can take over the world. I have no doubt in my mind. Doesn't necessarily make sense to invest in my kid. They may also, the other note on here is that they may want to invest in you. They may come to you and say, oh, yeah, I'll give you 10 grand. Here, don't worry about it. Or whatever. Think hard about that, what that looks like. I know I mentioned it before, but they will be very aggressive in their return. And this is regardless of the relationship you have with anybody in your personal life that gives you money. Resent may occur, use with caution. I was gonna put like it as like the yellow and black warning strip, because it is the most risky. If you like burn a bridge with a publisher, is it a big deal? Maybe, maybe not. Again, how do you buy a Christmas gift for your parent when you owe them 50 grand, right? It becomes problematic. So, moving on. Anything, questions about money at all? I don't have any, so please don't ask me to invest. Being a parent is expensive. So, nobody has questions, we'll move on. So actually, for real, selling your game. For real, what does it look like? There's basically 3 ways you can do it. I'm gonna reiterate how this works. Steam is by far the most popular. It has just an astronomical user base. Between the PC and the Steam Deck and other aspects, it's just huge. One of the ones I didn't put on here was like Google Play and Apple. Those ones are also massively big, but they kind of fall in the same model of the big 3, and I'll talk on that. Mentioned it before, it's $100 to upload, so just be aware of that. They take a 30% cut, but it is the largest market, basically for traditional video games. When you start looking at like the free-to-play model, mobile is king on free-to-play, but there's some other aspects with it. Indie tends to be free to upload. They take less money. Sometimes they don't take any at all, but it is a small market. I mentioned itch.io again. And then moving on to the big 3, very similar to Steam, other than, again, you have to pass through QA. The big 3, which is Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation, operate similar to Google and Apple, although if you've ever looked at like the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, there's an absolute ton of garbage on it, to say the least. But they still do minimal QA. They don't want you to brick a phone. They don't want you to like install malware, things like that. So there's still QA. It's just way less than the other 3, for better or for worse. Sometimes I hate the stores. I go on Google and I'm like, ugh. And they're very predatory. Just to go back really quick. Oops. No, don't click that side. I thought, yeah. Anyway, one more. And I don't even have it on there. It doesn't matter. The mobile market and free-to-play market can be incredibly predatory. My kid accidentally spent like, I think it was like $100 some odd on Pokemon Go like 2 weeks ago just by clicking within 3 clicks. You have to ask yourself if that's what you want though. So I'm saying it as a bad thing. It's intentionally designed that way. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. Because again, going back, it's all about the money.
My boss is on loot boxes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like a dragon racing thing or something. You got $300 back because
Yeah.
got a hold of him. He didn't pick up. He thought they were selling him something. Eventually, answered, and they were like, "Hey, was this you?" And he's like, "Why did you turn the credit card?"
Yeah. The reality is banks, credit card companies, and the companies that develop these games all prey on that. It's all about that fast interaction and get you in, get you out. And they don't care what happens as soon as they get the money. That's it.
But that's also why those microtransactions, like loot boxes.
Yeah, yeah. It's part of the reason I didn't really talk on loot boxes as well, because the actual future of loot boxes, even in Canada, is kind of unknown, because it crosses a line, or the line becomes gray between traditional gambling and loot boxes in that sense. And once it crosses over and is considered gambling, it's a whole other set of regulations that exist. So, as a word of advice, don't put loot boxes in your game. If you want to sell microtransactions, go for it. Just sell what it actually is. Actually put it on and be like, you're buying this avatar for 39 cents. Here it is. Your emote for $1. Whatever it is. There's nothing wrong with that. You're paying for a product at that point, and there's no legal concerns with that. You're delivering on what you promised, and you're good. When you start getting into offering chances for people, like a loot box, then in the EU, yeah, they completely banned it, and they're suing like companies, including like Riot? No. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the FIFA where you get the card of the player. Yeah. And some of those fines can destroy your entire career. That's the reality. So, word of advice, don't do loot boxes. Actually give people what they're paying for. Do they actually?
Yeah.
How do they do it?
What you do is you buy.
Right.
So that's like a loophole.
Loopholes will only last so long. And of course, there's always a new loophole. But then you're becoming a loophole developer and not a game developer.
Oh, you did say it's all about money.
It is all about money, yeah. It's not you're right. You are correct. That's clever. I didn't know they were doing that. Do they do that on the new Diablo too?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
New Diablo really doesn't have any boxes. PC. Talking about like metaverse and online gambling and everything, and kind of where that's going.
That's cool.
And what? Whole loot box. That seems pretty relevant to everything going.
Yeah. I have my own personal opinions with it. I do work for lotteries, so I'm going to disdain from some of my own personal opinions on it. But
You sure you want to keep your opinions to yourself there, Cameron?
yeah, I'm pretty sure. The reality is though, like any industry right now that provides entertainment is due for, as much as I hate the term, for disruption. In terms of like audiences, Diablo is actually a great example of it. If you look at people like me, like where grew up on the original one, installing it through floppy disks to really make myself feel old. Now you look at like the model of like Immortal or D4, quite a bit different.
Yeah.
So it's always about change. So.
Yeah, because what Diablo 4 got produced for the Chinese market, because it had,
Yeah.
it actually ended up getting banned in China as a result. No, it was like, it was the mobile one.
Yeah, Immortal.
Oh, it was Immortal.
Yeah,
It's
Immortal.
the one
Yeah.
where you
Oh,
can
okay.
spend, I think it's $100,000 to max out a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the first like week, there was a guy who spent like over $100,000.
Which sounds crazy, but it's not necessarily, again, it's not necessarily a problem. In maybe for that game it is, but one of the things I didn't mention with the free-to-play model is you're going to have a very small portion of your player base give you the majority of your revenue, like the whales, as they're called. You want to, it's kind of like a goldfish in a tank. You want to get that goldfish into the biggest tank you possibly can to make that goldfish as big as possible. Again, you can have like the ethical concerns around like whether or not it's predatory, whether or not like you're producing something that's like addicting and so forth. But the reality is like though it exists, and they wouldn't continue to exist if they weren't making money. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's one of the biggest things with the SOM is each individual person within your obtainable market will have different spending. So $100,000 to one person is not the same as it would be for somebody else. $100,000 might be a drop in the bucket, and that might just be the equivalent of like 10 or 20 bucks to a normal person. You never know. Doesn't make it good though, and you're never going to know that either. So just in terms of time, I'm just going to move on. So how do you actually do it? Typically, what you'll want to do is you upload your game to platform of choice. You config it. That depends on the platform, titles, logos, genres, and so forth, age ratings, whatever it is. Then QA is done on it, whether it's through PlayStation, Google, whatever, and then it actually becomes available, and people can actually like click add to cart, and that's awesome. Configuring and choosing platforms is really important. There's search engine optimization that we all know about, but there's store optimization. Steam does not allow you to promote a game through their system. You cannot pay Steam to promote your game. It's not a thing. They use their algorithms, and it could be based on previous games that a developer has made, could be based on how many people wishlisted, could be based on a number of things. I don't know their algorithm, but you can't pay Steam to put it on their front page. It's not a thing. They also might ban you from sales from doing it wrong. If you put vulgar language in it, if you put nudity in like a thumbnail, whatever it is, it doesn't follow their content guidelines, you may never be able to sell on that platform again. Take the time, do it right. It's important. This is an example of Steam for if anybody hasn't seen like the back end. I don't know if this is still, Steam updates like their back end periodically. This was not mine, I stole it from the internet. But you can see game name, developers, publishers. If it's part of a franchise, franchise is important if you start to make, say, content style games, because then you can start having, somebody can click on it and say, well, view the Final Fantasy franchise, and it's right on there in Steam. If ever a drinking game for Final Fantasy, how to price your game. This is another important one. It's not easy. How do you do it? Is it $2? Is it $200? Is it 50? Who knows? Key point with this, lower price isn't always better. You might want to think, you know what, it's worth $5. I'd pay $5 for this. You might actually get more sales with a higher price. If you think through like your own buying patterns and you look at a game that's $1.99 on Steam, you might skip it. But if you look at it, it's $19.99, you might go, it's probably got some meat to it. It's probably a good title, something I can get my hands on, get some hours in. It also doesn't have to stay static. Just because you price your game at $20 doesn't mean it can't be $30 next month, $40 the year after. Games like that typically will do this will be in early access initially. They'll make them cheap for early access, and then once they get to the 1.0 release, then they become higher priced. There's nothing wrong with that. A game like Dead Cells, I think, is one that had done this recently.
Stardew Valley is a pretty good example of that too.
Yeah, Stardew Valley, yeah. There's games that start out free and progressively become more and more expensive. You want to take part in any of the sales that exist. We've all bought the infamous Steam Summer Sale, although this was the first year I avoided it completely. And I'm bragging about it because I spent $0 on Steam, even though it was popping up my wish list saying you have 600 games on sale today, and I was like, yeah, my Steam library, I think my Steam library is at about 2,000 right now. It's way too big. I've played about 6 of them. Be selfish. This is the time to be selfish. Price your game accordingly, but also probably a little bit higher than you think you would, like whatever you would want to pay for your game, probably add like 25% on top of that. Because you, again, it's your game. You're passionate. You want to get it in front of people, but be selfish. One note on this, if you do use a publisher might take this over. They might price your game for you because they want to make their money. What happens on day 0? You got your game. Day 0 is going to happen. It's going to go live. It's going to be live on Steam. Maybe the algorithm, the Gabe Newell, like, as the angel comes down and blesses you to the front page. You never know. What happens? It's going to be great. It's also going to be the most terrifying day of your life. You're going to get review scores. You're going to get YouTube videos. You're going to get social media on Threads now. I don't want to say Twitter for obvious reasons. But there's going to be, people are going to talk about it. Regardless of like whether or not you have this like a popular game or not, someone is going to see it, someone is going to buy it, and someone is going to check it out. And they're going to tell someone about it. It's terrifying. How would you like it? Like somebody you don't know talks about your game. I've worked on this for years. Day 0, they hate it. Shit, what do I do? Be there though, be there for the day. Don't do anything else. Don't plan anything else for that day. Unless an emergency happens, focus on that day. Also to enjoy it, be proud. And it also lets you focus on anything quickly. If somebody comes up with like a big bug and a game isn't loading, you can try to bug fix or debug and fix it. So, and then be proud. You did it. You started selling your game. Take a breather. Exactly. Be proud of it. The reason this is its own slide is if you're anything like any game developer I've met, you're hyper-critical of yourself. You're overly critical of yourself. If something doesn't work, you hate it. You want it to work. Everybody does. Don't be like that. Perfection is the killer of progress. That's the reality. Nothing will be perfect. But also, like, you did it. You're going to watch the sales charts. Somebody's going to buy it for 20 bucks. And you're going to go, somebody just gave me $20 to play this game that I made. That's awesome. Be proud of that. But it doesn't stop there. Now we're going to talk marketing. So the biggest thing you need to ask yourself, what makes your game different? What sets it apart from any other game out there? Because there's nothing worse than loading up a game and going, I've played this already. I know what this is. It's literally the same game I just played. You need to convince someone in under 30 seconds why your game is different. And 30 seconds is being generous. Why should I play yours versus somebody else? Why should I play Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter? If you can't answer that in 30 seconds, is that enough though? I don't care about gore. Exactly. What makes your high price worth it? I'm not paying $20 for a game. $20? Give me a break. I can get like half a drink at Starbucks for that. There's some ways that you can market. Again, apologies on the small text. There's ways that you can market your game. You can do videos. You can do your own. You don't have to rely on other people to make your game trailers or your long play videos or anything. You can do it yourself. Some people go so far as to develop and push content out of their development journey, I should say. There's a game called Cluster Truck that came out, and they had posts on Reddit. They were live streaming their game development. They were active on Twitter and Facebook and so forth. And that helps with the community engagement. Because you're doing stuff like that, they're actively invested. Even though they haven't put any money into it, they want you to succeed because now they're part of your fan base. And that's really what marketing is meant to do. You can also use social media. I know it's like the coin term of like the last 10 years or so, but don't ignore it. Share often. Go on those platforms. Sites like Reddit, as an example, are great because you can set up your own subreddit. You can have your own user account. People can follow you. You control the narrative on a lot of this stuff, and that's what you want. And then makes them feel like, again, that they're part of the game dev.
There's like some developers.
Yep.
I follow a bunch of them on TikTok who just like
Yeah, TikTok's another great example. Yeah. TikTok's an interesting one because it's all short form. It's a little bit harder. It falls more into the elevator pitch and game trailer stuff. Yeah, and I'll talk about that in a sec. There's also influencers. For lack of a better term, I thought about like how I could make this a better term, but really for now, there's really not a better one. There's a lot of content creators. Sorry.
Degenerates.
Yeah, I'm one of them. It's fine. They're going to ask you for free games. They're going to ask you to sponsor them, but they might have large returns. You might be able to get it in front of people in a way more different aspect than you would otherwise. One of the things with influencers is they have a very high return on investment when you go on them versus a traditional marketing. You can also do more traditional, like with paid promotion, Google, YouTube. You can use external companies for it. Steam doesn't. Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, they don't as well. So you're not going to be able to, again, put your game on the front page of Steam, even if you wanted to give them 10 grand. They'll say no. So with videos, hope you can edit, record everything you do. If you're doing gameplay testing, record it. Because something cool is going to happen. You don't want to miss it. That could be a game trailer. It could be part of your game trailer. Regardless of the game you're making, that doesn't matter. You know what's going to be cool. You know what's going to be, if you've got like a chance of something to happen and you're not recording, now you're going to have to spend 20 hours trying to recreate it. While you're recording everything you do and buy an external hard drive, buy the storage. Storage is cheap. Get the storage. Time it. Get a timer, put it somewhere, maybe on your screen, maybe not. Time exactly what you're doing, real-time clock. When something happens, write down the time it happened. The second you start recording, start that timer. So that when you don't have to go back, you don't have to stop, you can just continue. So if something happens at the 3-hour mark, you can just write down, 3 hours, this happened. Put it in the trailer. Continue playing. This bug happened, put it in there. Things like that that can help you. You want to do different videos for different platforms. Talking about social media in a second. Your sales platform, like a Steam trailer, will be different than it will be on TikTok, than it will be on YouTube, than it will be on Reddit, whatever. And if you're not good at it, you can get an editor. You can send them your video files with that stuff that you're talking about, give them a rough timeline of what you need, and they'll do it for you. Oop, whoa, oh my gosh. Make a logo. Make it clear. Make it small. Make it legible in black and white. I know that's kind of old school. It's like an old newspaper thing, but it is important. Be creative. Be simple. You can outsource it if you need to. The best ones are the ones that people recognize. Even some of the other ones like a Final Fantasy that change, game over game, they're still recognizable. You can look at 2, 4, 10, 16, you know it's a Final Fantasy.
Definitely not simple, though.
They're not simple, no. No, I don't know. I don't think so.
It's like a really old one.
Oh, I do have that one. Yeah. I do.
I was like so excited when I saw it on the like GameCube platforms.
GameCube, by the way, was a pretty big failure. Everybody thinks it was great. It was not. Yeah. I bought mine for $39 on a pallet full of them.
It's a lunchbox.
Yeah. Oh, it actually did? I thought you meant like sales-wise. I was like, yeah. Now they're expensive. They're stupid. They're stupid expensive. It's a fine console. Anyway, moving on, because I'm just going to be aware of time a little bit. Press kits are a thing. Press might cover you. You have no idea if they will or won't. You want to have a press kit available. The crux of this is that you want them to use high-resolution images, high-resolution video. You want them to use your content, not make their own. That's the crux of this. A good press kit has everything the press needs. There's a dopresskit.com. You can check it out. It's a cool site. It's by a game developer. His name is Ramy something. Fairly well known in the industry. I can't remember his last name for some reason. But basically, it was a game developer that found like this was a missing aspect within indie games and just made a website for it. Within social media, it can be very powerful. The term go viral, which I hate, but that's why I did the air quote, it can expand your psalm in ways that you may not realize. You also, again, want to tailor your content to that platform. If all you do is copy and paste from one to the other, it's not going to work. You also want to engage, but don't over-engage. You want to address any problems that somebody may have, but sometimes, stoking the fire might make it worse. So this kind of becomes, I don't have advice on that, on what that looks like, realistically. You're going to have to know your own audience, know your player base, and go from there. Do not follow for follow. Never. Moving on to influencers. What are they influencing? Who knows? But there's a bunch of them out there. There's YouTubers, content creators, and so forth. The larger they are, the less likely they are to cover your game. Smaller channels actually have higher engagement. So if you can get in front of a channel that has, and I have some examples here, what you probably wouldn't even hear of on your day-to-day, they actually have really good return rates. They're a partner. They're not a resource. Be personable when you're reaching out. And here are some examples of where you can use it. So when you get onto Steam, I didn't touch it before, as an example, you basically will generate your Steam keys within that. You can generate your own. Steam will limit how many you can actually do. But you can use other sites like Keymailers is a huge website, and they handle sending out keys to people for you. So on Keymailer, if you're an influencer, you can go on there and request keys or automatically get keys for different games. If you're a game developer, you can put that up there and set guidelines around whether or not somebody needs to have a certain number of views per month or subscribers, whatever you want to say. Basically can limit so that you're not just giving away the game for free. It's kind of nice. It's basically get it in front of them. Here's some examples of some YouTubers that I just put on there. So I'm sure you guys have heard of Markiplier and not Markiplier, but Jacksepticeye, my bad. Here's some other ones down below though that are smaller YouTubers. Northern Lion and IGP are big, but they're still, compared, they're nothing, realistically. Then there's some other ones on here like Wanderbots and Retromation. They're smaller, you may already know them, but they're still smaller channels out there, and their return tends to be pretty large, so you can use them. This is just an example of some of them. How you actually reach out to these people, because guess what? They all got emails, they all got social media, you can reach out to them. But just don't email them a key and expect them to actually play it. You might just get ignored. Again, don't look just at the big ones because you watch them. You are, in this case here, to tie it back to the business of game development, you are not their fan anymore. You are there to do a business and make money from them. That is how it works. There is some risk rewards with it. If they don't like your game, and now, they're Markiplier with like 100,000 people watching them live, and they say, this game is shit, they're not going to buy your game. They're going to trust them because they're called influencers for a reason. There's also some Steamer groups that do exist. I'm going to shameless plug the Wholesomeverse. It's part of a group that I'm in. Same with Wanderbots and Retromation. It's all good. Speaking of Wanderbots, he put together a pretty quick, it's on his blog. I got the link in the presentation. But here's some example. When you want to reach out to one of them, just a quick reference. Not going to go through it. Sometimes you might need to pay them to play your game. That's the other thing too. Sponsorship exists. So if you've ever seen a streamer play a game on Steam and it shows up right when you click on the game, a lot of those people are paid to play. It can be pretty pricey sometimes. Depends on their how they actually figure out their side, because they're a business as well. Even though they're making content creation, especially when you get to the larger ones like a Markiplier, he's probably got 30, 40 people working for him. They all need salaries. He's got investments. He's got return on investments that they need to do. It can be pricey, but there are some third-party sites that exist for the process. I didn't want to put the sites in here. You can Google them if you need to. Some influencers only do sponsored content. Can have a good ROI, but it's not guaranteed. There's also paid promotion. Aside from sponsoring, you can also look to promoting. I mentioned it before, but you can use Facebook, you can use YouTube. Realistically though, less than 1% will actually click through, and of that, about 10% will buy. The numbers do vary, but that is a rough estimate. Weirdly enough, that's better than the television advertising model. So, cool. Just being aware of time, I still got 40 minutes, so I think we're good. So didn't mean to click. We'll talk about the audience for your growth and retention. This is like your player base within your game. It's really important and it drives from all the stuff that happens within your game. There's pricing models will change. Some people will only do free to play. Some people will only do one time. Some people will never do content. Advantage is that you can get them to sell your game for you. You also want them to keep buying, you know, not just upgrades or DLC or content. You want them to buy your sequel. So it's good. Make them a fan. Make them a fan of you. Different models have different audiences. Your grandma who plays Candy Crush probably is not playing Diablo 4, although they might. You never know. It looks different. The audience and retention looks different for each one. Free to play, you can burn your customers out, just as a note. Again, it kind of goes back to that addiction model a little bit, depending on the game, but you don't want to burn them out. A one-time may not have continual retention, and it may like drop off significantly faster than you would. If you've ever looked at like Steam achievements or PlayStation trophies, if you put something like that up front in your game, like complete the tutorial, probably about 10% of your player base will never get to that, and they'll never get the achievement. It's weird. I don't know why somebody would buy a game and never play it. Pretty much. And the other note on the bottom, if you're going to do a content model, you got to make sure you're always pushing content out. If you're relying on your audience to sell your game for you, this is the best way to do it. If you think through yourself and your own buying habits, are you more likely to buy from Markiplier telling you to buy something, or your best friend? Probably your best friend. Hey, you got to play this game. It's so good. And also, they might also buy it for that other person. Steam gifting is a thing. They might like it so much that maybe they want to buy it for you. It's a natural and healthy way to grow an audience. For additional content, you know, this one's a tough one. Just you need to always kind of be on top of it. You're going to continually be developing products because you want to keep them retained. You want to keep people in your ecosystem, in your game system, and continue to do it. One note on this one though, depending on your game, is entering in a game at a 1.0 launch versus 2 or 3 content packs down the line, or a big DLC. Final Fantasy XIV is an example, is one where if you are new, first time ever playing it, it's really challenging to get into that game because there's been years of content added to it. So how do you get people into an ecosystem and feel welcomed and feel that it's not so overbearing or so overwhelming that they just give up? You got to think about it. That depends on the game. And then there's also like what happens later. You start building a strong audience, they're going to come back to you. They'll become a fan of you, and they'll buy no matter what you do. Again, Edmund Macmillan, Binding of Isaac, a couple other games I can't think of the top of my head. People will buy no matter what the game is. If he's associated with it, they'll buy it. He's got a huge fan base. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're more likely to kickstart, they're more likely to pre-order, they're more likely to help promote your content. So make them fans. Sorry?
Brand recognition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. With that, once you have your game out and you've got your audience, now you're going to start growing a community. No matter what you have, you're going to have a community. How are new players brought in? The Final Fantasy XIV example. What does your audience look like? Do you like them? Do you like the players? It's a tough question. Game like Rust, as an example, has a very difficult culture to it. The developers can be hit or miss. Tabletop Simulator, as an example, in the ratings perspective, had something happen, I think it was last year or the year before, where their ratings became target for basically bigotry and racism within their reviews. They didn't act on it initially. What ended up happening is your community starts driving what your culture is. So people were backlashing against the creators of Tabletop Simulator saying, well, clearly you side with the Nazis because you're not taking action in the ratings. You don't want that. You need to be aware of it. It's not just part of sales. Reviews are not only part of that. And also player to player. You're not going to be able to talk to every single player. That's physically impossible. How do they treat each other, both in and out of game? If somebody leaves a negative review on Steam, are people replying? If they're leaving a positive review, they're replying as well? Social media, other things as well. Like it's just a reality of being an interconnected society now, that your game culture is not just in-game. That leads me to culture. I forgot this slide was here. Yeah, it exists in there. Your culture on your game is the worst behavior you tolerate. But
Are you familiar with the saga around Dom?
Domina, the gladiator game?
Yeah.
I don't know the cult or community side of it, no.
So what happened was the developers started actually inside of change documentation, so every time you would do an update, making these big, huge, giant, misogynistic, racist rants.
Oh, wow.
And it got to the point where the game was eventually pulled off Steam because so many people started basically using his change log as like his own blog.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's part of culture.
it's right in your culture.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's sad. I remember playing that game. I think it had like a really good soundtrack to it. It's the old adage of like artist versus the product a little bit. It is part of it though. That going back to the people side of it, that's also another thing. If you start doing multi-people project, if 3 or 4 of you get together and make a project, maybe do not just code review, but also maybe do changelog review. Maybe before next version comes out, maybe just check on it. Those are things you need to be aware of, because what happens if one person on your team does something like that? And now all 4 of you, doesn't matter, will be targeted, or not targeted, you'll be identified as a supporter for whatever racist bullshit exists. You don't want that, even though it's not your opinion. Even like it may not ever happen, but you can't just ignore it. It's not going to go away. The other thing with this though, which is funny, like with the Domina example, having a warming or welcoming culture actually helps sales. Funny enough, like weird, you make it easy for people to join your community. They want to join it, they want to be part of it. Nobody wants to go into an atmosphere where they're gonna just get belittled or hated. So it actually helps.
Is the changelog similar to like the update notes?
Yeah, exactly, it's the same thing, yeah. I found that funny. These exist all the time. You can go to Amazon or Steam and there's hundreds and hundreds. Worst game ever. But they are important. So just like changelogs, reviews are important, even if you don't think it. Look through them. There's a few things that you can gain from it. You can find out where people struggle within a game. Then you might find out that like people enjoy aspects of your game that you didn't think they would. Things like that. It also will tell a story of where a game would go. If you think of No Man's Sky as an example, the first launch, it was horrible. It was mostly negative or just 1 out of 5 reviews for across the board. And then they started making it better and making it better and making it better, just like Final Fantasy XIV's first launch. It tells a story of where you've gone. Your community directly impacts your ratings. Just be on their good side. And by the way, those family and friends that love you, what do you think they're going to rate you? Do you think they're going to rate you a 1? Probably not. Oh, by the way, did you know you can rate yourself? Do it. Again, with your player to player, how does it work? One of the things that you can do if you have a multiplayer game, don't go in with your dev tag, like say in Rocket League where it shows that you're a developer. Go in as just a regular player. Go in, make a new Steam account, buy the game, whatever it is, or give yourself a key. Go in as like a new player. Find out what that experience looks like. Find out what people say to each other when you're new. If it's single player, what kind of stuff is happening outside your control? You can't control what people post on Reddit. What does it look like? Whether or not you like it or not, it's a reflection on you. That's a reality. There's some other fun stuff with it. As it grows, so are those out of the box playstyles as well. So speedrunning is a thing, and it's huge. Games Done Quick is a massively popular nonprofit at this point, and it started from like 3 people in a university couch or something like that. Like it started from nothing, and now they raise millions of dollars twice a year. Some games, again, it depends on your project, will tap into that and will make a game specifically for speedrunning on top of their regular experience. So a game like Celeste that came out is one as an example, that they knew they were making a tough platformer, and they knew that they could market to speedrunning, and now it's a massively popular speedrunning game. Mario 64 is an example of a title that is huge in the speedrunning sphere, and of course they had no idea. No idea. That's why it's out of the box. You can also integrate it into other services as well. You know, you can have somebody on Twitch interact with games. There's also mod support. That's a huge thing that can help sell a game. If you have it on the Steam Workshop, as an example, make it easy for your community to mod it, because guess what? They're going to mod it anyway. Somebody's going to download the files, they're going to run it through a decompiler, they're going to get your shit, and they're going to make their own mods. Why not make it easy for them? It helps sell your game. And also look at cloud saves and universal design. Universal design I'm not going to get into very much. That the basic principle of it is make it as accessible to anybody as possible. Colorblind, large text or variable text sizing, difficulty is another one, and so forth. Games like Elden Ring and Dark Souls, their difficulty is part of their marketing. So that one's a challenging one, but it's a risky one. It worked for them, but it took, what, half a dozen games before they became like really popular with that model? So, yeah, FromSoft, yeah.
Yeah, they have that reputation for having.
Yeah, so I didn't buy Elden Ring for that reason. I don't have time, and I'm not that good at video games, so. First time I played Dark Souls, I was like, oh, hell yeah. Oh, I died. Cool, all right. The dopamine was not there for it. There's also some operations that you guys need to be aware of, regardless if you have a publisher, if you do it yourself, whatever. You're gonna have to patch it. You're gonna have to fix those bugs. How do you find them out? You're gonna have to have game balance. Diablo 4 is an example, just patched and made their games quite a bit different because they had to balance the games because people were going through it fast. There's obvious backlash that might come with stuff with that, but in the end, people are not gonna remember it and they'll get past it. There might be security concerns as well. If you go to Unity, you go to the asset store, you just use a free library, cool. Oh, accidentally put in a keylogger, my bad. This is the days for 1 to 100. This actually should be like 1,000, truth be told, because you might be patching bugs on a game that you haven't devved on in 5 years. Steam sales, I already talked on. I'm not gonna talk on it again. You're also going to want to do financial reporting as you move on. You can do it weekly or monthly. It's really up to you. Some companies will do quarterly. Important thing is invest it back into yourself. The money you make, do it. Cool. You could buy a house, maybe, if you're lucky. Or you could maybe do another project and buy 2 houses next time. Get that place on the shoe swap. Or you might just decide, you know what? I made my money. I'm done. You know what? I'm done with game design, done with development. I'm going to go get a traditional job. The key point with that is you want to continually grow. As long as you're learning and growing, whether it's in the game industry or not, learn, adapt, and grow. Keep notes. That's the other note as well. That was a weird sentence. You want to make sure that you keep notes what worked well, what didn't work well, so that the next time you do it, you don't have to struggle again. With patches, a bug might break or destroy your game completely. That day 0 stuff, if there's a bug that, It worked on your computer, but it doesn't work on somebody else's. Now that person can't be played, now they're doing Steam refunds, and now they're leaving negative reviews. It becomes an endless cycle. If you're going to open up like an open beta or an early access, make it so your players can actually let you know what's going on. Detailed community notes, maybe not super detailed, but let your community know what's going on. They want to read about it. Like for the most part, people want to know what's kind of up. And balance is needed. I talked enough on Steam sales. It's a great place. You can showcase your game. Just as a note, though, on this one, be respectful of the people that bought your game before. We've all been there. I paid $60 for this last week. Now it's on sale for $5. Son of a bitch. Be respectful. If you're putting a game out in the early summer, knowing that there's a Steam summer or a summer sale coming up, be cognizant of that, be aware of it. Maybe you don't need to discount 90% the first time it goes on sale. You can also use resellers as well, that's the thing. Humble Bundle, there's a few other ones. You can support good causes through a lot of those ones. Humble Bundle made itself famous through their charity donations. Itch.io does them as well. There's a few sites that do it. You can use them. There is going to be financial upkeep. It's not just the pre-launch. If you don't know Excel, learn it. It's important. The better you are in finance, the easier everything else becomes. It's a reality. Again, this is a business at the end of it, if you want it to be. Financing is what drives it. I'm a socialist at heart, I think, and it hates me to say it, but it's a reality. When you start making money, don't take that money out. If you want to stay in the games industry, regardless if you want to become an indie developer or move on to a big company, say you want to work for Ubisoft in Montreal, you just want to build your resume first, that's fine. Invest your profits though, especially those first few projects. Don't just take the money because you're not going to make very much in your first ones. But the thing that with that comes continued growth. All the game engines that are out there, especially like the big ones, they all change. If you don't change with them, it's going to make that getting back into it even harder. If you get out of Unity and you work a traditional job for 5-10 years, trying to get back into Unity now or then would be really difficult. Once you understand all the game dev stuff that you learned this week, and as you grow, once you understand it end to end, you can start breaking the rules, which is great. You don't have to. You can maybe do one-time end content if you know your audience, if you know it'll sell. You can start doing that. But also invest in yourself. It's your best investment. And don't forget where you came from, and don't forget me. I think this is the last section of the presentation today. So this is around like lessons learned. I know it's like huge text on the thing, but whatever. You're going to make mistakes. You're also going to succeed in areas that you would never expect for both. As you continue, your experience is going to raise. If there was like a experience bar, like that just hovered across everybody's, even today, like you're growing that experience bar. You're going to become better because of it. The biggest thing with mistakes, though, and experience will drive this, there's nothing wrong with making a mistake. There's something wrong with not learning from a mistake. That's the key. What you want to try to do with this is get more value add time. Your time is not valued building a tree when you can get it for a free asset. I know I used that example, but it's a good one. And there's trees on the screen, so whatever. That's why it's popped in my head. You're going to realize that, you know what, I'm really good at game design, but I'm really shitty at coding. Maybe I'll focus on that. Document everything. Try not to do like Word docs on your local computer. But if you didn't write it, it didn't happen. Fixer, it didn't happen, right? Coding, your comments in code are not good enough. That is not documentation, regardless what anybody says. Again, document everything. And the whole point of this is as you continue to grow and gain more experience, more value add time, because you don't have to do it again. You also want to reuse, reuse, and reuse. Reuse those assets. Reuse your code. Reuse your templates. You already did a bunch of the work. You think that like when they do a sequel, that they build it from the ground up again? No. They reuse like 90% of it. It's a time save, because guess what? It allows you for more value add time. From that though, as you start making mistakes and as you realize what you're good at and make those successes, you'll start to adapt better. You'll start to handle your community better. You'll be able to handle debugging better. Day zero better becomes less terrifying and more exciting. You're still going to make mistakes. You always will adapt and learn, no matter what it is. If you don't, you become irrelevant. That's the reality for any business. If you don't adapt, nobody cares about you in 5 years. Adapting allows for more value add time. There's a reason I put that on all of them, because your time, again, is the most important asset you have. The less mundane or trivial work that you work on within your game projects, the better the game project's going to be. I'll talk about it a little bit more. Your experience, everybody's experience will be different. It's going to direct you on who you become. You might have a vision of where you want to go. It's probably not going to happen. You might decide an indie dev, or you might join a major company, or you might just get out of the industry completely. Those are all absolutely valid. A lot of the skills that you learn through game development are adaptable to other aspects of the industry. And also problem solving and being able to think logically and all that stuff will set you like head and shoulders above anybody else in the market, and no matter what the market is. There's no right path. If you go in with the mindset, I will do X and Y will happen, and because of Y, Z will happen, you'll never succeed. So, everything always works on paper, never in reality. Documentation. You're going to forget. You're going to forget why you coded something. You're going to forget why this whole section is just commented out. Don't do it. Just document it. Just put it down. Nuances are best captured than relearned. So the big thing with that is going back to the mistake, not even so much a mistake, just more as you start working through projects and developing on Steam or promoting on Steam, those subtleties that you may not realize, rather than relearning them the second time, just be like, oh yeah, I wrote down how to build or how to generate Steam keys to put into Humble Bundle or whatever it is. If you have it documented, you're going to do it, because you're going to forget it. Different engines, different sales platforms, all that stuff, the how-to doc is important, because guess what? You're going to forget. Three R's: reduce, reuse, recycle, right? I don't know about you guys, but whenever I copy something on my computer, it's Control-C, 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 Control-V. You already did it though. Why would you do it again? Why would you waste time? Why would you, if you've developed and coded something, if you have a 2D model that jumps on the screen, why would you code it again? Just copy what you did. Asset stores exist for a reason. They're there, use them. Oh, I even put trees on the slide. Look at that, it's perfect. Yeah, nobody cares if your trees. That's probably why I said it. Nobody's gonna notice it. Nobody's like, if somebody notices it, like it says more about them than it does you at that point. You know, you spent hard work coding your game. Why would you redo it all? Well, you want to fix the stuff that doesn't work. And of course, Stack Overflow. Yeah, we all do that. I used it way too much. That's why they made me a manager, because they were like, no, stop coding. In terms of adapting, the best games change visions. Sorry, I told you, I think I'm funny. I'm not.
You can't stop me.
I don't think I'd want to stop you. So going back to the right path, any project, any game is going to change the vision. It might go from something like a 2D platformer to a 3D puzzle game, and that's fine. Allow it to get there. It's going to change. a lot. Your character model, your player character, might completely change. It might be at one point a static, like fighter character, whatever. And then by the time you launch, it's completely customizable. That's fine, absolutely does it. Your beta does not equal final. That is, final doesn't equal final, for that matter. Just because you launch at 1.0 does not mean that you're stopped and you're done, even for the one-time sales. Continuing to move through it. Cool. With that, I don't know what this background is. Please don't look too close. So in conclusion, there's a difference between a passion and a business. Investing in yourself is good, not changing is not. Your passion will probably not sell. That's the biggest takeaway I think I can give you guys today. It might, probably not. Especially if you don't plan it. Financing is way more important than you think. Money rules the world. Be greedy, be selfish. Why not? It's your product. You made it. You want to give it away? You spent 3 years doing it, 5 years doing it, 20 years doing it. You think it's like you think you're just gonna put it on the net for somebody to download for free? No, make money off of it so you can do it again. And the last note, it's a business, not a hobby. If you want to take game development serious, you need to think of it as a business. It is not a side desk operation. It is not something that like you can get into woodworking on your weekends. It is ultimately a business at the end of the day. You might have to rely on others, maybe, maybe not. Make the best business decisions. With that, I mean, if you are adamant that a certain aspect of your game needs to operate a certain way, you're gonna miss it, and you're gonna miss the forest for the trees because of it. So make whatever you think the best decision is. As you start getting people to play test and you start beta testing and happen to have the public actually play your game, they're gonna come back with feedback, and they're gonna like parts that you like, and they're gonna hate parts that you love. That's a huge problem, potentially, if you take it really personal. You can't. You won't always be right, no matter what it is. And with that, there's a road for some reason? That's my presentation. With 11 minutes to spare. That's pretty good. So anybody have any questions at all? Go for it. So you mean like a medical history app or whatever? Like I'm just using an example, like an app that would not be in the video game industry? Yes, there are. That happens to be more on the traditional business development. In that aspect, because you're providing a service or a client base at that point, there absolutely are. There's venture capitalists, there's angel investors. Publisher is kind of a term within the entertainment industry, but in the same way that there's companies that will help you get that business off the ground. There's the Business Development Bank of Canada, or BDC, that helps like small businesses get off ground. But in that sense, it's more of a traditional business model rather than game design or game development. But yeah, there are some out there. They're just, yeah, you're the same kind of thing around like business planning or case development. It's like even more so. Your financing even needs to be stricter. You have to target out, and the same thing with them. They're going to want that 10 to 20x within 5 years, depending on what your app is, depending on the industry. There's always going to be someone that's willing to invest. So, BDC is a really good example, like a good thing. There's also like I didn't mention on the financing side, just because it can be kind of hit and miss, but there are grants available for small businesses as well. TRU probably has them. Other universities do them as well. The government will do them. BDC or even personal like angel investors might just give you money because they want to. They may not want a return. That's all speculative on that person individually, but the same thing goes with business. There's like traditional business grants that you can get, especially if it's in, say, GIC, as an example. There's huge amounts of grants and investment available for that. Yeah.
Of this, you mentioned finance. I could assume here also hiring an accountant would be on your list of things to look into.
You can. Accountants are expensive.
Yes. And the other piece of this is you mentioned, hey, you're going to do a lot of contract signing and a lot of this. Where does
Yeah, so on the accountant side first, you can probably get away for your first few projects without an accountant or use them periodically. You don't need to necessarily have like a full-time accountant on staff, but you might have to, even for your personal tax, you might need to use an accountant. One of the things that doesn't get talked about, and it's a good transition to legal aspects, is an accountant doesn't, they legally need to disclose anything to CRA, whereas a accountant lawyer does not. You have client privilege with them. So if you're looking at, especially in an international market, it really depends on your business model at that point, but you'd actually be better to get a lawyer that's familiar with accounting models, because then they don't have to disclose it, whereas with a traditional accountant, they do. So if you're like, hey, if I were to sell this in China, do I have to report it? And the accountant might be like, well, yeah, and now that you've said it, you have to. And if you don't, I will. Whereas a lawyer will go, maybe, maybe not. We'll find out. On the legal side, there's things that you can do to mitigate getting a lawyer permanently. You can have someone on retainer for a lawyer. It can be expensive, or you can just bill them per hour. You can set up like a relationship with a lawyer. For indie or independent publishing and distribution, you probably don't need that. A lot of the EULAs that exist on Steam and PlayStation and so forth kind of bake that in. Do read them, because it is important. Sometimes you might give up. I don't know if it's like this on Steam. I haven't actually looked into it, but you might actually like forego copyright. Like it might actually become Valve's property when you upload it. It's part of the SAG strike that's going on right now, because they want to start using like AI. So there's things like that, but you can always bring in a lawyer as you need it on an hourly basis. Find someone that knows business, not family law or criminal law. They exist. Some of them will do it for free or relatively cheap. Again, BDC is an example of one that you can do. There might even be through university. There might actually be some legal opportunities here as well.
There is a law school.
There is a law school, yeah. Yeah.
That's whether we could focus on that.
Yeah.
Law, as copyright law is very particular.
It is, yeah. Typically though, and I promise I'll get to you just one sec, if you're using things like your own assets, you're developing it, you're gonna probably fall outside of copyright. Don't put Mario in your game, or Disney or anything like that. If you're using asset stores, you need to be aware of it as well. And a way that you can get around that is always document where you got something from, so that you can push to that other person. So if there's a copyright claim against your game, you can go, whoa, I used this asset over here. It's on them, not on me. This is where I got the asset. You might have to change your game. It's part of that day one or day zero aspect, but can't say it won't happen. That's really dependent on the actual business. Go ahead. Yeah, you can do that on itch.io. You can, I wouldn't say it's like open source, but yeah, you can put it on there and people can download it for free. I think they host it as well within it, and they actually have, depending on whatever engine you use, I think Unity uses like OpenGL, so you can actually have like a demo that's playable in a browser without having to download it, and then try to get people like, hey, this is like the demo, check it out, it's like 5-minute gameplay, whatever. download the full title within that, and then you can link and work in it. It kind of works on the, when you start using like itch.io, you'll get like your own website and your own backend where you can handle all that. So it might be like, jonathanstrepchuk.itch.io, and within that I can have like my own library and kind of have my own storefront within it. It works really well. So yeah, you can also do it yourself. I don't know of any open source models that exist. You could probably like find something on Bootstrap or WordPress if you wanted to host it yourself for an open source. And again, tie it to PayPal, just have like a checkout process within that, like a Shopify style type website. But going back to the value add talk though, now you're spending time doing website design and back-end development. Is that where you want to spend your time? Or do you want to work on game design and asset management, right? I can't say yes or no on that. That's really up to your individual. So, yeah. Itch.io is great, and it's really undervalued.
It's also free if you want it to be.
It's free if you want. Yeah, exactly.
Share 0 if you want.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Some models or some distribution channels will be free under a certain amount. So if they won't take a cut unless you start making 100 grand or more. There's different ones that exist on that. So cool. Anything else? It's almost 6 o'clock. I'm sure you guys are hungry. Awesome. Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Yeah, we'll probably do a thing. Can I steal the mic from you?
Oh, great. Yeah, actually, I forgot it was edited.
All good.
Now we have to sing "We Are the World" at the end.
No, I refuse. Okay. Let me know, Aiden, when you want to flick it back up, and we'll say thanks and bye.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're still
perfect.
on? We're still on? Okay. So, hello everyone. So, thank you all for joining us over the past week at the IEEE CIS Summer School in Games Development. We had a wonderful time. Gavin, I want to thank you for all of your hard work. Jordy, I want to thank you for the hard work. Turn around the mic with George.
We got Aiden here on tech.
We got Ted.
Thank you, Aiden.
Aiden, big support for the whole thing. All of our speakers. Dr. Surya, who joined us from Denmark, he's actually heading towards the restaurant right now. We're all going to be headed towards the restaurant. For those of you that are joining us online and time shifted, again, thank you. Thank you to the IEEE. Thank you to Thompson Rivers University for hosting us here. Thank you to the various student clubs and organizations that did that work.
Obviously the website will stay up. We're not planning on taking down the trusugaming.ca.com/gamedev. That'll stay up. And then we'll also link up the VODs directly to that. So if you guys want to watch any of it afterwards in post, it'll all be there. They'll be edited down a little bit, just clip out some of the large gaps there. So it'll be a little bit more concise too, so it's a good way for rewatching.
Yep, and you're still going to have the YouTube channel up.
Yep, that'll also be there.
Coming up, don't forget also to join these clubs coming up in the new semester. Join me for my classes inside of here, and Extra Life.
Yeah. The gaming club that helped run this is also going to be running on the same platforms you can watch on right now. Extra Life in August, and then again in November. So like Jonathan was saying here about how Games Done Quick raises money for charity, we're going to be raising money for charity using Extra Life, which is a very similar idea.
Wonderful, and hopefully I'll show up to that, and a few other people show up to that, and you're going to be playing board games for 48 hours.
Board games, TTRPGs, etc. for 48 hours. I took the weekend off, so I'll be there the whole time, more or less.
Okay, great. Anybody else want to add anything?
Become a game developer.
We need more. We need more people building games. We need more people doing development, and I really hope that you take this as being a start to your journey inside of this, and that the world needs more joy and fun in it, and less of the terrible things inside of it.
For sure.
With that, bye for now.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Oh, did I just crash your OBS? No.
Stop stream.